Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Iesf World Esports Championship Qualifiers here 2024. It is, again, the Asia and Oceania region. That is a tough word. And we have Group A, once again, for you guys at home. It's the last 6 matches of Group A at that. So, we're going to see who is making it to Riyadh. Once again, to be reminded, it is the top 2. But we're going to get to that in a minute. My name is Felix. I'm joined today by Kovo. And if this day gets even close to as crazy as yesterday, I think we have some good games at our hands, don't we?
Absolutely. I think today is the day where it comes down to the line, right? That today is the day where teams actually decide who goes to Riyadh, who makes it to the IES Esports World Championship. And looking at the leaderboard, right, we have a lot of teams that are fantastic at this game and that are really close to qualifying spots at the moment, but only 2 of them can go. So it's going to be an exciting day, no matter what happens.
No matter what happens, we have the reigning PUBG Mobile Global Champions in this lobby. We have the reigning PMSL EMEA champions in this lobby, and they literally just came off of their win. So, I mean, if you thought yesterday's lobby was crazy stacked, then you might have missed the day before that, because we've already seen some of the best teams internationally here at the IESF World Esports Championship qualifiers. I'm especially excited to see that little skirmish we have at the top with Bahrain, and we're going to get to that in a minute when we take a look at some of these stats that we've had so far in Group A. But I know you haven't casted them, and I want to get your opinion, because I know you've probably rewatched some of the games. Any team, any specific team you've got your eyes on?
I was a little surprised, I'll say. I was looking at the teams before the day started, and I was thinking of Kazakhstan a little bit more than they are showing on the leaderboard right now. Basically the full Navi roster, right? But when you look at the names at the top, Bahrain and Mongolia, that's not surprising at all, right? Like you just said, champions in the world or in their own region, very recent champions as well. Those guys have absolutely popped off. Jordan, not a team that I expected to be amongst the mids of those. But then, again, like I said, right, Kazakhstan maybe not showing as much as you would want them to, and a leaderboard that slowly trickles on down from there.
Yeah, perfect. Let's take a look at some of these games that we have today. To give you guys an overview of what is to be expected, we have Sanhok starting off. If you've watched the last 2 games, that's not surprising. We've got 3 times Erangel to get into the flow, and then we're going to top it off with Miramar, who will probably be the most exciting matches for today, because then again, it is the last day of Group A, and tomorrow is going to be the last day of Group B, and spoilers ahead, it will be the same map rotation for Group B tomorrow as well. Yeah. So that's how these qualification games will go.
It's a big thing for a lot of these teams to start off well today. Again, I think we talked about that yesterday, but funnily enough, after both day ones, the top team has 68 points. So even though we're thinking about a completely different lobby today, with only 10 teams in it, and we're thinking about a completely different mix of teams, we ended up at basically the same point sort of gaps and margins that we did in the other groups. So teams will have to come out swinging today, and I think most teams on the leaderboard can still have a chance at these spots, but they got to get themselves some placement points, they got to get themselves some eliminations, or otherwise it's going to very quickly fall out of reach.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the point structure. Nothing surprising here. So we quickly go over it. It's the 10-point chicken dinner. We've had this for quite some time in PUBG Mobile Esports, with 1 point being given to you by elimination, which makes this whole thing in Group A extra interesting, I want to say, because you have less enemies to shoot, and that in result means you have less elimination points together, and that also might make the difference. We talked about this yesterday, difference in points between the top 2 at the moment in the group, which is Bahrain and Mongolia, a little bit bigger than what it usually means, right? In an 18-team lobby, it is quite possible to get a 20-25 point game, as we've seen yesterday. In this one, it's almost impossible for you to eliminate 15 players in the lobby, and we've almost seen that from Bahrain yesterday in 2 of the games. One of the games they've actually won. But for them to take out 15 of the players, it's once again, it's almost impossible with a 10-team lobby.
Absolutely. And it's an interesting, that's what I said, it's so interesting that the points ended up being a little bit similar at the top, when the entire premise of the lobby is completely different. There's Jordan. I talked about them a little bit. I said I didn't have them amongst the top 2, top 3. They are 3rd right now, and they've shown yesterday that they can mess with the best. If they can keep it up, if they can keep up, especially their eliminations that they've been able to acquire quite a few of, and a few good placements towards the end, they have a chance to fight for this top 2. But once again, there's a lot of rosters coming up, Felix, and a lot of them are looking really, really good.
Oh, yes, indeed. One of them is Kazakhstan. And yes, I mean, they have not really shown us what they're made of so far. But they are in reach, and I think that speaks to their skill. Once again, the X-Navi lineup. We have Becker, though. At least he was playing 2 days ago. So I'm not sure if he's going to play today, but at least I think he is. I would be very surprised if they did lineup changes. I think there's a specific reason on why one of the players, I'm not even remembering who it was. I think it was 6 who couldn't play, because we've seen Gonza, Puncher, and Asa, I think. So I'd be interested to see if they do make a lineup change, if the 4th player is available this time around, because I think then we might have a different Kazakhstan again. And for a Kazakhstan that hasn't really performed as well as we were expecting them to still have 50 points is massive.
Completely. And Bahrain is the team that was running away with things yesterday. They got themselves maybe not the most consistent placements, considering there was only 10 teams in the lobby, but they got the most amount of points. They got the most amount of eliminations, especially, and crowning themselves one chicken dinner. Good performance from them. Exactly what you expect from them. But once again, they have to be on their A game today, because there is only 2 slots, and top 2 will always be hard, no matter how good you are.
Kind of an upset for me was Tajikistan taking home a chicken dinner yesterday in the 5th round, I do believe it was. I like these guys. Golden has shown us glimpses of hope for this team, but then again, they are almost 30 points shy, even more than 30 points short of a qualification spot right now. So if they do not come out swinging, and the same goes for Uzbekistan and maybe even Palestine, if they do not come out swinging, it's going to be really, really tough.
Lebanon, some of them recently picked up by Heroic. Very, very fresh pickup for them in April. But so far, not been able to really show what they can do. Maybe not gelling as much as they would want to. They are in 9th place on the leaderboard right now.
Yeah.
And we'll have to wait and see if they can claw things back today. Maybe save a little bit of honor. Maybe do the unthinkable. There's always a chance. There's always the off chance. But right now, they are a big underdog, and they'll have to prove us wrong.
100%. I think they've got everything they need. It just hasn't clicked as much yet. Let's take a look at Mongolia, the most consistent team in terms of placement. We have not had a single game outside the top 4, and that is when Mongolia really starts to shine. I'm really interested to see Mongolia perform today. If you remember the games, they started off this tournament with a back-to-back chicken dinner, and then they ended it with a 4-4-4 and a 3rd place, which is it's nuts. It's completely nuts. Once again, they're the most consistent team so far, and I think they are the team to be scared of most. But that also speaks to Bahrain, who's still a point ahead.
Absolutely crazy consistency from those guys. Turkmenistan in 8th right now. These guys have shown a little bit of brilliance every now and then, but not all too consistent and not all too fierceful. So not convinced us so far. But once again, everybody has a chance today. If somebody can get 70 points on day 1, somebody else can get 70 points on day 2, right? So there's always a chance they claw things back. We'll have to wait and see. But right now, I'd say Turkmenistan and Lebanon are sort of the 2 teams that I'm not too optimistic about. Where a team like Uzbekistan, 45 points right now. They're in reach. They're 20 points behind 1st, or 20 points behind 2nd as well, almost. They can make this. They can do this today, and they'll throw in everything they have, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure of it. We saw Hardboy and Tapog especially being 2 very key players yesterday. I want to see Uzbekistan. I want to see them with at least one more really good game. And as you said, 20 points, that's a good game. Maybe if you have that in the first 2 rounds, it becomes very, very possible. And I want to see that happen. I want to see that happen for Palestine, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, for the teams that are kind of the runner-ups at the moment. Also Palestine, as we can see here, who literally just who are coming off of a win in the very last round, because then it gets all the more exciting at the very top, and we might actually see it coming down to the very last game.
I think there's a really good chance. That happens. We've talked quite a bit about the leaderboard now. I think we're going to see it in a second as well, to make sure you guys know what we are talking about. And I'm thinking here, right? Bahrain and Mongolia, obviously, they're running away with it a little bit. But it's still pretty close, and then it basically there's a cutoff after 7. I think Tajikistan is very much in the running for this still. They pop off with a good game in the first 1 or 2 rounds. Suddenly they're in the mix. Suddenly they're fighting for it. Completely possible. Below that, 8th, 9th, 10th, I don't think it's happening. And once again, if anybody was watching yesterday, we got completely proven wrong by what Pakistan pulled off in the last 3 matches. So I'm not going to put it past anyone. I think the favorites are very clear here, but it's possible for most of the teams on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially since we have so many strong teams just below it as well. I mean, we saw how Palestine can even win some of these games with the roster they have. If they do get the option to do so. Same goes for Kazakhstan. They're not to be underestimated. I want to see them with some good circles as well. Maybe get gifted a little bit more than what they did yesterday. They had their chances. I believe it was the very last game especially. Excuse me, 2 days ago. The very last game 2 days ago. Where we said Kazakhstan threw away their round. And if they wouldn't have, they would be in a different spot now again. They kind of gifted that win towards Palestine in the very last one by making that push and very actively focusing on the top two teams at that specific leaderboard situation a little bit too much. So maybe if they dial things back, if they keep focusing their own game a little bit more than what they did in the first 6, maybe we're going to see them relatively early on even get in reach for the second and first place.
Absolutely. There's a lot to unfold today. If you guys are wondering in chat where the teams are that you were watching yesterday, they'll be playing tomorrow. Today is Asia A. We have the 10 teams that you have on your screen today. And tomorrow is the second day for Asia B. So we're going in a bit of a leapfrog format there. Today we're going to decide which 2 teams out of Group A are going to qualify to the World Esports Championship. So if you are a fan of a team in Group B, today you can stick around to watch the competition to see who your team is going to face at the World Esports Champions in Riyadh towards the end of the year.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're a Pakistani fan, still stay tuned because as of right now, at least, Pakistan is going to qualify, and so is whoever is top 2 at the end of this day. So yes, as you said, it might just be the competition that you're watching right now. And then again, we have some strong teams already invited towards the World Esports Championship, the reigning champions obviously, and then also the host team that is invited in Saudi Arabia. Very, very special day that is going to be coming up. It's going to be, to some degree, another land that's being conquered for some of these players, 8 players in particular today. So I'm going to be very interested to see who that is. I think honestly, experience-wise, I think, yes, Bahrain has been amazing, but none of them really have that really deep LAN experience. And I think for them, it would probably, just based off of performance, I think for them it would be the biggest success so far. Even though they've won online tournaments, I know they've literally just coming off winning PMSL, but for them, I feel like it would be extra special. For a team like Mongolia, these IC players, they've won everything they can. Like, you've won a PMGC. There's nothing else you can legitimately do. But that is only on an organization level, right? Yeah. These guys have not won anything for their country yet, and I think that's the special part about Iesf and why I still believe these 2 teams have, even though it's a little bit different, have both very big things to gain. So yeah, I'm going to be excited.
Very different perspective for them as well. Once you've won a world championship, yes, you've kind of won everything, sort of, but that also gives you a really good bunch of confidence. That really shows you, okay, we can literally beat everyone in the world, and that can come in super handy when you're coming into our last game and it's becoming a bit of a clutch situation and you're struggling a little bit. But then you have the Bahrain roster on the other side, like you said, right? European EMEA Championship, PMSL. They won that with 40 points ahead of second place. They are rolling, right? They are rolling in confidence. They're rolling in momentum. It's going to be really hard to knock these 2 teams off. I feel like there's a really good chance they just keep on rolling, those 2 at the top, and everybody else has to really step up their game because the top 2 looks super strong to me. Yeah.
They can't really add anything else. I think they are. We said it at the beginning of the first Group 8 day as well. We believe that these 2 teams would be at least 2 of the maybe 4 favorites that we had, and usually we're not that far off in terms of predictions when we have such an interesting composition of a lobby, right? Some teams almost no experience, some teams literally world champions, and the reigning world champions at that, all of these players. So yeah, it's interesting. Usually these kind of things do go or do tend to come true. Then again, it is only a 10-team lobby, and I think that's what makes it interesting, because strategy is not that. I would argue, and I want to get your opinion on this. I would argue strategy and macro strategy, especially, so rotations first 3 phases, whereas usually the biggest part of strategy really comes in before improvisation kind of takes over a little bit more, isn't really that important with 10 teams anymore.
It's very different, right? And that's why I find it so fascinating that they've been able to convert from a incredibly competitive 16-team lobby into a 10-team lobby with a really wide skill variety, right? So they've been able to convert that, and especially I think Mongolia not finishing a single match outside of the top 4 to me is crazy, because this is not the game they're used to playing. This is entirely different. There's way more space, but that means all your opponents have way more space as well, right? And it's very easy to get punished on a move that you've learned works, and suddenly doesn't work in this lobby anymore. So I think anybody that's performing at the top has shown a lot of flexibility and a lot of understanding of, okay, this is the game in front of us. We'll judge based on what's happening, and not, okay, we have our playbook and we're going to apply our strategies to this lobby. Because that just wouldn't work. The lobby is so different than what they're used to.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. 100%. I think it's going to be, especially also for the less experienced teams, it's kind of a, you don't really know what to expect going into this. And I think that's also what makes it so interesting. So there's certain qualifiers you can prepare for, and then there's the Iesf World Esports Champions qualifier, because you have all sorts of players that maybe you've seen play in different tournaments, different regions, different nations, and you know these guys are nuts, but you've never played against them, and you don't know. Some of these teams are also scrambled between different teams, some of the best teams in their specific nation. So you don't really know what kind of play style they're going for, and it's really hard to predict anything. But then you also get 12 chances, I want to say only to some degree, which as a viewer is perfect, but as a player, if you can't adjust in the middle of the day, then I mean, when are you going to adjust? Because the second day is there's only one day between the second day of restage. It was already the end of it. So, yeah, there's almost no time. You need to adapt in the middle of these matches. Otherwise, it's going to be really tough.
Yeah, that's the position that some of the bottom teams are in now. It felt like they couldn't adapt on the first day. It felt like they couldn't figure out what to do with this lobby in the first 6 matches. And that's come back to bite them now. I think the bottom 3... Yeah. Again, I don't want to count anyone out, but realistically, mathematically, it's really looking unlikely. And the more games we go today, the more that's going to become clear that the top could just start running away with it. And it's tough. It's tough. It's very easy to sit here and talk about what the teams should be doing. It's very, very hard to figure out what it is you got to do in each single game. We're playing 3 different maps. We're only playing 12 games. It's tricky, man. It's really hard to adapt to circumstances like this, and especially, like you said, some of these teams not full lineups, figuring out how to play with each other on the spot. It's really, really hard for some of these players.
Yeah, as you said, I think that the biggest part now is someone gonna run away with it already to this at the start of the second day, and I want to see Bahrain and Mongolia especially now, and have a specific focus on them, because one of them has a really good game. It's going to be so very tough to catch them, and I think we might even get a really early decision whether or not that actually does come true. So going to be very interested to see how these 2 teams start off the day. For anyone else, as we said, do be reminded, if you've just tuned in, this is the last day for Group A. We have 10 teams facing it off. The top 2 will go to Riyadh in the later stages of this year, and that's where every one of these teams, Group B and Group A, wants to go. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time to start off the first match of this second group stage day. It is Sanhok that we have in front of us.
First order already coming out, nice and easy, nice and early. Turkmenistan turning to take a fight before anything kicks off. They will even find the first entry. Yeah, that's the first, that's the second. And they're starting the hot drop off very successfully here. But we've seen this before, Falex. We've seen this yesterday. We've seen a hot drop that went exactly like this, and then it went into a 1v4. So I'm holding my breath, and there's the first bit knock, but lots of damage traded. And I say that, first knock. That's 2 knocks already. That's Klaus and Aito in a 1v2.
Yeah, good trades coming in back and forth. I think that's almost the first flush that's coming on through. Chappie is almost done and dusted for the first game. Yes, he is. Timon is taken down as well. They need to be careful. It was Klaus is really close to him as well, which usually is quite the German name. Everyone's got the stereotype of Klaus being German, but it's Turkmenistan. I'm very confused. As a German, I'm very confused. If we do ever get an interview from him, maybe not this year, depending on how they perform, but maybe next year, I gotta ask him about his nickname. Anyways, jumps on top of the roof and has got a prime position to maybe spot out Hemsey as well. Hemsey walks into the room, tries to pre-fire. Klaus hasn't really got the angle just right, and the headshot comes through. Oh, Klaus almost goes down. What an upset that is. I thought he was going to have the advantage on this one. More shots are raining on through. No one's really connecting anything. Now Hemsey peeks around the corner. Legenda is not there to support Klaus in time. And then he goes down.
He's biding a lot of time, though. He was buying that time for the res to come on through so they could at least go back up to 3 players. Now the nade comes in. Another jump. But that should be the end of it, surely. The nade doesn't do the damage. The shotgun does. He brings it down to a 1v1. They haven't even gotten the res. That's another confirm as well. Oh, Hamzi is making this so costly for Turkmenistan. It was looking so clean for a second. DBS, though. We've seen this before, Felix. This might just be another 1v4 in our first game of the day.
Yeah, it might be. It very well might be. Hamzi peeks around the corner, gets the next flush. And Palestine, they've won the last game. Oh, that was so close. I thought Hamzi was going to get it. He peeks around the corner. It's DBS against DBS. Hamzi! Oh, my goodness. This guy is just absolutely unstoppable. And he gets the 4th frag in this 1-on-4. Hamzi has done it. And has made Palestine proud. And these guys need it as well. Even though he will continue this game as a solo player, they need these 4 points so very desperately.
How has this happened 2 days in a row? What is going on? The pot drops, man, they're explosive. This is tough times for Turkmenistan. It looked like they had it all under control, and as soon as they were 4 versus 1, they started peaking a little bit too much, taking a little bit too many risks at the same time, and instantly punished for it. Not a great outcome, honestly. Not a thing you'd like to see. They're going to be biting themselves a little bit here. But, well, 3 points is all she wrote for Turkmenistan. 4 at least for Palestine. And, well, maybe he can mount up a few more. But like you said, that's big points on the leaderboard considering they are so close in the chase.
Yeah. Jordan, the one team that is running up to Mongolia and Bahrain on the leaderboard. They need a couple of more points. They're on 56 right now. It is 11 points difference to that qualification spot. And you can tell they have made a significant change here on Sanhok. They're using the vehicle as something that we haven't really seen being used in the very first day. Now with 10 teams, that also gives you more opportunity for rotate. There's more free space. And usually on Sanhok, it is very dangerous to rotate on these vehicles, but I'm glad some of these teams adapt to the different conditions that we have in Group A and Group B. Because even in an 18-team lobby, that is very possible. As we saw with Indonesia yesterday, who've just absolutely dominated Sanhok.
Yeah.
Sure, they haven't won the round, but they've done some good stuff.
Uzbekistan, close by here, hiding on out in the compound, taking it slow. 4-man, holding down the area, not really trying to be all too proactive, not playing all too carelessly, maybe hoping that somebody runs in, hoping that somebody breaches in, but some of their vehicles should be visible to the outside if there is a team coming on by. This is, like I said, very safe approach, but maybe they are trying to lay the bait here, because we could see on the map there for a second when the observers showed us the map. There's a lot of space on this map right now, right? We're already down to just 8 teams. There was a lot of space in the circle, but they decide to take almost none of it. They decide, okay, we're sticking together, we're playing it safe.
Yeah, they are. And there we have them again, Tajikistan. We've been talking about them. They need a big performance. They've shown us glimpses of what they can deliver. But it's unfortunately just not been enough just yet. They haven't found that one big round they need. The one big round that Jordan, in the midst of all that fighting that we had 2 days ago, has found. But in comparison to them, no, unfortunately it's just not happened. Let's see if they will be forced into the first fight of this group day. Second fight, to be honest, but at least not the hot job. Well, Tajikistan has found the first player. Oh, he drives against the tree and Fragger goes down. That is heartbreaking for Uzbekistan. They will lose the first player. And Tajikistan starts off strong. That is the confidence you need.
Oh, that's a big slip up. You hate to see that. They were playing so close together. I thought they were hoping for a bait, maybe hoping to catch someone off guard. And the second they start scouting, they're already surrounded on the hills. Just a little bit too slow on the approach, maybe. Also, in the rest of the squad, more than set up for it. Nice and early kill. Good for the mental, good for the confidence. And a bit of a loot injection for him as well there. We could see him picking up a few bits and pieces. This is super nice, Felix. This is super nice. Getting a kill this early, weakening a team right next to you, enables a whole lot of options for you to play later on in the game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's... As a player, and I mean, you have played, I've played, you just know the feeling of, hey, we've made the first little step towards something and we've gotten one for almost free without actually endangering ourselves. That's a really, really good start. Gives you lots of confidence and also better loot on top of that. Next fighting is going on, and it's still inside the blue zone. Out of all the plays that it is inside the blue zone, unfortunately. And look at this. It is two absolute top teams, and Kazakhstan is in desperate need of winning this one if they want to catch up to Mongolia, who is in second place at the moment. Mongolia has already lost 2 players, but they've already taken 1 down as well. But so far, nothing been secured for Kazakhstan. As I say that, though, Stix comes in and gets one for his team.
This is an absolute mess of a fight. Neither of the teams are happy to be taking this. They all take a blue damage. They've both lost members already. 1 res coming through now at least for Mongolia, but it's not looking clean. It's not looking like a fast fight either. They've been stuck in this for a while here now. More blue damage coming in. And Rogue is not going to find it. It's taken down. Not a good fight for either of these teams here. And like you said, we need Kazakhstan to close this one out if they want to have a chance at catching up to Mongolia. But even if they do, they're going to come into this zone extremely late and extremely weakened.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think, as you've summarized it perfectly, none of these teams is going to be happy with this one. So far, it seems to work out for Kazakhstan a little bit better than it does for Mongolia, who've already lost 2 players. But even as Kazakhstan, losing their 1 player, we said that trade-off is only really worth it if after you finish the fight and still have the 3 players alive and gotten all of the 4 frags, and do more on top of it, then maybe it becomes worth it. But in a lobby like this, where you would expect them to win almost any fight against any team outside of maybe Bahrain and Mongolia cleanly, then it really doesn't become that all that much worth it anymore. And phase 2 is already closing in as well. That's going to make it even tougher for them.
That's what I was alluding to earlier as well. Is this is such a different meta, right? When you know you have 3 teams in the lobby or 2 teams in the lobby that are just incredible at team fights and incredible at playing the game, you want to dodge them if you can to make sure that you get yourself a few points every single game. Make sure you can keep up with the crazy point total that everybody else is putting up. But you also don't want to just let Mongolia free roam and do whatever they can. So that's sort of what I mean when I'm saying this is such a different lobby now. 10 teams, 2 of them just seemingly ahead of the rest. You got to play differently. You got to adapt differently. And that's why it's so impressive that some of these teams have been able to do that and have been able to carry on their past success into this.
Yeah, absolutely. The meta changes, the decision-making changes, the IGLing changes, and all these players need to adapt. We've got Jordan now, also on the lookout. They've secured center position, for the most part at least. They do have a couple of stranglers in and around them. They need to be careful for not taking too much space. Lots of water still in there. It could still very well shift in, I want to say, every direction except south. And as I say that, perfect cast occurs. It does go south. That is one of the hardest circles I've ever seen on Sanhok.
That's crazy. There's not a whole lot playable in here. It's pretty much all down to the southeastern side around the docks is where you want to play. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself swimming later on. Hamzi, he's down in the cave after his 1v4. He's hiding on out. And the teams above him, they have to figure out what they want to do with this. Kazakhstan slowly making their way on in on that far western side. Maybe they'll find a way around Bantai. Maybe they'll find some way to cross that water. But everybody would love to be in on that eastern edge right now. East towards the docks. But it's really just one team that's holding the entire area together.
And I want to see them actually make something off of their position that they've just been given with the new circle shift. I want to see them gatekeep the edges and grab all the frags of the people that are rotating on him. Because if they do that, this could literally be over in the next phase. Maybe not the next phase, but the next 2 phases, if they do it smartly. But it feels like they're not doing that just yet, unfortunately. They would have so much kill potential, of almost more kill potential than any team ever had in this entire qualifier. Everyone needs to rotate in right in front of them. And even if you do grab maybe Camp Charlie, then at some point you would 99% sure that at some point you would need to swim over, and that would be 3 points as well. So not even that is really an option. Good pickup from Jordan though. In the meanwhile, that's exactly what I've been saying as well. Maybe grabbing some rotation frags instead of rotating on in could be beneficial to them as well.
Yeah, it's a tricky mix, right? You don't want to get caught off, you don't want to get singled out and lose members, but you also want to realize that kill potential like you said. So pretty hard balance for some of these teams. Not the easiest thing to pull off, and very different approaches right now. Uzbekistan, we saw them losing a member earlier. They're now just fully running through it. Lebanon coming by in cars. Different approaches to try and scrap their way into the circle. But I'm a little bit excited to see what Hamzy can do with this, because I feel like he's just going to be sneaking, swimming out right below Jordan. And that's a full squad waiting for him. But we have to talk about the elephant in the room, I think, right? Bahrain, favorite team, one of the two favorites maybe in this lobby. And they're in a perfect position to start off the day.
Yeah, they really are. Once again, I said it before, I want to see them make something more off of that position, because you don't really, you're not getting that position very often. Almost never, I want to say. And you can tell right now, at least, that they're doing just that. They know they're, especially if they use that tower that they have, they can hold out to their complete northwestern edge, and that's what they're doing. Don't even let anyone get into the darks. That would be ooh, that could really backfire if they let this person pass. I'm not even sure who it was now. It was too fast. He's gone by at a pretty straight rotation path, but if he's gone now they need to worry about their backs, and that's the one thing that they really wanted not to happen.
Yeah, there's Lebanon, I think, getting a player past them. It's going to be a bit of a thorn in the sidelines. They have to be careful about what happens regarding that. You can see they're controlling two very high ground, high priority compounds. And we'll have to wait and see how much they're able to hold on to. Uzbekistan goes down in the meanwhile. Northern side in the blue couldn't make it past these teams. I think they got themselves 1 or 2 eliminations towards Lebanon at least. But they are now eliminated. And the circle, it keeps swinging towards the water. We have two teams on the west still. And we have Bahrain pretty much controlling the only and most important compound in this zone, Felix.
I think we have a boat somewhere in there as well. I think one of the Lebanon players, is he rotating past the coastline, or is he... Nah, he's in a vehicle, 100%. Oh no, Lebanon, of course.
Lebanon's
I mean Jordan.
Yeah.
Of course. I meant Jordan. It's hard to spot out some of these players now on the mini map. But I think Clever made it inside. Yes, that must have been Clever from Jordan. Yeah. He somehow made it inside past the coastline, because none of Bahrain was really able to focus on the northwestern side. So at least they will have an footing in this one, and it's not just gifted to Bahrain like we originally expected. Still though, everyone else needs to rotate in. Even Tajikistan has one hell of a tough cross outside of this compound in the next phase.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough when you have so much low ground and you have to try and make it out onto the hills at some point, but it's not as rough as Jordan's prospects here, for example, who have to make it across the whole White River. And then we have Kazakhstan, we have Mongolia, all both far off to the west still. Big cross ahead of them. And yeah, like we said, it's a hard balance, right? Bahrain, that they can't hold the coasts completely. They can't hold docks completely. They try to do their best. So far, no kill points. Is not the outcome they would have wanted, but I'm fairly certain they're still in the best compound in the circle.
Kazakhstan, the one team that is trying to make it via water. They haven't found a boat, unfortunately, for them. That means they will have to swim inside, and it looks like no one's really watching them, at least for the time being. Jordan, that is in the meanwhile engaging with Bahrain, who've still got the upper hand on this island, have now grouped up inside this central compound. They need to find this player. That will be so important against this later fight against Jordan, and they will do so. Miracle goes down. That's going to weaken Jordan significantly.
It's a nice player to take on out. Means you have one less to worry about later on. They might not even know about Kazakhstan swimming as well, which could even help them out further here. Mongolia goes down, though. Goes down to the play zone in the distance. That's the big dog out of the lobby. That's a big chance for Bahrain to run away with it. But first, they have to hold, and they have to consolidate, and they have to stay alive through all the threats. 33 bullets is all that Pod has left here. And he's going to have to be extremely cautious with these. Or maybe have a few teammates drop him off a few bullets.
And we were thinking maybe Kazakhstan today is going to be in a different roster, but no, it is Becca again who's standing in for Kazakhstan. And look at this. They've made the cross. Apparently they've made the cross. They will get an entry towards the southern side of this island. So good on Kazakhstan. They will have a chance in this one as well. 3 players. Bahrain, honestly, I thought they were going to have way more kill potential than what they had so far. This is now only, I want to say, the second frag. Good thing, though, with getting this one is they saw Lebanon shooting towards a different team at the coastline, and that gives them a hell of a lot of information. But maybe another team, in this instance Kazakhstan, because the knock did come through, they should know this via the kill feed, that Kazakhstan has made it towards the island as well. So good information from them.
I love what they're doing here as well. They have a player on the high ground overlooking the area, and then they have a player wrapping low. So they have both of the angles. They have all the information that they want, and they can slowly try to approach this without risking all too much. They're not giving up their high ground, but they're starting to flex out, and they're starting to take a few aggressions towards the other teams. So they are starting to activate and trying to get themselves the kills. The question is, you're always taking a little bit of risk when you start taking these fights. And are they going to be able to withhold the pressure coming in from teams around them, from teams creeping up their hills, from teams maybe trying to hold them off later on in the future? So it's a tricky task ahead, but at least they're starting to put in the work.
Yeah. That's the most important thing. Tajikistan might have just spotted out Clever from Jordan, who can't really move past that rock either. He's been spotted once, and there's no cover at all for him. His two teammates in the compound can't really support any of the sidelines that do see him either. So, he's in a lot of trouble at the moment. Tajikistan, though, have troubles on their own because the blue zone is moving right at their backs.
The only 4-man left in the server is the one that's charging up the leaderboards right now. Becca trying to prone it out, trying to maybe find a freebie, maybe trying to find a kill, a sneaky one, onto Bahrain. And maybe throw a spanner in the works. If he does, the game's pretty much up for grabs for a lot of different teams here. If he does get taken out, if he does get cleaned up, I think we still have Bahrain for this one. But we have another circle coming on in. And it doesn't look like he has any idea here about Becca proning so close to him.
Doesn't look like it. And as you said, that might open things up for any other team if he does overstep his boundaries. He takes the extra safe pathing though, and that's going to give him a little bit of breathing room. Tajikistan, in the meanwhile, has breached this compound now, but they haven't really breached this compound. They've just gone and driven right below him. Oh, this is huge. Becca finding full ID is going to open up this round. That's exactly what he said was going to happen.
And that's big, and that's a problem. They had a player overwatching for a while, but they couldn't look around the rocks. They couldn't control that. And then there's a for it now. 3-man up, already getting encroached on from multiple sides, and the zone has shifted away from them. So they've got to be fast with this. They got to clear what's below them. They have the utility to do so, but they got to be clean with it. And any further knocks are going to make this game mighty hard for Bahrain. Now they've spotted them, though. The molly, oh, it's a little short. Maybe the nades are better. They need to find a little bit of utility here to just reprieve all this pressure.
Nade is coming on through. Tajikistan plays in all sorts of trouble. M4 in hand. And Pard finds the first one. Second one should follow very soon. If he only would know how much damage his nade did. But he's cooking up the next one. He should know where Auto Hard is. Next nade comes on through. Both go a little bit too far. And Tajikistan stay in the race for at least a couple more seconds.
Every second they buy is tricky for Bahrain. Costs them more and more time, but they are still 3-man up. They should still be able to do this. Flying on down is pre-pot. He's trying to go around the smokes. There's DBS on the other side. It's always risky. There's always one-tap potential. And now one of them falls. It's a second one from Kazakhstan. That's a big, big knock. That's a big scalp to take right now. Freezer is on his knees. And Neos has almost no HP to work with. Bahrain is falling apart here. And it's just off the hands of a few different solos and duos that are making this so hard for them.
Oh yes, Kazakhstan started off this complete struggle for Bahrain to make it inside the safe zone. And now Tajikistan is finishing it off. That's a good Molotov. Part has to reposition, and Otto Hard is still somehow alive. Maybe he can do even more. Neos goes down very low, but he is taken down, and they will have a little bit of time to regroup. Potentially, no. Back up with a good angle. Takes down Part. And now it's just Neos left alive. The one really, really strong player for Bahrain who's been having so much success in this first group stage day. Now has to clutch his all on his lonesome. And he's got 6 right in front of him.
So winnable for Kazakhstan. It's a good nade. Does not touch Neos. Goes a little bit too far. He's lobbing a few more out just for pressure, but they've brought this down to a 1v2 now. It's a risky res to try and take.
Ooh.
I'm not sure if they have the information. Six is trying to get the nade onto the crate, and does a good bunch of damage to both of them so far. No knock just yet, though. The blue's on his back. This is surely over. 6 around the corner, and Kazakhstan takes the first game of the day, Felix, and that's going to be spicy on the leaderboard.
Wow, they were the one team that made it across the water, and Kazakhstan, I said it, if these guys show up, maybe in the first 2 games, they will be in massive, massive reach, if not already in the qualification spot, despite not having a successful first day of the group stage here at Group A. And yeah, 18 points, I think that is going to be enough.
That's a lot of points to be catching up, especially when you're taking them right off the hands of Bahrain there. They're going to be a little bit upset about not closing that one out. That was their game to win. I think it was a little easier. It was a little harder than it looked, right? The first few circles were super kind to them, but then it became a bit hard from that high ground to control all the area around them.
Yeah.
That being said, they're still going to be upset with this. They're still not going to be happy that they couldn't close that one out. And Kazakhstan, all the more so. 2 players up for a very long time, closing out the game, clutching it up. Massive boost for them.
That's going to hurt. If I were Bahrain, that's going to massively, because first of all, the reason why he didn't go overly aggressive in this round was literally because he wanted to secure it at all costs. And then you don't even secure it. Like, they could have gate-kept so many more teams. And I think at the point where we only had 5 for 6 teams anymore, and 3 of the teams already kind of, eliminated each other at the edge, they only had maybe 2 eliminations. So, not really going Bahrain's way at all, despite the circle gifting them like I've almost never seen before in any qualification. So, yeah, unfortunately, here comes the 1v4 from Hamzy again, not to be underestimated. These guys still have a very good chance as well.
Crazy stuff. I can't believe we had a DBS 1v4 on both days to start off the first game. It's wild stuff coming out. And that was a big impactful fight, right? Kazakhstan, Mongolia, around that palace area towards the northwest. Not a good time for either of them. And both of them coming out hampered. But Kazakhstan somehow able to pull that back completely. Swimming across the ocean and making it across with 2 and just clutching out the game somehow. Just based off timing and based off the third parties they were able to achieve.
Yeah, Bahrain, and you could also see it here again, just not taking as many positions as they maybe should have, and if they did, like we saw at EO, just maybe too aggressive. That one frag against 4YOD, that was the one frag that really changed the outcome of the entire round. And I felt like if he would have played a little bit more smart, if he would have maybe thought about what would happen if he crosses that next ridge line a little bit more, I think they would have secured this round as well, because Kazakhstan wasn't even a full team anymore when they originally got to the island in the first place. So Bahrain,
it's tricky, but it's basically you're playing a game of minimizing risk, right? You have a really good compound at the top, and you don't want to pull too many players downhill to start getting these kills. But then if you don't have control of the area, if you can't overlook the area, then it's not really worth running around there as a solo. So either you put in a second player, or you decide, well, this is maybe a little bit too dangerous. I'm just coming back up. And both of these could have worked out. It's very easy to say in hindsight, but if you just have a buddy system, if you have a second player trading there, then maybe they can trade that out. And then suddenly, Kazakhstan is a solo, Bahrain's a 4-man. The game goes entirely different than it did now. So it's these tiny decisions that sometimes you make the right decision and you get punished, but sometimes it feels like, did they really need to take that risk? Probably not. And it really punished them in this case.
Yeah, probably not. We're going to take a look at some of these statistics, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how Kazakhstan performed in this one, especially who did most of the work. And it was 6 with 86 damage received only. 538, 583 damage as well being taken. I had to think really quickly of this crazy round from, I think it was IQ yesterday, who had 1,300 damage, and I want to reiterate this really quickly, and received none. And I was like, are we going to talk about this again? Because we've talked about it a million times, but I got to talk about it again. That's the craziest statistic I've ever seen individually.
I mean, this is probably the MVP of the round, Hip 6, right? And his stats are very respectable, but it doesn't really compare to what IQ has been able to pull up yesterday. But that's a once-in-a-tournament kind of thing, right? That doesn't happen all the time, and it is facilitated by really good rotations as well, and really good decisions that Palestine made yesterday. You don't do that in a game like this, where you're struggling the whole way through. You're taking, I mean, even just the blue damage they were taking, right? They were so long in there. They had such a hard time crossing the water. It wasn't a game where you can pull up that kind of performance. Regardless, 18 points, 7 more than Bahrain did, is exactly what Kazakhstan needed to close the gap, especially when Mongolia is only walking away with 2 here.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Also, we've now kind of passed this unfortunate line of teams like Lebanon, unfortunately, almost having no chance at all anymore. All right, we have now another contender up there, and we've Bahrain getting 11 points again, and that's so tough. With 5 more games to go, all of these top teams with how many contenders we have, would have to not score anymore. And the probability for them to go out early time and time again is just it's going to be zero. It's going to be 100% zero. Teams will get into good positions again in the 10-team lobby.
Yeah, it's just going to get harder and harder. And this is a post-match summary that we haven't really seen yesterday, because this is what you expect when you have a whole lot less teams, and then you have some really early fights without a whole bunch of utility. So 50 smokes only is not a whole lot when we were looking at 300 in some of the games yesterday. But that is the story of the day, and that is the story of Sanhok. And yeah, interesting to catch some of these stats sometimes.
Let's take a look at the post-match summary here on Sanhok. In these 5 known categories by now: eliminations, damage, assists, healing, and knocks. And interestingly enough, Hamzy actually had the most amount of damage, even though he went out very early. And I believe from these 783 damage points, he's probably made, I want to say, like easily 700 of them in the first phase. So interestingly enough, he still ends it on highest damage. Hamzy with the 1v4.
What if he's the MVP? I think we're going to have a look in a second here. He's getting close.
Oh.
he's had 1 less kill, and I think a similar or maybe higher amount of damage than Psix had. But
yeah,
it is Psix. Big part in playing for the win here as well. He had the low ground angle to make sure Bahrain can't really overpeak, can't do all too much. Makes that possible, facilitates the 2v1 in the end. And a big part of the win here for Kazakhstan that, in my opinion, they had no right getting. They fought for that and they took it away, and more respect to them.
Absolutely. Survivor time 21. That's crazy as well. How fast that round really was. You can see it here again. 20 minutes only on that Sanhok round. Obviously due to the fact that this zone maybe even could have potentially ended even earlier than that, but that zone didn't really give any teams a lot of space to work with. So Bahrain here in this straight up head-to-head has parred as one of the most highlighted plays, 316 damage, 2 eliminations against Psix is 5. I think it's a deserving MVP in that case. Psix has to make it across the water, just like his teammates did, then had to fight a team that was in the compound. I'm not sure who it was. I think it was Jordan at this point. And then had to fight Bahrain, who had to make it down the hillside. Sure, that is an advantageous fight, but you are a player less. So good on Kazakhstan to actually win this last game.
Same amount of damage between Kazakhstan and Bahrain, but 3 more eliminations, 4 more placement points is going to catch them up nicely, try and close that gap. And again, we talk a lot about how Bahrain might have given that away. We talk a little bit about how they maybe could have won that game, but what really matters more is Mongolia falling flat. That opens the gates wide for teams like Kazakhstan trying to close the gap. And yeah, more power to them. Shout out to them. Well played by Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan shown us that they want to get back into this race, and they will do so. We'll have to take a look at the overall standings very soon, because then again, it is going to be very close with Bahrain also getting 11 points there at the top. But Mongolia did go out early. So ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look and see who is at the very top. Bahrain 79 points and Mongolia with 69 will still be in the qualification spot. And that's what we said. Despite a good game from any of the runner-ups, maybe these two teams will still stay inside the qualification spots. And that's what we have right now. Mongolia and Bahrain with 69 and 79 points still ahead. Then again, it is only 1 single point between Kazakhstan and Mongolia, and it is only 6 points. I had to calculate that for a second. 6 points between Jordan and Mongolia, with 63 to 69. All 4 of these teams are, to some degree, running away with it at the moment. We were also set that before this game, so who knows? Maybe with a good game from Palestine or Uzbekistan is coming in, they will be catching up too.
Yeah. Big points for Kazakhstan catching up, but big points for Bahrain solidifying their gap still. And like you said, right, we had a few pop-ups there. We had Palestine with a nice little clutch, making sure that they at least get something on the board. Teams like Uzbekistan were not able to do that, and it's gonna make things even harder for them. 5 more games, and I think right now I am starting to look even more towards the top 6. The Tajikistan, they pop off here nice and soon, they still have a chance to catch this up, but once you look below 7th, it's really starting to feel very hopeless here, Felix.
Yeah, it's starting to feel really hopeless, unfortunately. UAE, just to give you guys an heads up, is not going to be playing these games today. Apparently, it's It's been a tough day one for them anyways, and I think at this point they realized, yeah, we don't have a chance. Maybe it's a scheduling conflict as well. Either way, the only 3D team I'm really just disappointed in is Lebanon. I love their roster. I'm just so surprised to see them be that far down. Realistically, they should have a chance fighting with any of these teams. I mean, any of these teams. Honestly, yeah. I thought it was going to be a way stronger roster than what we have. You know, Hassan and Zakaria especially. I've seen these guys play. They should not have a problem with it, but apparently they do. Last place, if we exclude UAE. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a very short break, and we'll be right back. Just a couple of minutes, maybe even one. We'll be right back for game number 2. Do stay tuned.
Welcome back after a very, very short break. We're ready for Erangel. We're ready for the next few games of the Iesf qualifier. This is Asia and Oceania. Group A today, for anybody that hasn't realized, for anybody that's still looking for Palestine, or Pakistan, excuse me. Palestine is here today. Pakistan is coming back tomorrow. We have 5 more games to you. We had a coach 1v4 in our game number 1, and we had a very convincing win for Kazakhstan, closing the gap up nicely. Felix, what are we hoping to see here in the next few games?
Well, I was hoping for another 1v4 from Hamzi, but apparently he's going to be replaced by Dream, who is in the usual lineup, so no more coach 1v4s. Then again, what are we hoping for? I think I'm hoping for Jordan or Uzbekistan to get wins, because both these teams are still on the cusp of, getting in reach for these top 2 qualification spots. We saw a team that was the runner-up get it to dinner and still not making the top 2. So that just goes to show you how far that distance actually was in the first place. So yeah, if I had to wish for anything, I'm just going to hope that Uzbekistan is going to win, or Jordan is going to win. Both of them would probably propel them to probably around close to the 70-point mark, and that's where they need to be.
I'm super interested to see how Mongolia handles this, what they are able to achieve in the next few matches. They've just sort of had a rough start to the day, but they're still absolutely in contention, right? They're still very, very close in front of 3rd place and close to catch up to Bahrain. But they have gotten a little bit of a dent in their armor now, and Bahrain has run away with it just a little bit. So the pressure is on them. The pressure is on them to try and pull anything off. Kazakhstan as well, really good sort of survival strategies from them, right, to even make it into that late game. So that's going to boost confidence quite a bit, and we'll see what they are able to do with that, because that's a much, much harder win than if Bahrain would have closed this one out, right? So that feels really, really damn good to be able to work yourself through all these obstacles. Yeah,
I couldn't agree more. I mean, talking about obstacles, that last zone, I got to talk about it again. That last zone was just full of obstacles. And I got to also talk about how Bahrain not really got what they wanted from this one. 11 points only in a zone like this. That's just, I mean, that's got to hurt. I want to see them now actually take the opportunities they've been given, which they have done so far, and actually turn them into a win. And I know they haven't struggled with this in the first group day, but if they start to struggle with it now, it's going to come down to the wire. As we know, it's only a single point difference to these qualification spots for some of these runner-up teams, especially Kazakhstan. So if I'd be in the shoes of Bahrain, I'd be worried at least a tiny bit, because I just realized, hey, these teams can catch up. If they have a good round, even a round where they don't necessarily get the zone, they can catch up. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time for match number 8, Erangel.
The good old faithful coming back into it, and it's going to be interesting to see how that shakes up things now the teams have a little bit more space to work with, right? We have Sanhok, much smaller map, much more congested, a little bit crazier zones that you can potentially get. Now we're going back to the old classic Erangel, everybody knows it so well, and plenty of space, plenty of rotation routes, plenty of usage for cars. So it's going to shake things up a little bit, but who is going to benefit? That's something we still have to see.
There should be enough space for everyone on this map. As we've said, it's only 9 teams now we are playing in this one. UAE, unfortunately, not able to participate today. But let's be honest, after the first day, they weren't really in contention for it anyways. Bahrain is going to pick up one of the safest spots so far. It is down towards Novo. No one's really ever going to contest you there. And the rest of the teams, as we've seen, not really going any close to each other, except for maybe Georgiapol, but even that is not going to be in contention. As you can see, it's going to be split between North and South Georgiapol.
Far northwestern shift as well. Bahrain and Kazakhstan, the top 2 teams from the last game, are the ones that have to travel the furthest. But that is a little bit mildened by the fact that there should be plenty of space, and there should be plenty of ways into the zone with 10 teams in the lobby. Teams like Jordan, very good. Let's put Pachinki. They don't have the furthest routes. They have a little bit more of a pick of where they want to approach this and where they want to play this from. But as we've seen yesterday, I think, and as we've seen even in that last game, phase 1 position is cool and all, but it's very, very easily outclassed by just making the better decisions in the late game.
Looting phase. gonna be a little bit longer than what it usually always is. In this turn team lobby, you don't need to rotate as early as you usually do. It's gonna give an advantage to all of these teams that are not really blessed with a zone, at least in phase 1, which is also really interesting. I think in general, the zone is probably less influential in the lesser team lobby, just based off of how much space there is going to be in the first phases, and how much more space you have also up until phase 3 and phase 4. So there's going to be more spots relatively centralized being free, and there's less chance of you being taken out in rotation. In my opinion, be interested to hear your thoughts. But in generally, I think that's also what we've seen so far. The favorites, if they do play well, do secure the top spots.
Yeah, it really depends on what zone as well, right? You have different kinds of circles in there that might require different measures. Sometimes you have a circle that's so far away from you that you might not even want to rotate early. Sometimes you have a circle like this where you're not sure where it ends. Does it end north or south of the river, right? There's plenty of opportunities for that to go wrong if you do commit very early. So I think strategies can wildly differ. But in general, especially if you're not one of the top 2 teams, not one of the top 3 teams, getting yourself a good position early is a good recipe for success. If you feel like you can adapt to the lobby, if you feel like you can outplay your opponents at all times, then position might not matter as much. But if you're just trying to play good basic PUBG, getting yourself a good position early is something that's going to make your game so much simpler and easier.
Oh yeah, I was always the one to say, hey, if you want to keep it simple, go for centralized positions. You'll have less chance of, screwing things up.
Yeah,
there is so much more potential in each and every single fight and each edge play in terms of which positions you take, what information you will receive, and sometimes this is also isn't anything you can do on edge play. Sometimes you are just stuck. There is no rotation path if the rest of the lobby is heavily focused on towards you edge anyways. Then maybe just one more team on your edge can just not give you an entry anymore, whereas other edges will be free, and that is stuff that you kind of go around if you just play centralized. So yeah, I've always been a heavy defender of playing centralized.
There's nothing to be ashamed about when playing simple PUBG, and you do make it a little bit simpler. The more you play edge, the more space you need to take, the more decisions you need to make, and the more mistakes might creep into your game. So it's much simpler to play close together. It's much simpler to play power in numbers. But what we've seen before, remember Uzbekistan sitting in a bottom in a very centralized but lower ground compound, 4 guys strong, and the second they move out, they lose a player, right? So it's not as simple as just taking a compound and being okay with it. You do have to have your wits about you. You do have to make the right decisions. And one decision we've just witnessed is Mongolia sending 1 player to the northern side of the river with the other 3 still far off to the south. So they're already trying to take their first few splits, and we'll see what that does to the rest of the lobby.
You can also tell that Bahrain and Kazakhstan, none of them is really trying to make an early move. First of all, because the zone is that far away, you wouldn't have pry on any spots as well. Second of all, as you said, the zone isn't really sure where it's going to shift to. It could still very much end south or north. So if you decide for one of these spots early, you might find yourself in a really tough spot actually crossing the river afterwards. And third of all, you don't really have a problem rotating in towards these edges later, because there's just that few teams all around you. So I'm really liking this thinking process. It's exactly how I'd play it as well. Do take your time, make sure you're stacked up on absolutely everything, and only then you have any reason to actually move.
Yeah, that is strategy we see a few teams employ. The only thing that's a little tricky about that is you got to make sure that nobody's interrupting your happy looting phase. We have a team in Yasnaya right now, and then the Pubgm team is already making a move. You have to be a little bit careful about what you do there, how you clash with each other, and how ready you are for players still sitting looting around you. But so far, no knocks just yet, no fights in the kill feed. Jordan, top of Everest, as we call it, top of the big mountain. Tons of information for them, tons of rotation routes later on. And if they get a sudden shift, then they're in the most centralized position. So I love this position for them, but we'll have to see what their decision making is if it does go north. If it does go north, most of the bridges are occupied. it's not going to be an easy path for them.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some wraps here. Depending on, as you said, whether or not it's going to go north or south. Because, yeah, these bridges are always tough to cross. Unless you get an entry relatively early, it's not going to be too secure. Driving over, Mongolia find themselves a spot on the other side, and that's what you want to do. Get your options open. This round, the option is the bridge, and with them securing the compound on the other side, as well as having the container areas locked down, you would have a rotation path for north and for south. So no worries here at all for Mongolia. Yeah. They will set themselves up nicely.
It's the easiest thing to do on a 50-50 zone, is make sure you have options for both. And a lot of the times that involves having a bridge control, right? Having that little threshold that's separating both of the zones, having that under your control. They don't have full control over it here with Tajikistan on the hillside, but they have a possible cross. And if everything goes south, you know, and they have to make a ascend, they can always fly into the water with their cars and come back up the other side. That's still entirely possible. So this is one of the best setups you can have for this zone. But it is only phase 1. There's a lot of things that this circle can still do. There's a lot of ways this can still send us. And not even Mongolia knows at this point what the right play here is. But they're flexing out already. They're pushing away players and making sure that they have a little bit more space than what they were working with just a minute ago.
I love how fast they realized that this player rotated off and how fast they retook these positions. And you can tell everyone is now trying to focus on this northern side. And as you said, push players away, get more information in case it does shift even farther north. I would say the north, just based off of phase 1, has been favored anyways. It looked like it was kind of like a 60-40, maybe even more than this, maybe a 65-35. That's why everyone else is already that fast towards the northern side. Lebanon and Palestine kind of having a little bit of a skirmish around here, but yeah, Lebanon, despite stopping for a minute, is continuing to rotate off.
Knocks in the kill feeds as well. Looking like it might have been Tajikistan there that found the shorter end of the barrel, but it's Kazakhstan on the other side as well. There's a lot of casualties already in these early phases. That's Puncher going down. And that's, that's a third knock onto Kazakhstan, I think. That's at least 2. I'm not quite sure what's happening. Is it a full breach? Jordan is trying to hold on to the cube compound. And it's not looking good for Kazakhstan right now, as they are trying to claw this back. They're trying to consolidate the position, but Ragnarok does not want to give them the time of day. He's trying to close this out right here and right now.
Yeah. Let's see if it works for him. Ragnarok pushes around the corner. Oh, he does not even get the first shot off. And Ragnarok will be taken down immediately. Now Kazakhstan secures this one. That is disastrous. That should have been his frag. I thought he would have a perfect opportunity to make something happen here. Maybe even a 1v3 with his position, plus the health bars on the opposition, and obviously the shotgun in hand. But not supposed to happen, I guess. Not supposed to happen. That means Jordan will lose to that direct composition on the overall leaderboard.
Just a few seconds too slow, but Kazakhstan, they want to roll back up the hill. They want to retake their position without scouting it first, and they get met with a little bit of opposition. It's Uzbekistan on top, instantly traded out though, and that's where that second man comes in so big, right? You do that play alone, you're knocked and flushed, but now it should be able to res them back up, go back up to 3 players. 2 kill points, not the most. You want to take away from losing a player, but at least they are able to consolidate, slow things down, go for a bit of a breather, and figure out what they want to do with the rest of this game with at least 3 members up.
Six has to be careful. Clever is just around the corner. M6 goes down very low. Somehow he jumps into the water. That is one hell of an exit. That is one hell of a disengage, but it works out. And if it works out, well, I guess don't judge it. Clever does have to fall back. How the hell did he make that one? That was interesting. So I thought as soon as he gets up on the bridge and tries to walk down, I thought that's going to be his safe death, but apparently it isn't. Kazakhstan will stay alive as 4.
Has his wits on him, makes sure he gets away from the situation. Again, a scrappy game for Kazakhstan. Not a chill, collected early game here. They are not scared of getting involved, but it's a bit of a messy one on that southeastern edge, especially. Lots of drive-bys, lots of players just scooting around, trying to find openings, trying to find entries, but Kazakhstan able to hold for now. Circle has gone northwest. Mongolia on the southern side holding steady. But the center compound looks mighty crowded right now, Felix.
Yeah, it looks mighty crowded indeed. Question is, are we going to have teams in phase 3 already in this kind of circle really pressuring to fight each other? I would argue no, but we're seeing differently for the time being. There's still so much space that is to be played from almost for literally every team. Like, everyone would have a position to play off of if they would want to, if they would scout securely. Some of these teams are just sending it on through, and I think Jordan is one of them. Just below Palestine, they're now driving through these ridgelines, looking for any kind of spot they can play off of. That's going to be tough, because Tajikistan is just on the other side, and Palestine is still on top of the hillside. But no, they will continue to rotate further. Tajikistan is even driving outside of the compound to potentially have a shot at shooting them outside of the cars, but no. They will make it past. And look at this. They're just driving everywhere right now. They're just taking a complete tour of the entire circle, looking for any kind of spot that is still open.
Uzbekistan as well, just sending it north and then just coming straight on back a few minutes later is a bit of a question mark for me. And like you said, plenty of space in the circle still. Palestine trying to hide on out, trying to get some freebies towards Bahrain, trying to make sure that they get an entry there and don't get caught off guard. But Bahrain is taking their time with it, scouting carefully. They lost a full game to a solo in the last round on Sanhok. They don't want to have the same thing happening to them again. It can be tricky to spot out these snakes and solos, but they are trying their very best to make sure that they have the game in their own hands and they're not just risking it.
Not just risking it indeed. Uzbekistan, the teams that might have to risk it now. Mongolia being on the other side. And that building really being the only exit out of the city means they will have to close the distance and potentially engage Alex here. They don't know where he is for now, but maybe as soon as they clear this lower stage, they will. Next fight is just on the other side. Mongolia, I think they've just breached Clover. Maybe Clover has breached them, actually. We haven't really caught that on camera. But as of right now, it is a 1v3.
Yeah, I think Mongolia has been holding this for quite a while now. Alex, does he get the nade up the stairs? I'm not sure if that actually went up, but he's got something to deal with on his own. The rest of the squad trying to trade out Clever. Like you said, they're trying to close out the solo above them, make sure they don't have a problem with that. Beautiful nade out of Rogue, and that spares them the fight. That means they can just move on now, help their teammate versus Uzbekistan, and collect another kill point for themselves. Good showing so far from Mongolia. Exactly what we were talking about. Controlled, structured, and not taking any risks, so I love to see that.
The team play to throw it up just when the teammates are arriving and pushing up the staircase is massive. And Alex with a second nade as well to top things off. Uzbekistan in deep, deep trouble as they are getting breached by Mongolia, and that's the fight you want to see from them. Clear out your edge, you know have the advantage anyways. And look at this, from a 1-on-3, it suddenly becomes a 1-on-4. Maybe, a 2-on-4 now, as two Uzbekistan players are still alive. But they are stacked in this building, and they need to move fast because the rest are coming in. Mongolia now is back up to a 3v4.
Few nades from the outside are trying to do the trick, but it's not as easy when the players are stuck in one room together. Now the util's being traded out. A lot of players are at risk of exploding here. Rogue is taken down in the process. And it's more damage coming towards Mongolia than away from them now. They're starting to get the trades back a little bit. Medkit comes out just in time. The DBS is better, though. And it's not looking good. Mongolia is falling to pieces here. That's the second one going down. I think they're just one up at this point, Felix.
That is nasty from Uzbekistan. To realize there's this player on the other room and he's isolated is so good. Demo gets one, but he gets traded out. Uzbekistan has almost done it. It is two more players left alive for Mongolia, if I saw that correctly. Oh, actually, it's three now that I think of it. Yeah, Rogue goes down. Suddenly, they've only really gotten that frag down low, and meanwhile, Uzbekistan has lost one on their own.
Rogue still knocked, now flushed. Now, it is actually the two-man we've been talking about. 2v2 in the building with a different team looking on in. And just like that, a controlled, slow game is falling apart for Mongolia at the hands of Uzbekistan. 3 eliminations for them. And they're starting to run out of util now. It's still a few nades here or there, but the DBS is coming around the corners. They're just trumping everything. Demo is already far away, looking for an opening towards the circle. Finds one onto Kazakhstan, who are trying to third party this, trying to be the benefiters. But now it's 1 for Demo, 2 for Uzbekistan, and they are getting held out of this circle. That's a good nade. Oof. Just a tiny wall in between them.
Nade is coming on through. Oh, Demo hits the nade perfectly. And the headshot in before he did it, I wanted to say it hits the headshot on the flash immediately after. And that means it's down to a 1v1. It is just one left for Uzbekistan and one left for Mongolia. And that fight, I thought that was perfect decision-making from Mongolia to breach this. Take the 4v3, take an isolated 4v3 especially. But look at this. Look how it turned out. It turned off absolutely horribly for Mongolia. And for Uzbekistan likewise.
There's such a hard building to breach, right? So many angles to deal with. They even get the opening with the nade, but then once they come into the top floor, they're walking through so much util, they're just blowing up and not able to withstand the pressure. Now, Bahrain on the other side, the other favorite that we're talking about so much, they've lost one, but they've gotten themselves some kill points to compensate for it. Finding Chappy now and trying to bring the fight to Turkmenistan, who are just falling away from it right now. Nades sometimes can be deceiving. That one looked good, but again, barely touched. Repositioning, doesn't want anything of this fight. Now taking half damage though. It's not looking like this is over just yet.
No, not just yet. That nade could do heavy damage. They know where the players are, but he gets spotted out by Ito somehow through the leaves. He goes down, and that means Bahrain is all down to just 2 more players, and they have not got for YOD or Neo's left alive, the 2 main fraggers for their team. Maybe Chappy's gonna give them at least a little bit more info. They should know now that Frizzer is rezzing at this tree, because the rest of the players have gone down, so it's only Ito actually left alive, and yeah. With the agenda going down and Chappy soon to follow, as he's right next to them, they should have all the info, but only 1 more player left standing, so that means Bahrain has got a pretty easy entry now on their western side, and should make it in safely.
Those are the fights you love to see for a team like Bahrain. You feel like you're better than the rest of the lobby. You take some isolated fights. You're trying to find space where you can and punish the teams around you. Now, they know that they have a 2-man in front of them. They know that they have a 2-man that's not in the circle as well in front of them. So they can continue to keep taking these fights and work their way on in. If they don't step on snakes, if they don't drive into solos, then they should be good. But I'm saying that, Frieza is driving into almost a 3-man just by himself.
Yeah. That's Frieza going down. Unfortunately for them. But they've gotten 6 frags already. And look at this, Tajikistan is actually the one to pick it up. They will need to do way more, though, if they want to have another chance at this. Look at Bart! Sprays him out of the vehicle! Jabobo, one of the MVPs from 2 days ago's game from the last group stage from Group A. It's unfortunately in this game, not on the 8th one. It's not going to happen. Jabobo headshotted out of the vehicle. Good spray coming in from Bahrain. They will pick up their 7th frag. Look at this, it's only Palestine now, if you take a look at the leaderboard, that is alive with the full 4 men.
A lot of the top teams gathering points for themselves again. Mongolia with 5, Bahrain with 7, but still counting. It's not looking good for the catch-up squad. A bit further down the leaderboard. Kazakhstan down to 1 as well. Remember, they were trying to third-party this, and they got punished instantly, and so now 6 left to his own devices. Circle's closing on in 5 seconds. Going to tell us a little bit more where this game is going to end. But I can already tell you that Bahrain is continuously just running away with it on the leaderboard.
Running away indeed. Palestine in a relatively safe spot for now, but they will need to move in. I think plenty of other teams have already got their sights on them. Bahrain also in the meanwhile have secured themselves 8 frags already, so another one came to the 7 they had before. And I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. We can tell, even with the 2-man, they've got more chances, and they want to create more chances for themselves. Turkmenistan on the other side, also one of the teams that is currently inside the safe zone, only with a 2-man. That's one more big opportunity for Bahrain to fight themselves inwards. If they do decide to kind of bridge the distance towards them and breach their ridge line, they would have really good chances now of making that fight work. And as I say it, they're already driving towards them.
A little bit disappointed that they lost Frieza here earlier. Could have been a big factor in this fight. Could have been a big factor in potentially winning this game, especially now with them taking the fight towards Turkmenistan. They are going to take quite a lot of space on that western edge. And if you've seen the map, not a lot of this is extremely playable. It's the compound in the middle, and it's the spine on the left that's really going to be the dominant position. So taking that as a 3-man could have been the recipe for the win that they missed out on in the first game. They go a little overzealous. They get a little punished. And they make the game a little bit harder for themselves, especially with a P90 facing up against them.
Klaus spotted out the first player, but he's having trouble because there's one more player breaching his ridgeline. He gets caught off guard and flashed out immediately. His teammate is not there for the trade. How unfortunate is that timing? How massively unfortunate for Turkmenistan. Even that nade is not going to hit anything. Aito knows that he's being targeted now. Switches to the other rock. There's nades being thrown back and forth, and that gives Aito another chance of somehow surviving this onslaught that's coming down. He tries to close the distance. No, not going to happen. Aito is going to be taken out as he tries to make it to the next tree over, but not going to happen. That's what I said. Bahrain, if they bridge this distance, which they did, they're in perfect spot to make something happen. Oh no.
That's the opposition they're facing. Nobody else has anything left in this circle. It's really just the compound that's very playable, and everybody else getting stuck outside of it is getting absolutely peppered through smokes as well. Ayo finds one, and then it's just one lonesome player in a buggy. Six is getting involved as well, wants to steal as many of these points away as he can. He's trying to keep this into contention. He's trying to keep this possible for Kazakhstan. He doesn't want anyone to run away with anything. But for now, it's looking like the Bahrain show, and it's looking like they're going to continue it on from the ridgeline. Six is the one to stop them. If he can 1v2, massive again for his team. But he does kind of have to if he doesn't want the gap to become unsurmountable.
Yeah. No nades being thrown now. But I'm not sure Palestine realized how strong that from this position from Six still is. You can tell. I don't even think that matters because more players being taken out. That's the substitution now for their coach, Dream. Last player to fall for Palestine. And look at this. They have not made a single frag so far in this round. Palestine have been chasing the circle for the entirety of this game. And look what they've been given. I think 3 placement points as it stands right now. Maybe a 4th one depending on how they finish. That's probably all they're going to get from this one.
It's not looking great. And we've seen Tajikistan as well trying to flex out of the compound there. And we've seen Adu punch them right back in, making sure they stay away. Now, they have to make that move. They have to make the move towards the ridgeline. Bahrain is in the power position for the time being. So if they don't move out of the compound in time, the blue will be on their backs and make it even harder. They're going now. They're taking a lot of damage in the process. And they're hoping to maybe get the heals back up, or maybe just send it regardless. But you send it right below Bahrain, things are not going to go all too well for you. So they're trying to find a place to call home as Six finds Timon. And we're down to just 3 teams. The solo, the duo, and then just Tajikistan desperately trying to make a move into this play zone.
Tajikistan having the advantage with this circle. And let's be honest, they've had this advantage for the last 4 phases. They did not have to move. They could play around that compound for the entirety of the game. So quite in contrast to what Palestine had to do in this one. But Tajikistan also needs it. They need it so very desperately if they want to get any kind of chance at qualifying for the Iesf World Esports Championship in Riyadh later this year. Then they need to pick up this game and one more, that's for sure, in the remaining ones. But there is still Bahrain, and if we've learned anything about Bahrain, then that they are not to be underestimated. So even that position, it's not going to grant them too much. And look at this, the first knock has already been dealt.
It's a big knock as well, cost them a lot of time, cost them a lot of smokes, and it's not the productivity you would have wanted to see from Turkmenistan coming out of the compound. You would have wanted them to punish, to flex out and take a fight towards Bahrain. Instead, they're trying to hold out behind these trees. I think once 6 goes down, which should be inevitable here, he should not be able to make it to that tree. He somehow has. He's stuck alive for a little bit longer. Now the util's going to come on out. The first aid should be faster than that nade, though. Does he have a chance to retaliate? Does he have a chance to peek on over? Yes, he's taking the push. He's trying to take the 1v1. The DBS is there. The drive-by is there. This is so hard for 6. Does he find a 1v1? He does. He singles out one, but the third party from afar is what cost them in the end. Ayo cleans that up. A chance again for Turkmenistan to do something with this, but they're not ready to punish. They're not ready for it yet.
No, Tajikistan unfortunately just not grabbing as much space as maybe you would want to. But as I say, that Golden is trying to get the angle just right here. He needs to be careful though. But Bahrain has no idea. First one goes down, and the second one as well. And there it is. Tajikistan picks up one hell of a round. They really needed this one, and yet they've been given the zone. But they needed to finish it off strong, and they did. That was not an easy 2v2 to win.
That was beautiful towards the end. We said they needed to grab space, and he's already on the run, going as far as he can. They have no idea, and Bahrain finds themselves another second place. You have 4 eliminations for Tajikistan. That's the curse of sitting in a compound that gets fed, but they're going to be happy about 14 points regardless. And yeah, well cleaned up in the end. 6 almost doing the unthinkable there. I think he pretty much cost Bahrain the game with that knock he was getting.
Yeah, he did.
But it's another Bahrain reigning supreme show here for us, Felix.
Yeah, I think 6 saved Tajikistan the game. There was no way they were going to win this with Bahrain clearing him out and then having 2 players up on that ridgeline. I think it very obviously came down to that. Let's take a look at some of these highlights from this game. I thought that was the moment where Kazakhstan and Jordan were going to clash a little bit more than they did.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Erangel couldn't really get more than that first initial knock, so unfortunate for him. And now we had that whole fight with Uzbekistan. Very surprising, I think, to all of us, handling that fight in a massive, massive way. I thought when they were stuck on the very rooftop and Mongolia knew that, I thought it was going to be a cleanup. 4v3, you know, get in there, you have the utility, you have the nades, but they somehow defended it beautifully, and I think Mongolia didn't really realize how many players were out there. I think it was some kind of information mistake, because I cannot see them not going up there as a group, as a 4-man, and just clearing them out, and that's very surprising to me. That's the first time we've seen Mongolia really struggling in any kind of fight.
Yeah, tough fight for them. Not an easy one to win, and it cost them the game, essentially. They get 5 elims there, but then their game is pretty much stopped in their tracks, right? I think they even maybe got a 6th one there on the third party, so they got some points this game. They made sure to stay in the runnings, but they're not keeping up with Bahrain. They're running away with things right now. We see a whole lot of highlights there. We saw Ado with a massive push over the ridge to take out the 2 players below them, and later on, they deal with Kazakhstan as well. So they're keeping their enemies in check. But we have to admit, Kazakhstan is making a good second contender at the moment here, Felix.
Yeah, they really are. They really, really are. Another good game for them. Tajikistan, let's take a quick look at the side. Maitse goes out without a single frag, even though he's had 400 damage. And you can see Golden. That was his first real fight in this entire game, and he hasn't received a single point of damage. So also, big shout out to Golden, who's had a pretty good performance. Even though, as I said, Tajikistan didn't really have to do too much for that game except win that last 2v2. But then again, we said about how much it means taking the chances that you've been given and turning them into a win, and that's what Tajikistan needed to do, and so far they did. So you can't really hold it against them.
No, you can't. And those games come sometimes. You have to win them. You're very sad if you don't, and they did everything they had to do. I think they could have been a little bit more proactive on the play towards the end, but they had already lost 2 members at that point, so they were trying to play it as safe as they could. 10 placement points for Elims is going to nicely bump them up the scoreboard. Kazakhstan with 10, Mongolia with 7 is going to mean that we're incredibly close around that 2nd to 3rd spot on the leaderboard once we see it. And yeah, I mean, 12 Elims for Bahrain is just mental stuff at the moment.
Mental stuff indeed. Jordan, maybe a quick word about Jordan as well. Jordan with only 1 point. That's going to hurt them as we are going into that finish line kind of last... Yeah, I wouldn't say finish line just yet, but at least we're getting close to the finish line. And Jordan, they really need to... they need to not have these 1-point games anymore. I don't think they can allow themselves to have these 1-point, even 0-point games anymore. Maybe even anything below 5 is just not acceptable at this point. As we said, the top is 2 stacked. Bahrain once again with a consistent first place, at least in points, first place finish. They've gotten 11 just throughout the last game as well. So they're just not to be stopped right now. So, and it looks like Mongolia is slowing down a little bit, but Kazakhstan is picking up the pace. So there is 1 more, maybe 2 more contenders anyway. So yeah, if Jordan wants to make the upset real, they need to stay sharp.
131 smokes to nades, a little bit more of what we would have expected on a bigger map, a map that has a little bit slower fights, maybe more use for it for smokes as well. As we come from Sanhok towards Erangel, and as we're going to go to the match summary too, we'll have a little bit more individual stats. 4 elims for Kaz, and the rest is all Bahrain. Even the most healing, which is usually a different team, even the most healing is for Bahrain in this one.
Yeah, 6 taking up highest eliminations. I think it was a little bit of a surprise to me, just based off of how many frags Bahrain had. But Bahrain did kind of equal it out and kind of, you know, split it between all of them. But let's take a look at the match MVP. It was Pod, who had also 4 eliminations, 3 total assists and 1 headshot. His survival time, 25 minutes. Pretty good game for Pod. Pretty good game for Bahrain. Again, they will pick up more and more confidence. And as of right now, I think they're in absolute prime position to be our real, very first contender to go to Riyadh later this year.
Oh, absolutely. I think they are looking locked in. They're looking absolutely like they're qualified. They would have to pretty much fumble the rest of the games here today, or just insane things would have to happen for Kazakhstan or Mongolia, or both of them, to be fair. So, looking great right now. We have Tajikistan versus a pre-pod on the head-to-head, and well, they've played different games, right? They've played different games. 2 kills for Jodo, but 4 elims for pre-pod, 3 assists. 4 times the damage as well, more survival time. Gives you a good idea of what's happened this game here.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Let's take a look at some of these head-to-head statistics. 4 eliminations for Tajikistan, 12 for Bahrain. I think the difference is quite clear, to say the least. Bahrain had to fight their way through the northern side, while Tajikistan was, unfortunately for them, and to some degree unfortunately, to some degree fortunately, blessed with a circle. Usually if you do get blessed with the circles, you kind of want to at least have some amount of kill potential, and I like what they did in the earlier phases. They looked around on which rotations they can, you know, maybe get a pick at, but this time around, you know, that there wasn't anything to be gained. Like, no team, especially in a 10-team lobby or a 9-team lobby like we have right here, no team was really ever around them, so them getting the circle was not as good as it maybe was the game before that, right? With Bahrain actually having a lot of kill potential, but not actually doing anything with it, quite in contrast to now.
They tried to flex out of the compound and they couldn't, and then in the end they made sure to win the game. So hats off to them. Brings them into contention for potentially a 2nd place, but I feel like that's the topic we're talking about for the rest of the day, is who gets 2nd place. We now have a 20-point gap at our top. We were 1 point gapped after match 6. Now after match 8, 20 points between Bahrain and now Kazakhstan, who've been able to surpass Mongolia in 3rd. So that's going to be the story of the day. I feel like we're fighting for 2nd when we're looking at most of our teams here.
24 points only for Turkmenistan. Crazy. I thought there were... It's crazy to me because Lebanon has even less than that. So I thought both of these teams would have a shot at, you know, potentially at least the middle of the pack, but so far they are not performing at all. It's so surprising to me, especially Lebanon. I know I've said it a million times, but 10 placement points only in 8 games when you literally only need to survive the first, maybe at this point, only 1 team, right, to get a single placement point. I mean, top 8 already gives you a single placement point, and they've only got 10 of them. So they've, on average, they've gone out almost always as one of the very first teams. And with the amount of experience they have between their players, it's just, I can't really explain why.
Yeah, they've had a tournament to forget, let's put it that way. They've not had the performance they would want.
Yeah.
We have the games you want, though, and we are going to head to a very short break before we come back for game number 3 on Erangel in just a few minutes. back one more time. I'm gonna have a few more games for you. A third of the day is now through. We have 2 more Erangels coming up though, Felix. And the first one has been more of what we've seen so far. It's been Bahrain today, really.
Yeah, it's been Bahrain today, as you said. More of what we've seen so far. First game, I want to say not really an indication of how strong they were going to play today, but then the second one really was. They fought themselves through lots of hardships throughout the entirety of the game, really. They were on the northern side and had to fight not only 1 but 2 teams. Turkmenistan was one of them that really had to give it all. At one point, they were down 2, maybe 3 players, and they got all of the players back up, won the fight. So good stuff coming out from Bahrain. Then the breach, obviously, against some of these players towards the western side. That was not an easy gap to bridge, as I said, inside the game. So good stuff. Honestly, everything that we've seen in the first group stage day so far, at least in the second game, has come true again. So I'm excited to see them.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned it as well during the game. It's exactly how you want to be playing if you feel like you're better than most of the teams, right? They take isolated fights, they scout their way on in very slowly on the edge. We saw them drive into a bit of a trap around that plane crash area, but they played very carefully, and I think we even saw it in the kill feed where they got knocked, but they traded each other out and instantly made sure they were back up to full strength. So solid, super solid stuff from them, super consistent. The only sort of question mark for me was when I think it was Frieza just sent it in the buggy and went on a bit of a lone mission in between multiple players. They might have been a bit of miscommunication, might have been a small individual mistake, you never know. But that's essentially what cost them the game there in the end. And it's the same thing as in game 1, really, right? Losing 1 member in a position that where you could have kept your strength up is what keeps them from being absolutely insane right now. They're performing really well, but they could even elevate it further, which is a scary prospect for everybody else in the lobby, because what do you do if Bahrain stops making mistakes?
Also, the biggest, I guess, surprise so far is Mongolia. And you said about making mistakes. I felt like they just did a big mistake, if not the biggest mistake in the entirety of the tournament so far, at least on Mongolia's side. Them not winning that 4v3 team fight, despite them knowing where the players are, and also, you know, being that grouped up together and still not going as a full 4-man formation is really surprising to me. It's something we haven't really seen so far. If they do fight, they fight really well together. And even just before that fight originally happened, they had that one solo inside their house, and Alex cleared them perfectly. So why does it work there, and then the next fight over it doesn't anymore? So I was really surprised to see Mongolia have that big of a problem.
It felt like they just walked into a barrage of nades there, right? It's a hard building to clear on out, but they also gave very little respect to Uzbekistan in that moment. Like you said, maybe they thought there were less players in there. Maybe they thought they were dealing with a duo instead of a 3-man. Maybe they didn't account for the fact that the res has already come on through. So somehow they underestimated that fight a little bit, and it fell apart just there in that moment. And then it's also, as soon as that fight devolves into chaos, right? There's no more control. Somebody's on the outside at the bottom. Somebody's on the top floor alone. A lot of things can go wrong. And a lot of things could have maybe gone right if they were a little bit lucky and they could have won their 1v1s, and then we would have been sitting here saying, oh my god, Mongolia are so clean once again, you know? But the things that could go wrong went wrong, and it hurt them in this game. And it, like I said earlier, it puts the pressure on now. Because now we have a 2-way fight for second place.
Yeah, that fight really changed the outcome of the entirety of the game, and also maybe potentially of the tournament. Because not only was it against a team that, at that point at least, still had a very good chance, and still does, but also that gave Kazakhstan and Bahrain the opportunity to you know, kick them out. Because Bahrain did have a good game. Again, Mongolia for the second time was under their expectations. I think very hardly under their expectations, right? So 7 to 6 points, you can see it right here. They're dropping out of qualification spots, and Kazakhstan does move in. They're taking the chances that Mongolia is kind of throwing away. And honestly, Mongolia, imagine they win that fight. With the circle that we've had, the chance for them to win that game, I mean, they're, I want to say north of 70%. They would have to literally clear out a solo and maybe a duo for them to get into an absolute prime spot to win this. So yeah, I'm thinking Mongolia kind of threw away that game with that fight.
A little bit, for sure. And like we said, right, it's becoming a 2-horse race now. It's opening the door for maybe even Jordan to close the gap onto them. Palestine, we've seen some promising moves from them. Tajikistan with that win. The more you slip up, the more you give other teams a chance to close the gaps, and it can easily become a bit of a slippery slope when you start realizing, oh goddamn, we're sliding down the leaderboard, things are not going well, everybody else is catching up, everybody else is racking up the points. So they need to bounce back, and Kazakhstan is going to do their very best to keep that from happening, right?
Yeah, totally. I'm so interested now to see this next map. I want to see Jordan and Palestine maybe get a win. I want to see Tajikistan maybe even follow it up. If that happens, you would literally have 5-6 competitors in a 9-team lobby. That would be crazy. I want to say that is as good as it gets for a 9-team lobby, originally a 10-team lobby. So that's what I'm praying for at the moment. Obviously, I think everyone would deserve it at this point. That's in the top 4, top 6, maybe even top 7. All these teams have shown us that they're capable of doing so. But also, there's only one team outside of Mongolia that is taking 2 chicken dinners so far. And I want to talk about this as well. It is Tajikistan. Now, do we have to overanalyze this? I don't think so just yet. I don't think that necessarily means they are better closing out the games. But then again, you can't argue with the success, can you?
You can argue both ways, that's the thing. You can say, well, they're better at winning games, or you can say, well, maybe they got a little bit fed and they got a little bit lucky, right? And that's how they got 2 chicken dinners. So whichever way you want to spin this, you could. But what is really interesting to me is that Tajikistan has 1 less game than everybody else on that leaderboard, right? So that's something you have to mention. That's something you have to give them credit for, is they're over the average that the teams around them are getting. It's just they had 1 less chance. So and maybe the more games you play, the more even that gets, and there's a chance that they are a little bit underrated right now.
Yeah, underrated, I guess, is a good word. Let's head over to predictions before we get into this final game that we have right in front of us. I say final game, obviously. It's not the final game, but at least one of the final Erangel games, one of the last 2. Any predictions? Because as of right now, I know we set predictions yesterday, but things can change so very fast. So at least give me a prediction for the next game, because I said that Kazakhstan was going to have a good day, and so far they do. Anything else that maybe you have in mind? Any other team that's been on your radar?
I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to say it's just between Mongolia and Kazakhstan. I don't think anybody else is going to mess with that second place. I think it's those 2. And I think they seem better than everybody else in that leaderboard right now, except for Bahrain, of course. So I think it's Bahrain, Mongolia, and Kazakhstan, and we're going to send 2 of those teams to the Esports World Championship. Interesting. It does feel that way when looking at them, but then also I wasn't sure if Kazakhstan was going to be one of them after the first 6 game. That has just now come through. Just based off of how they played, I thought they would be I said that after the first day as well. I thought they would be way worse off in a total leaderboard situation, because they have not. Let me check this actually, because I thought they did not have a single top 4 finish outside 1 single game in the first day, and they were still in 4th place in reach for the second place. Yes, they only had a single second place, a single position inside the top 4 in the first 6 games, and they still got 50 points. If that doesn't go to show you how strong of fraggers they are, and maybe how underperforming they have been so far, then I don't know what does. So I'm glad to see Kazakhstan coming back to strength. And yes, honestly, I might agree with your prediction. They're scrappy. They take fights. They take a lot of fights, and they don't always go cleanly. And that's been working out for them this game. That's been working for them. That's been working for them especially well on the Sanhok. But think about the Sanhok as well. The risks they were taking with that 4v4 in the blue, they could have gone out with 1 or 2 points that game. They end up with a big win that bombards them up the standings. The same thing is true for that early fight they were taking on Erangel, where they were basically 1 DBS shot away from getting wiped in phase 1, right? We talked about that crash around the cube area. I think it was Jordan flexing out of the cube compound. A little bit goes right with that nade he throws, something goes right with the DBS he's using, and suddenly Kazakhstan has a terrible game. So they're taking a lot of risks, and I think that's probably why we don't see them so much in the top 4, but they are getting the eliminations to equalize that. And it's a risky playstyle, but it can be a very consistent one, because it's just more consistent to get kill points every game than to try and get into the top 4. Sometimes the circles will just not allow that.
Yeah. Question only is, and that's always the question of SO12 qualifier, what are you up for? I think that's where the IGL really comes into play, and he's going to have to adapt on each specific circle when what kind of playstyle is more applicable. So I have to wait and see. Bahrain, though, in perfect and prime position. We haven't really seen a military ending so far in any of the group stage days, which makes this all the more interesting, I want to say.
Yeah.
But if I were a gambling man, I'd put my money on Bahrain just for this circle alone. That's massive. Also, more teams running in. It's so interesting how fast these teams are adapting now towards this circle. We have, is that a machete in his hands? And I think he's facing off a DBS. I could not imagine a worse scenario right now for Jordan. As Miracle goes down, DBS in hand, Hard Boy is gonna clean that up, no problem.
No problem at all. Very, very early crosses coming out of Jordan. Bahrain again. Fraser taking a whole lot of risks getting involved there as his team is fighting on the other side, and they're fighting Kazakhstan. That might be on the bridge. That might be them holding Kazakhstan out from even crossing the bridge, crossing the river. But it's carnage on both sides of the bridges, Felix. That's Uzbekistan getting themselves a second, and that's Jordan, I think, on the receiving end of this. So lots of casualties on both bridges.
Lots and lots of casualties. Our boy rotating off now with the 2 frags they've gathered. Taphook with one and Hardboy with the other one. So at least for them it is a good start. And look at this, they're chasing him. I'm saying rotating off, but of course they're chasing him. Didn't even realize that Leith was this far gone already. I thought he was just driving anywhere. And yeah, by the looks of it, I think this is going to be a pretty good chase. Leith has no chance anymore. Leith just drives down the coastline. Tries to escape into the water, but let's be honest, he's not safe there either. I don't think there's going to be a chance for him to survive this. I think Leith at this point, depending on how long they will chase him, but I think, yeah, Leith's just not going to make it. He's just not going to.
I mean, he's... Yeah.
Oh, he has to be careful. He has to be careful? Oh, okay. I thought he was going to fall down.
No, I think he has it under control there, but... Man, that's not a start you want if you're Jordan, huh? That's not fun times. He's trying to swim away now.
No.
He was sitting in that buggy for quite a while. His teammate's on the far other side of the Uzbekistan player, so maybe he's just sacrificing himself at this point, but... yeah, not looking good for him. Looking good on the other side for Bahrain, who's already found an entry to the team as closest on their heels. Kazakhstan lose one crossing that bridge, putting themselves in a good position, though you can see it on the map, the blue little dots. That's Kazakhstan occupying the north side of military base, while Bahrain is splitting both military base and the crossroads towards Nova Rybnoye.
Yeah. So many teams. Once again, I'm really surprised to see so many teams have already crossed towards the military base. I'm really surprised. So many teams straight up adapting as fast as they can, which I like. They know there's less competition now with how few teams are playing in this lobby. And to reiterate this, I'm once again really surprised at how Leith has made it. He's still alive. I have no idea how that happened. I thought it was gonna be a straight up suicide move, just driving down the coast. But yeah, I realized if he was just on the back of his body and he drove down, he was gonna start his position in the water at a very high depth, a very low depth. So I think that kind of saved him, because I realized, wait, I'm gonna have to wait a long time for him to actually come back up to the water. And at this point, they don't even know where he is anymore, and I think that's what happened. So yeah, good stuff from Jordan, salvaging what they can.
Salvaging, Jesus, hard word apparently. Salvaging what they can after a really rough start for sure. They go for an early rotate there, and they don't anticipate a team beating them so far to it. Uzbekistan early on the trigger there on that rotate, get themselves a nice little 2-point injection, and we're starting to get to the part of the tournament where it's a heartbreak losing 2 players so early. It's just eliminating your chances one by one. To make something happen, to make the dream happen, and go to the World Esports Championship. And yeah, it's at least right. They still have 2 players up. At least we saw that buggy play into the water. At least they have something to watch. They can spectate their teammates. They can try and strategize for the rest of the game. At least they don't have to sit there with their fingers crossed, all 4 eliminated, and wait for the next match to start. That's going to help a little bit with keeping the mental up. I think so. I think there's a good chance. I think this is a reasonable play to make because they have so much time, right? They have some of the most priority positions already. But we'll have to wait and see if it pays off. I think it's a reasonable gamble, especially when you consider that Bahrain, they're at a point of the tournament now where a few points per game is pretty much enough, right? 20-point gap to the team behind them. That means that every single game, the teams behind them would have to catch up 5 points. That's not easy when Bahrain gets themselves 3, 4, 5 points every single game, right? So them going for scraps, going for small fights, going for easy kills absolutely makes sense at this point because they don't have to pull off big wins anymore. Oh. It's a big one as well. That completely tears apart the formation of the enemy team. You can see Klaus is already getting the hell out of there. He realizes this is a lost battle. We don't even want to be in this anymore. Now, another chase coming out from Uzbekistan. We've seen this one before, Felix. They are looking to close this one out. Palestine, on the other hand, they have found opposition in Rozok. And it's Golden who gets punished on the other side. It's not a clean fight for either of these two teams right now, Felix. There's a DBS. There's a DBS coming around the corner, finds one, gets traded out in the process, though. It's not going to work out this time. He's found 2 knocks again, and that's why you have to be so careful. We're sitting here all day, Felix, talking about how easy it is to mess these things up. That was close again. They play it well. They're close together. They're ready to trade each other out, but just one small misstep, just maybe one player hitting a tree, one player flipping his car, and all of a sudden, you're looking at losing 2 members here. So it worked out for Uzbekistan. They executed it well, but these crazy plays, these offensive breaches are so risky.
Excited to see how these teams will handle it. Lots of space in the middle of the circle.
Plenty of space, but plenty of space that's also overlooked by Bahrain, right? From the high ground, from the observatory tower. So not the easiest circle to be positioning yourself in. Kazakhstan, they decide to go for a southern swing. We saw them on the north central side earlier on in the game, but they have repositioned completely to the south, and then Mongolia's coming in very close. We're gonna start to see a lot of face-offs here, Felix, between our top teams. Bahrain is still holding down that bridge. We weren't sure if it was gonna net them something. It's not looking like it will so far, but at least the drop's coming down. And this is the position I was talking about, the high ground that's given them an insane amount of information. But there's the bridge camp coming in. There's Palestine. I haven't seen them on the map, but there they are. First one for Freezer. A bit of retaliation shots coming out, but he's looking to go for the second. He has teammates supporting him as well. It's not looking good right now for Palestine. Lots of damage coming in, but so far only one confirm here on the side of Bahrain.
At least that's going to be an easy one. It's going to be picked up by Bahrain. Really, really surprising to me that Palestine wasn't able to spot out any of the Bahrain players on the other side. I thought they were surely going to scout this a little bit more than what they ultimately did. And just like that, that's one more chance out. And not going to have another one as easily. And with 62 points, you really needed that. You needed a good round now to catch up to Kazakhstan.
Mongolia has fallen again. Mongolia is getting torn apart by two teams at the same time. I saw Kazakhstan not coming in there. And then they're also finding a full team in their compound. Palestine looking to find a home. The DBS is ringing through again. He can't connect. That's him out in... Not sure what placement that was, but not a whole lot of kill points for Palestine. And there's Alex going out as well. I think, is that the entirety of Mongolia going out?
I think it might be. Yes, Mongolia's eliminated. 0 points and 0 eliminations also. That is disastrous right now. Mongolia with a 3rd bad game in a row. They just cannot catch a footing in this 2nd day of the group stage. And only 3 more chances left. Mongolia is in shambles at the moment, if I may say so. The current reigning PUBG Mobile Global Champions representing that nation have not been in the best of conditions today. Let's see if Uzbekistan, in the meanwhile, can close the gap on the leaderboard. They have the opportunity to do so now, but Lebanon is shooting things back, and Zakaria, we've been missing him for so very long, is giving us a sign of life.
Sign of life for Lebanon. Maybe not giving a whole lot of cares anymore, realizing that they have to change up things massively if they want to stay in this. Uzbekistan, they take another casualty. Another knock coming the way of Lebanon. It's not looking good for the team that was chasing opponents in cars just a few minutes ago. Now, Hardboy, DBS versus Kazakhstan. He's completely surrounded. This should not be working out, but he's 1 HP behind the car. Gets the flush as well. And oh boy, Kazakhstan. Once again, they falter at the hands of a DBS. The risks they're taking, they've been paying off on average. But right now, that's a big, big scalp to take here. 2 players out of Kazakhstan, and Bahrain is instantly there. They smell this. They know this, Felix. They don't want to let this happen. They know the competition is here.
Yeah, they know. Especially Psyx, who's been the most dangerous candidate for them, is one they really want to take out. And you can tell they know where he is. It's just a matter of time now. But though, turns around just when he was going to throw the nade. They could have potentially ended his life. But no, Psyx is going to stand strong for at least a couple more minutes. He's now getting into the vehicle. He's still got the smoke to cover him, potentially. Yeah, Pod is rotating off as well. So there's the chance. Now, though, oh, look at this.
He's missing
good
tires.
rotation coming in for YOD. And yes, as you said, the car is already in shambles. And that's going to give him the opportunity to pick up that frag. That's so important right now, because Kazakhstan goes down. And Bahrain is still keeping on, absolutely fragging out this lobby. I don't think there's a way for them to stop it. I don't think there's a way for anyone to stop this lineup.
Oh my god, this is Bahrain qualifying right there and then. This is Bahrain realizing it's Kazakhstan right below them, realizing that this is not something that they want to miss up on. And you can see as well, as soon as Kazakhstan is out, they're pulling away from this position. They're realizing this is too dicey, but they wanted to eliminate the close competition. And I think they've just punched in their ticket now. It really is a fight for 2nd place. Pre-pod around the corner. DBSs are ringing out, but Lebanon, they have found their footing, finally. In the first game that I've seen so far, Lebanon has found their footing. They're getting the eliminations. They're picking them up piece by piece. And they're taking a little bit of space for themselves.
Yeah. So important, that space. And I'm not sure if it is too late already, but just for their own confidence, for their own, also their fun in playing. That game is so massively important. Another frag, and it is against the reigning champions, at least in total leaderboard at the moment. Against Bahrain. And they will pick it up. Bahrain does decide to increase the distance. I thought they were going to fight this, but no, Bahrain, they know. They have a better chance of gathering more points if they rotate around, maybe take the top of the hill again. But little do they know, Lebanon is split quite far, and I believe it is Zakaria is already close to the hillside. Yeah, but he just rotated off, so Frizzer kind of pressured him away. Good chances still for Bahrain. They've still got the high ground towards the northern side, and look who's coming in.
Pressure's coming in as well. That's a fly by Zakaria comes over the top. And
wow.
They're not messing around. Like I said, not giving any cares in the world anymore, but they're versing a shotgun. This is an explosive game they're playing, but it works out in the end. Frizzer are surrounded, outmanned, outgunned. It's not going to be a win for Bahrain from this one. They're getting panned as well at this point. There's a lot of frustration that Lebanon is just unleashing right now. 7 eliminations for them this game is pretty much one of the best performances they've had. And they are happy about it right now. Bahrain's done their job this game, and now they're getting the shorter end of the stick, trying to disengage, trying to do whatever they can to get a few more placement points, maybe stay in this, because the team next to them knows that they are weakened, and the team next to them, Lebanon, wants to close them out.
Yeah. And it would be the right decision to do so. Niels, a couple more shots towards each other. Be reminded it's only 4 teams left alive, and Lebanon is not one of the top contenders right now, so I'm not even sure if that would be the team to focus too much on right now, because honestly, even with this win, they would need another one easily with the same amount of frags to even have a chance of coming back, and it just doesn't look like it right now. Maybe that's the point in time where, you know, we realize it's the start of a miraculous comeback, but at least as of right now, we can't really expect it to happen. So, yeah, Lebanon, despite that brilliant performance right now, and even if they take all of the frags, it's probably still not going to be in contention. That's the crazy sad part about it. Such a talented roster, and they just haven't picked it up. Jordan, though, on the other hand, they still do have that chance. So a second place, at the very least, is what they need.
Jordan and Uzbekistan, 2 teams very, very close on the leaderboard. They both need every single point they can get, and they still are in contention, but they have to just spot a mistake here. They have to work together. You see these 2 solos and the duo. They basically need to team up here and figure out a way to not hurt each other too much, because the more you hurt each other, the more Lebanon is going to run away with this game, and the less points are left for you. So both of these teams, Jordan and Uzbekistan, they still have a fair chance of this, especially at the second place. So they would love to get away with a win here, but right now, Lebanon, they're looking mighty good. They're looking mighty confident.
Yeah, they are. That's the first time we've seen them this way. But yes, they are. Let's see if it is enough to pick up all of the frags. I think that's also the second necessity that they need. Pick up all of the frags that you have remaining, which would be, I wanted to say 5, now 4 players. And they just spotted the first one. You can see Chazin is rotating around, looking for them quite actively. So is Gringo now. He's just found himself an odd airdrop to top things off. But the worst case would be now if the rest of the players do eliminate themselves. And it looks like Clever is going to do just that. I think he knows exactly where Bahrain is coming from.
That's the teammate. That's Light spotting him from afar. Second pickup for the Jordan squad. Big scalp to claim, and a stop to the Bahrain miracle run of today. There's another few shots, and look at that. Chasan pops him down. They know it's at least a player knocked, maybe 2 of them. Instant pre-nade coming out as well. He doesn't even start the res. He's just trying to get the pre-nade out. He might do a good bunch of damage with that. He does. The DBS is in hand, and he misses the first 2. That's crucial. That's an easy opening, and Lebanon will say 1, 2, thank you. Pick them up. Pick them up both. And now all they have to find is an Uzbekistan solo to get themselves the 10 placement points.
Yeah, and you can tell they they really want to find him. They really want to make sure he's not dying to the zone. I think for Uzbekistan, they don't have any reason now to deny this point. I think he can easily face them. He knows it's Lebanon at the moment. They have no chance of qualifying, and they're not in direct competition. So even if he only gets 1 single flush, which is still very realistic, that would already be worth it. So just go for the absolute maximum. You do not need to deny him, and I think you can tell he's not thinking of doing it either.
Oh, that's not even on the cards at this point. Maximize your own points. Hope that Mongolia and Kazakhstan keep faltering. That's really the only recipe to success here, because the gap is there, the gap exists. And it might not be in your hands anymore at this point. You might want to maximize your performance, but you also have to realize that there's a lot of teams in front of you that can try and gatekeep these positions away from you. With Lebanon, They're not sitting pretty. They're not waiting this out. They're looking very actively for the last solo, which is what gives them a chance here. Bit of dancing going on as well, bit of having fun. But that's giving Uzbekistan a chance to at least get one of the flashes here, I think.
Yeah, I think he must have been spotted just then.
Surely.
He must have been. He must have been. There's no way Chesson didn't spot him.
I think he has. No way Gringo gets out of the car there if he hasn't spotted him, right? Oh, boy.
That would be crazy. That would be absolutely crazy.
Yeah, but is it as crazy as riding a lion?
Obviously not, yeah. I'll shut up. That is true.
They're having some fun with it. I love
yeah.
to see it. Lebanon is having some fun with it. They finally picked up a good game. And now they're waiting things out. They don't want to overstep. He must have not seen him, clearly. Clearly hasn't seen him. So now Zakaria. He's put up 4 frags this game alone. 9 for the whole of Lebanon. And that makes 10.
Oh.
Chesson picks up the win for Lebanon.
That is an anticlimactic finish if I've ever seen one, but then again, it is a team that we haven't had on the cards at all, and that makes it all the more interesting. Lebanon coming back with 20 points in match number 9, ladies and gentlemen. It is one of the last Erangels we were going to have in Group A. So, we said it during the game. Is it going to change too much? We'll have to wait and see for the overall leaderboard. But at least it's a sign of life from Lebanon. Something that we've been missing throughout the entirety of this tournament. And for any Lebanon fan out there, and for us as well, we've been waiting for this roster to pick it up. At least that's going to be interesting to watch. And honestly, just a good sight. I like these guys.
This is why you stick around, even if your team's not doing well. You might want to miss the highlights if you're actually tuning out too early. 20 points for Lebanon is a nice injection, like we said, right? There's a lot more to come if they're going to be a contender. But they have picked up a lot of frags this game. They have picked up a lot of points this game. And they have proven to be a big obstacle for some of the big teams in the lobby. They basically single-handedly dismantled Bahrain, fellas.
Yeah, that's actually, we haven't really talked about this too much just yet. The way Bahrain thought they had the control of the zone until Lebanon came was quite interesting. They thought they had everything under control, and then Lebanon came. And the one team that we didn't expect anymore at all to pick up the pace destroys them and also clears out everyone else. So that wasn't just a fluke. Lebanon genuinely was better than everyone else on that edge. They were fighting it better, they have more control. They were also playing it very risky, which obviously, understandably, with the leaderboard situation, they can and have to. But yeah, it's just so surprising because we haven't seen that at all from them. So yeah, crazy stuff coming out from them. Uzbekistan, we have to talk about them as well. They will secure themselves a couple of good points. But also, it's do or die for them in the next couple of games. They need to pick up a win because everyone else is continuously doing points. And as of right now, with Bahrain having a good game again, it's really going to come down to, as you said, to that second spot. Who's going to get that second 100%. Spot? But Bahrain, it's just not to be stopped. They've literally had every single game. They literally had a good game almost every single game of the tournament. So, yeah, it's not supposed to stop.
And, yeah, it's a 100% fight for second place. And that makes it a little bit simpler. That makes it a little bit easier to think about. But Lebanon did what they could this game. And they put up the numbers to push them a little bit closer. Not the best game for Gringo, apparently. I'm not sure if those stats are bugged or if he just actually couldn't really get anything going. But he was there. He was there, you know. He was winning with the team. But yeah, we will see once the standings come up. We will see that this was another banger for Bahrain. And not only that, but they made sure that both Kazakhstan and Mongolia had bad games respectively. And that's what you're going to see on these match standings once they come up. It's Lebanon that's running the show. But look at Mongolia with 2. Look at Kazakhstan with 5. And then Bahrain is just extending that gap more and more and more.
20 points. Where was that Lebanon? And we've been missing them for so long. Where was that Lebanon the first day? It's just, I don't know. Just really, really weird sight to see them now pick up as many points as they essentially had throughout the entirety of the tournament. They started today with 12 points. Just to give you guys an idea on how strange that is. They started there with 12 points. I'm not even sure if they had 20 points before this game.
They had 18 points before this game. That's the crazy part.
They'd more than doubled their points with this single game. And that is so weird. If you look at their roster, we have players from Heroics in there. These guys aren't bad by any standard. They should be way higher up. They were one of the teams that I said we should take a focus at. Like we should look at before the tournament even started. And to see them now just barely scratching that 7th, 6th place maybe is, I don't know, it's weird.
Well, maybe they can save some honor. Maybe they can come back a little bit today. A team that's definitely come back a little bit is Uzbekistan, who put up a big number of frags this game and I think might have pushed themselves all the way up to 4th place here with those 14 points. So they're the ones that might make me eat my words. You know, I was saying it's just Bahrain, Mongolia, and Kazakhstan. Maybe Uzbekistan is the one to prove me wrong. They put up a really good performance in this one. And if they continue on their path, then they have a good chance for today. So they're one of the teams where we don't have to imagine miracles for them to qualify. We just have to imagine them performing a little bit over average. Match summary, 44 smoke grenades. It's not a whole lot here, Felix. Why do you think that happened?
Yeah. Why do I think that happened? Early skirmishes and also a crazy zone. So I'm not so surprised. Not a lot of teams also rotating on vehicles, or at least a lot of teams rotating vehicles, but not a lot of teams rotating on vehicles right next to each other, so I'm not surprised to see almost no one being taken out of vehicles. Match summary. Let's take a look at some of these most important categories. It is indeed Lebanon, but also it is Uzbekistan, and that's maybe even more surprising to me because I thought most damage, that was surely going to be someone from Lebanon. It isn't though. It is Uzbekistan who's had the highest damage between the players, and well, to be fair, they did have relatively lengthy fights, so maybe that's where it comes from. Let's take a look at the match MVP, though.
Chasan, 5 elims. We saw him pick up the last one there, driving around in his car while his teammates were busy dancing. Picks up the last one, 5 kills for himself, and an easy 3 headshots to boot. Again, beautiful game from Lebanon. Where was that for the whole rest of the tournament? For the previous 8 games, we have not seen that, but who knows? Maybe they can come back. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not biting my. I'm not sure how the saying goes actually. I'm not waiting for it because we'll have to wait and see. But 5 kills for him, whole lot of damage to boot. Outperforming Hardboy from Uzbekistan, and that's considering that Uzbekistan started fragging a whole lot earlier.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Hardboy though, time and time again, especially for the Uzbekistan roster, one of the most important fraggers. And at this point, shout out to all the Uzbekistan fans in the chat. We've got plenty of you guys today. Absolute massive PUBG Mobile region as well. And I think at least fan-wise, I think Uzbekistan has probably got some of the biggest support in the chat. And I also think that's maybe what in the end can make the difference between qualifying and not qualifying. You know, if you do have the support, if you know you have hundreds of people cheering you on, maybe that gives you extra amount of boosts in that late stretch of the tournament, which is what we're going into right now. The last 3 matches are coming up, do be reminded.
Last few matches coming up as we have a bit of a runner-up situation on the leaderboard, I think. We're going to head over to the overall standings. And we're going to probably see that, I think, just not enough. All right, Jordan stays in 4th, just barely. But it is now Mongolia, Jordan, Uzbekistan who are hunting that 2nd place. Kazakhstan able to separate themselves just barely. 5 points ahead of 3rd is not a whole lot, Felix.
Yeah, not a whole lot, no. What is a whole lot is Bahrain and Mongolia, the difference between them. It's, we said it was going to be almost impossible to catch them. At this point it is. It's almost mathematically impossible. So, not surprised in the slightest to see Bahrain already securing the qualification. Kazakhstan now 83, and you said it was not going to be a big difference. Yeah, 6 points. 5 points. Easily achievable. Same goes for Jordan and Uzbekistan. I thought Uzbekistan was going to be above Jordan now, to be honest, because Jordan had 2 relatively lackluster games today. But apparently it's going to be enough for 71 points. So also, same goes for them. 12 points only being the difference. So all in all, we still have like 5 teams. Yeah, with a chance for qualification.
I think 5 is a good number. Maybe Palestine even. I'd probably close the gap after that. But with 3 games left, it's still entirely possible. It's getting harder and harder, but we're keeping it interesting. Especially Mongolia, I feel like is keeping it interesting by really, really falling off today. And then whoever can fill that gap, may it be Jordan, may it be Uzbekistan, might be the team we're looking out for. But right now, Kazakhstan has outperformed today. Not the flashiest game 3 from them, but so far overall across the day they've outperformed. They've put themselves in the spot, and they are now the team to beat.
We will have to take a look at the next 3 games to really know who's going to qualify. But ladies and gentlemen, we will head into a very short break, and we will be right back for match number 4 of the day. I thought it was not going to get any closer than what we had starting this day, but it does, apparently, because we have 5 different contenders now to potentially book a ticket, hotel, and everything there is, and potentially a chance at over $100,000 at the Iesf World Championship. And most importantly, a chance of representing your nation, your country, at the very high stake of Pubgm Mobile Esports. So do be interested in the next 3 games. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go into the next one, we do have to give you an update for the overall leaderboards. Let's take a look at these teams, right? We have Bahrain, we have Kazakhstan, we have Mongolia, we have Jordan, and we have Palestine, as well as Uzbekistan. Maybe even 6 different potential contenders for these top spots, but only one has secured that ticket so far, and that is most likely Bahrain, who is sitting at the very top of the leaderboard. Any upsets that are to be coming our way, Kovo? Any ideas? Any predictions?
It's getting hard, man. It's getting tricky. The games are becoming more and more crazy, right? We have more and more teams that are just going all out, like Lebanon did last game. We have more and more teams who can't seem to get anything going. We have a Mongolia that was crazy consistent on day one, who came into day one just looking at that leaderboard in 2nd place, right? And now they've been passed by Kazakhstan, who had 17 points to catch up. So really not what we were expecting coming into the day. And I'd say the big upset so far for me is definitely 100% Mongolia, right? They came in 1 point behind, and now they're looking so flat and so unsuccessful in pretty much everything they do.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. Let's take a look at these overall standings really quickly. Post-match 9, Bahrain, as we said, 107 total points. 83 on Kazakhstan, 78 on Mongolia, and 71 on Jordan. Jordan, who was 3rd before, Mongolia 2nd before, and Kazakhstan, I believe, was 4th when the day started. So all of these teams have been scrambled, except for Bahrain. We've talked about this. And there goes Uzbekistan as well. What do you think Uzbekistan needs to do now these next 3 games? Do you think maybe just upping the risk, like Lebanon, like the rest of the teams that are in contention, maybe that's going to fix it? Is that going to be enough for Uzbekistan, taking more fights, more risky rotations?
I think doing the same as what they have been doing is pretty much the recipe to success for them, but it's pretty hard to pull off consistently, right? They are losing members every now and then because they go so aggressive. They go so aggressive early when they can. They love taking their fights. They love punishing teams, and I think that's what's been working out for them, and that's what separates them from some of the teams that have fallen flat today. But if they were just beating Mongolia, I'd say that could be enough. But they have to beat Kazakhstan as well, and Kazakhstan looks so much better right now, way more scrappy, way more successful in their fights. So they have to pull something out of the hat here with Uzbekistan. They have to pick up the magic rabbit to really just try and close that gap, because, again, catching Mongolia seems super doable, but they really have to kick it off if they want to compete with Kazakhstan.
Yeah. Mongolia also, just thinking about the way they had to, like the pathing to even get to this qualifier, right? They had to win the Pubgm Mobile National Masters, for which was organized by the Mongolian Esports Association. They had to win this against plenty of other strong teams. Like, Mongolia is a nasty region. They have so many good teams. And, only the top 1 was in this. I do believe it was a best of 18, if I remember correctly. So a best of 18 or best of 16. Only the top 1 team was going to advance to the Iesf qualifiers. And they made it. As IHC Esports, they made it to officially represent Mongolia here at the Iesf World Esports Championship. And for them to potentially now, for the first time, be out of a qualification spot, that was such a good start, would be heartbreaking for them. So, we got to take a specific look at Mongolia as well. Can they handle the pressure now that they have, being the runner-ups for the first time?
Yeah, it's rough. They started the tournament with 18 points per game in the first 2. That's mental, right? That instantly bombards you up there. It makes you really hard to catch, and they kept playing the same game all day yesterday, or the day before yesterday. Yeah. We highlighted them for never finishing outside of the top 4, and right now today, it feels like they've barely gotten into the top 4. It feels like there's only 9 teams in the lobby, and they're still just barely grabbing a few placement points here or there. They had a reasonable game 2 where they just overstepped a bit in the fight in the apartment. But other than that, they've really just not shown it at all today, and that's hard to come back from. That's hard on the mental. That's hard to convince yourself, okay, what we're doing is the right thing, right? Because sometimes you might be having the right approach, it's just not working out. So tough times for Mongolia right now. Mentally, much easier for a team like Kazakhstan or even a team like Uzbekistan, who's just really hot on the heels right now. But you have to believe that they still got it. These players, right, on that Mongolian squad have the caliber absolutely needed to make it to the World Esports Championship. So we just have to wonder, where is it? Why are they not bringing it right now? And it's a hard question to answer, really.
Yeah, I guess the same could be said about Kazakhstan in the very first day. Very surprising to me that they didn't start off with the performance that we've now been seeing. They've been struggling with placements. Out of all of the things, it's been placements. And that doesn't necessarily come super surprising to me, because honestly, they've been struggling in recent times massively in the international scene. Like that lineup, they've gotten last place in PMSL this year. Just to give you guys a perspective, that specific lineup who's been dominating the European scene for so long, dominating in the sense of always being top 4, top 5, maybe top 6, sometimes even better than that, significantly better than that. So I was very surprised to see them struggling for the first time. So this hasn't been new to me. But in this lobby with 10 teams against way lesser experienced teams, that's where you're struggling as a team that's played the top of the international scene for the last 4 years. That's what's surprising to me. So yeah. I want to see Kazakhstan now bring their A game. They need to if they want to qualify, and they showed as well. That's where they belong. They belong in a qualification spot.
They'll have to show us, and they'll have to show us now. We are about to head into the last Erangel of the tournament for all these teams qualifying today. We have game number 4 of the day, game number 10, that should be, of Group A for you guys in just a few seconds. And it's not only game 10, it's also the third last chance for anyone to make any sort of moves on the leaderboard. Right now, Kazakhstan is qualifying. Right now, Mongolia is playing catch-up. We have Uzbekistan and a few other teams right on their heels. So, jumping into Erangel. Not going to see a whole lot of hot drops here, Falix. I don't think so. But we might see some interesting circles, and you never know what these teams are going to throw at us.
Yeah, this specific playing path was almost identical, just mirror to the last one we had, and that one ended in military base, so I'm excited to see where this one's gonna go. It obviously does favor the western side just a little bit. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is one of the last 3 chances now for any team still in contention for these 2 spots for the Iesf World Esports Championship in Riyadh in November this year, and to potentially continue to represent your nation at the world's highest stage in this nationwide PUBG Mobile Esports competition. As we are dropping down, you said you didn't expect any hot jobs, and honestly, I don't either.
You never know, though. You never know what these teams have in store. We saw a Rozhok fight in that last minigame, right? So I'm not putting anything past these teams. I'm not pretending like I can predict what they are going to do, and sometimes that's a pretty good strategy. If the enemy doesn't know what you're gonna do,
confuse them.
That can be pretty helpful. And like you said, right, this is a bit of a different game. This is representing your nation. This is a bit of a different pride attached to it. It's not business as usual, and that can be something that some of these teams might be very proud of. This is exactly the kind of circle, though, Alex, that Mongolia would have wanted. This is exactly the kind of circle that opens the gate wide for them. Now they just have to figure out, what do we want in this? How do we want to play it? The cards are pretty much in our hand.
Absolutely. Doesn't really favor anyone, which I think is the first good point that I see when the circle pops. But as we said, usually with that few teams in the lobby, that doesn't really matter anyways. Phase 1 doesn't really matter. Except for Sanhok potentially, but even Sanhok, there was so much space to be gathered. So much space that was free, even in Phase 2. So I think on Erangel it's gonna matter even less. But then again, Mongolia though, they will at least have a less chaotic early game. They will have a more structured early game, having access to more centralized position from the get-go.
Kazakhstan, on the other hand, Bahrain, they are once again far away from this circle. But remember the last time I said that, I think Bahrain got themselves a double-digit kill in second place game, and Kazakhstan with a reasonable showing there as well. So it doesn't really matter for them, as we are not even seeing the first few moves just yet. Slow looting times, but I'm saying if if you're a team like Kazakhstan right now, this is where you gotta start being careful about crazy things happening to you. You don't want a 4-man Lebanon to fly into your loot spot and try to go for a crazy fight, right? You don't want to get caught off guard by that. You really gotta minimize risks, and you really gotta make sure you dodge all the craziness. Because there is a few teams on that leaderboard that the production team is showing us on the right. There is a few teams there that really just can't qualify anymore, if we're being completely honest. And those teams can always throw a spanner in the works, do something crazy, you know. They might just run at you on your loot spot. They might try to cut your rotation in an awkward spot. So you got to really minimize risks. You got to be really careful about what you do.
Careful indeed. Now we have it, Uzbekistan. It's extra careful. 68 points, as we said. One good game of like a dinner with 5, 6, 7 frags, depending on how the rest of the teams perform, could catapult them up towards that qualification spot. But if Kazakhstan shows us anything of the sorts that we've been seeing the last 3 games, then not even that is going to be enough. Just to give you guys a perspective of how much the difference in points still means. And Mongolia, 6 points to overtake Kazakhstan at the very least. Despite not making a single good game today, and they've only been ahead 10 or 12, maybe 15 points at the start of it, is still in reach. So also, once again, shows us how few points still matter in the grand scheme of things, on the grand scheme of qualifying.
Yeah, and you can already tell from how much we're talking about points, how close we are getting to the end, and it's a bit of a challenge for the players to try and not think about points too much, right? They are trying to play the best game they can every single game. The only real situation where you want to think about points as a player is when you're trying to take out teams that are right next to you on the leaderboard, right? You're trying to take out the Kazakhstan that's right in front of you. You're trying to take out the Mongolia that's really catching up on your heels. So that's where you want to be thinking about points. All the rest of the day, you're hoping to ignore that subject as much as you can to just play the best game at your ability.
Palestine, also one of the teams that's been in the middle of the tournament, at least I want to say, in a great spot to catch up, but then kind of, it's been up and downs with them, then kind of not, and then again, and then not. Palestine couldn't really find a consistent playing style. And they've been the most interesting team to watch, I want to say. Even with Bahrain dominating, I feel like they've been the most interesting team to watch. Whenever we've been seeing them, especially in Miramar, that's why I want to wait for the last 2 matches today. Especially in Miramar, they've just been pulling up on people. They've just been super agile, super fast with their decision-making as well. And I really liked what I saw. It is a risky playstyle, though. So in a best of 12, maybe that's the reason we have them in 6th place for the time being. But if I were to give a placement to Palestine without seeing the leaderboard, I would rank them higher. Just as I said, based off of what we've seen so far as a gameplay.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. It's also just the thing we talked about earlier, right? That makes it so hard to judge some of these performances is how different these lobbies are, and how even each game has been so different. And it's quite hard to fault someone like Mongolia for not being able to adapt to this lobby, right? And then you think about how this lobby would be with 16, 18 teams. You have no idea, and it gets really hard. So hard to say how other teams would be adapting, but shout out to the observers for showing us the map. We've seen a bridge camp here, Alex, and we see a Bahrain that might be cruising right on into that.
Yeah, it's a good bridge camp as well. Gotta be honest. I think Bahrain is not gonna expect that. The only good thing I see right now going for Bahrain is if they delay it just a tiny bit. First of all, maybe Jordan is gonna rotate away, and second of all, they might drive into it one by one. So if the first player goes down, they will at least know, instead of everyone just driving on through and getting obliterated. Yeah, they will at least have the opportunity to still play this game as a 3-man. But the way I see it, Jordan doesn't believe in that bridge camp anymore, which I think is kind of a weird decision. If you wait that long anyways, and you kind of give up on phase 1 already. Yeah. So why rotate off now? You might as well just stay. But I think they've lost the belief that anyone else is still crossing the bridge.
It's a hard game to play, right? You never know if somebody's coming, and you never know when the right time is to call it off. So they go a little bit early here, maybe. And oh, what is that? Absolutely sat him down. That's a pull-up, potentially, Tajikistan. Big knock from range. Sending him back, packing. But yeah, it's like you said, it's a hard decision, right? You never know when somebody's going to come across the bridge, and if nobody comes crossing the bridge, then the right decision was to never go there in the first place. So, tricky thing to time the bridge camps, as we see Palestine getting Wassam back on his feet and potentially figuring out what they want to do with the Tajikistan drive-bys.
Not sure if I like this position too much. Playing Gak as a 4-man with the amount of space you would have right around you, I'm not so sure if that is a spot that really is going to give you a good chance of winning this game. But we'll have to wait and see. Some glows, you can see up top right of the screen. Lovely graphic. In just a couple of seconds. But now, they are relatively centralized. As Jordan is making their way in, so is Bahrain. Huge split on rotation. It seems like some of these players had to rotate really far towards the eastern side to grab vehicles. I don't really see another reason for them to be that far split. And to loot that far towards the eastern side of the military base anyway. But, at least for now, no one's in that rotation path anyway, so shouldn't be a problem for them to group up later on.
Yeah, it's bit of a different situation if you're Jordan now coming on in, breaching a compound. But like you said, right, not a lot of space either. This is even smaller than Gatka. It's a very early consolidation for Jordan. You're not giving yourself a whole lot of options when it comes to potential circle outcomes here.
Not a whole lot of options indeed. With, especially when more of these hard cover positions in the middle of the zone are being taken, it's going to get so very tough for everyone else to find a position later on, depending on where it's going to end, obviously. But we've seen these endings around the Gek area time and time again, and as we said, for someone to rotate in from the outside, it becomes so very tough. Like, you will need to breach position, and most of the times you'll just be sprayed out of the vehicle and be harassed like Jodabais at the moment. So these positions being taken really early on by Tajikistan, by Jordan, by Palestine are pretty good, depending on where the circle goes. But it's kind of a gamble, as you said, but it's pretty good for the time being.
Good for the time being. Good position for Bahrain, good position for Kazakhstan, southeast side of the map. Mongolia, pretty tame, I would say. Pretty defensive on that northern edge on Everest, making sure that they have the most amount of information possible, but not really holding a lot of ground. I'm not sure why they still have a player in the blue. I'm not sure if he's looting or if he's just AFK at the moment. Circle goes northeast, though. Circle goes fairly far away from the chopstick here that we've been watching with Tajikistan and Jordan, and goes right onto Lebanon, Alex. And I'm not believing, but I want to start dreaming, you know? I want to start dreaming at this point.
The thing is, there is only a limited amount of endings in this safe zone, and yeah, Lebanon is in prime position with the 2-2 split they have. They're very actively opting for the 2-2 split now to have the best chance at winning this one. And I don't really see too many potential breaches on their position either. Palestine is still trying desperately to find any kind of spot, but they just realized, well, everything is taken, so you might have to rotate back to Gekka. But yeah, with everyone else already having kind of a safe spot in the circle, just not a perfect spot, I think they will most likely not be breached as easily in that 2-2 split as you may think.
Players around them lose, teams around them losing players as well. We see Mongolia picking up one there. We see a bit of a scuffle here with Jordan in the trenches, in the chopsticks we talked about. There's a chance they close this out. There's a chance they're going further. Miracle with the drive-by going on in. Knows they have 2 knocks in that dip, so that's 2 eliminations they can confirm, and now they can crunch and take down the rest. And just like that, look at that, beautiful sprays into the smoke. Nice clear so far. 4 defeats on the side of Jordan, and taking a good position in the circle while they're at it is a really nice start to the game for them.
Yep. as we said, it's an important time now in this tournament, in this qualification stage, to improve. Jordan has fought their way in now, and have eliminated the one team that really stood in between them and the circle center. Though Jordan in a really, really good spot. You can tell no one's in the southwest anymore. Quite in contrast to Bahrain, who've kind of spread out far and spread their wings throughout the entirety of the southern side. Still waiting for a definitive answer on where the circle shift is going to go to. And by now, I feel like with the positions they have, they should have information on almost every other team. Like, they should know how many teams are fighting towards the Gek area, where Palestine is, where Lebanon is. Maybe even have gather information on how how Lebanon is splitting. And if they would have that, I could see, depending on how the next circle shift is going to go, and once again, it does tend to center up, I could see them breaching it. I could see Bahrain going for a very aggressive breach on towards Lebanon.
They also have the single mansion that's still available between Kazakhstan and Lebanon. They might have an idea about that too, but yeah, I can't disagree. I like the playstyle of both Mongolia, Bahrain, Kazakhstan, all just holding their edges, trying to hold information, hold ground, and then react whenever the circle shift comes in. Now, it does center up a little bit towards the south. Very nicely so for Bahrain. And I think I'm seeing Kazakhstan very quickly engage on the compound they still have in the circle. I thought they might be going for the single mansion there a little bit further down the hill, but I'm not sure if they're aware, actually, that that's up for taking.
Sheep southern circle. As if Bahrain knew it. As if Bahrain knew it. Crazy stuff from them. Uzbekistan going towards the warehouses by the looks of it. Actually, no, Uzbekistan is just sending it straight through. Where's Uzbekistan heading? That's the big question. Where they want to end up as soon as this phase closes. They've just sent it straight through, but they're driving into Bahrain. Do they know Bahrain is there?
I think they're taking a single mansion. I think they're taking a single red mansion on the low ground. They might be taking,
yeah. Interesting.
Turkmenistan, though. Big pull-up.
And they will take down, I believe it was Clever. So Jordan in a little bit of trouble. I think they didn't expect just a random breach at one of their players' position either. I definitely wouldn't have. That's gonna significantly hinder their ability to win this round now. Good shots coming out. Klaus is getting set down though late with some really fast shots. Chappie should have the rest though, no problem at all. But what more do you do with this? I feel like Jordan might be in a better position than Turkmenistan is right now, just because of the fact that, yes, you've lost a player, but you also get more kill potential. And honestly, with these kinds of circles, sometimes man advantage doesn't give you too many advantages anyways.
Yeah, I mean, if they can close this out, there's not a whole lot of space for Turkmenistan here at all, right? So if Ragnaros can stay alive, the rest of the players close it up a little bit. 2 nades is all they would need, but right now it's not happening just yet. And they're even taking fights on the other side. There's Palestine as well, trying to knock on the door, trying to make this as hard as they can. And Turkmenistan are suffering under their split right now. They're suffering under how much they wanted to take. And they will have a hard time regrouping on this.
Yep. I'm not even sure how it's going to be possible.
Oh, 6.
Kazakhstan now has really made their way in through the eastern side. I think that's gonna eventually result in a fight against Bahrain. First of all, that's a big nade against Ragnarok. Turkmenistan could bring Jordan into deep trouble. It should be a trade though. Somehow Kyle survives. And he does get back up to 75 HP. Now the rest of the players are raining in. Turkmenistan really wants to take this fight. And look at this, NATO. He's just driving straight through. Somehow none of his teammates are there to support him. Obviously because he just did an absolutely crazy fly-in. And he immediately got punished for it. That's going to be Jordan picking back up the advantage. That's so surprising to me. I thought if they fly in, at least do it as a group. I feel like they would have eliminated Jordan very easily here.
That was a risky one. I thought they might have thought that the opponents were much closer in those smokes or something like that. Maybe a bit of a miscommunication, but Aito goes way too far there. And yeah, like you said, it's got to cost them. Now the nades are being lobbed out. Some of them landing, some of them not so much. Ragnarok with another bit of a disengage. I'm not sure how much control Jordan have kept, though, of this at the same time. Remember, they had Palestine on their south. They had to deal with them as well. But now with Turkmenistan grouping up here, there's nades coming in from the north now, as they have given up the yellow houses, and they are now being pressured as well.
Turkmenistan, I'm really surprised. Out of all the teams, Turkmenistan is the one to bring so much trouble towards Jordan. Another good nade. Ragnarok almost goes down. But he survives this with around 30 HP. He's going to be able to pick up another first aid now to bring him back to 75. He's only got one more left. And once again, I thought Turkmenistan should have engaged this. But now looking back at it with the new circle, maybe that worked out just fine. Because they will be able to gatekeep everyone else. And Jordan especially needs to close the distance sometime soon. They've got the smokes now. And at least Ragnarok doesn't have any more in his backpack. That means at some point, they will need to run. If they don't use this opportunity now, maybe they're going to be in trouble later on. What a nade!
What a nade, right?
Wow.
What a nade. That costs you some time. That costs you a first aid. That sends you packing once again. But Bahrain is taking casualties here. It is the big dog in the lobby actually getting bullied around a little bit by Kazakhstan from the top. Uzbekistan still sitting pretty after their send to the single mansion. And we've been watching this fight here unfold for a while. There's nades cooking on both sides. Klaus now surely in trouble, but seems to be good at dodging the nades. That's a triple nade, though. Surely the last one does the trick. He keeps pushing down to just 1 HP, but he keeps surviving them somehow, Felix. There, finally is the opening. But now, they should have no idea where the rest of the players are. The smokes are there. They're trying to jump over to spot over the top of the smokes. They find another one. Ragnarok is just running over this. The Bison's out. The SMGs are there. Chappie finds one. It's an absolute mess. It's a 1v1 now. Lathan Miracle actually making this a 1v2. And it's looking like they can clean it up. Chappie has a DBS, though. Don't call it too early. There's the cleanup. There's finally this fight brought to a finish, Felix. It's been going on for what feels like 7 minutes.
Unbelievable. And Turkmenistan really will be the team to be eliminated. I don't know. I thought they had all the time, all the utility, all the position in the world to take down Jordan. But Jordan makes it work. And that's so important for them in terms of qualification. Lebanon, meanwhile, has grouped up in that centralized compound. So has obviously Uzbekistan, but they could rotate. The one team that hasn't, though, is Mongolia, and that's Lebanon taking one down. Mongolia needs to win this against Kazakhstan. They need to grab some points. They haven't throughout the last 3 games and throughout the entire day. So this one is essentially almost do or die for them. They need to stay in reach.
They need to stay in reach. They need to win this fight here, essentially. If they do, they have a good chance of running away with it. If they lose this fight, it's becoming near impossible. Like you said, few third parties coming in from Lebanon, but they're just making that fight a tiny bit harder. It is essentially Mongolia versus 3 of Kazakhstan. There's the Saiga ringing out. That's 6 in the smoke, knock and flushed, and they're bringing the fight to them, and they're not hesitant about it. But look at that, they're so bunched up. This nade could just be the end of him. Alex is down. It's all just fighting for dear life. They're running him down. The shotguns are coming out.
Wow.
And it's not meant to be for Mongolia. It's just not their day, Felix.
Oh my goodness. Becca closes down Mongolia. And Mongolia, as a result of it, will go down with almost no elimination and almost no placement points. We still have 6 teams remaining. And if that isn't an upset, I don't know what is. Mongolia, 3 points only. I think they haven't even gathered double digits so far today. And that also means Bahrain is as safe as it gets. That's one less team that's really going to catch up to you anytime soon. So even if they go out right here, that's no problem. You've put in the work today already. You are to be excused, as we have Bahrain with just a single player left alive, left standing on that southern edge.
Gonna be maybe sneaking himself into a few placements here as well. The real question is, what does Kazakhstan do with this, right? What do they do with the rest of this game? What does Uzbekistan do with the rest of this game? Those are the teams fighting for their life in this qualification. And it's looking like Kazakhstan is swinging down to that roadside, swinging down to a tiny bit of cover, a lot of smokes, and hoping to out-survive anyone left in the circle. Palestine, they gotta make a send. I'm not sure if they're breaching the single mansion here, but wherever they go, they're not gonna have an easy time, Felix.
No. Seems like there's almost no spot they can really play. I think they have to breach Kazakhstan right now. I think they know this. Asa maybe has been spotted, maybe Becca either, maybe they drive him over, they see him, yes they do, what a breach coming out from Palestine, and together with the help of Becca, who unfortunately blew himself up, if I saw that correctly, they will be taken down. Yes, they get traded out by Lebanon, but at least is another placement point, another elimination point as well, being secured by them. So good salvage off of that really tough circle.
Tough luck, but like you said, that's a kill that really gives you 2 points. A placement and an elimination. Kazakhstan only 5 this game. Palestine only 3. That's opening the door a little bit. Opening the door for Uzbekistan. I don't think this game is free for them at all. I think this is still a pretty hard game for them to move out of their compound. But if Lebanon missteps just a tiny bit, if they lose a player here or there, that could be all that Uzbekistan need to close that gap finally.
More nades are being thrown out. So many smokes from the Jordan players. But let's be honest, if Lebanon even loses a single player without getting essentially all frags, this is not the outcome they wanted. They need to pick up everyone right now. Look at this, Mason has already found himself a pretty good spot. He just has to be careful of being open to Uzbekistan, but I don't think he is. I think the sightlines are just not quite there for Uzbekistan.
Look at the taps to the smoke. Just guessing where the Bahrain player could be hiding out. Does a good bit of damage. It is Uzbekistan who pick it up in the end. And it is Jordan finally go down here. Big game for Jordan as well. 8 elims.
Wow.
I've put them ahead of Uzbekistan in 5th. And now the game's on. Now the circle has shifted. Now we're down to the 4 versus 4. Only 2 defeats for Uzbekistan. A good send to the single mansion has brought them into placement points. But if they really want to be a contender, then they really need this win.
Yes, they do. Also, Lebanon, that would be their second dinner today, back to back. How crazy would that be? Ladies and gentlemen, for all the Uzbekistan fans in the chat right now, they do need your support, especially if Zakaria hits shots like that. So spam the flags once more. We've seen your massive, massive support for this nation throughout all the game days of Group A. 2 days ago, now today. They need it. They need it. If they win this game, they're so close to get a potential qualification to a Riyadh. And the first knock has happened indeed.
First knock doesn't go their way. Circle hasn't gone their way either. The smokes are coming out. They're trying to use them to cover their approach as much as they can, but they need more space. They need more ground. They need to get closer, and they need to find big openings. Taking down a player here, absolutely massive if they can manage to do so, but it's going to be quite hard with the limited angles they're working with. The smoke wall is good. The smoke usage is fantastic from Uzbekistan right now, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. They need to get themselves to some place with potentially the biggest smoke wall I've ever seen.
Yeah, that is a nasty smoke wall. Really good team play coming out from Uzbekistan. That is one wall that you do not want to face. But then again, if it's not enough to actually get to the buildings, then what is it all for? And you can tell there's gaps now. You can only have so many smokes. First knock doesn't go their way. Second one doesn't either, as Mason takes down the second Uzbekistan player. It's just Hardpoint Frega left alive now. They've got a couple of more smokes, but that's about it.
They've gotten so far, though, but it doesn't help them. There's no more hard cover to deal with. Lebanon is flying on in. The shotguns are coming out, down to just one player in the smokes, and he's hunted down. Chasan will clean it up for Lebanon, and he's ruining the dreams of Uzbekistan.
Unbelievable. Uzbekistan was so close, but the circles just did not go their way, and you could tell Lebanon really happy with this one. That's the second game in a row. We said maybe a miraculous run was gonna be possible. Now that actually is. Now that actually is possible. The second almost 20-point game from Lebanon. That is, once again, that is they doubled their points from last game. Now they add another 18. That is more than they had throughout the entire first 6 games of this group day.
Completely crazy what they have been able to achieve here, but we'll have to wait and see if it's enough. Craziness around the chopsticks as well for the majority of that game for Alex. But in the end, it was Jordan that cleaned it up. It took them a long, long time. But they were finally able to clean it up. We're finally able to get themselves 8 elims. And that puts them more into contention for a team that we should be talking about when it comes to qualification spots.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got to talk about Mongolia as well. That's the big fight that we saw in this round. Just not going their way. Kazakhstan doing some really big stuff, really good fights there towards the eastern side. And also Kazakhstan has just been really solid today as well in the fights. They just barely make any mistakes, and especially against a team like Mongolia. Sure, they were pressured not only from Lebanon but also from the zone, so they did have the massive advantage. But then also getting into this without losing a player is pretty good. So Kazakhstan is showing what they're made of.
Yeah.
And you said that you think it is between Mongolia, Kazakhstan, and Bahrain. So far, that does ring true. But I think with that game, Mongolia might even have been overtaken.
I'm not sure if they have, but they're certainly not looking like they're not looking successful at all. Chasan, 800 damage. He's been a big point gatherer for his team today. He's really pulling up the numbers. He's keeping the Lebanese dream alive. I'm saying that with a bit of a smiling eye because I'm not sure if it's actually possible. I'm not sure how mathematically possible it is, but they're certainly doing all they can. A 20-point win into an 18-point win is a pretty massive standing, a pretty massive statement on the standings. But Jordan getting themselves 13 points, I think, gets them to 4th. Uzbekistan into 5th. So the teams in front of Lebanon are not sleeping either.
No, they're definitely not sleeping. And they won't. And they won't be for the next 2 games that we have coming up. I am so excited you have Miramar coming up, but let's take one more look at the match standings before we head on over to the overall standings soon. Palestine with 6 maybe is something we got to talk about. Bahrain with 5, Mongolia with 4, but also Turkmenistan. I thought they had such good chances of making something big work. I feel like they could have been in the shoes that Jordan is right now. The 13 points that they gathered was almost exclusively because they fought everyone else in the ridgelines in the open field. And Turkmenistan, I want to say, had the advantage with the blue zone and still wasn't able to do it. That one straight fly-in from, I believe it was NATO, kind of threw them around, and I feel like they will look back at this and be like, maybe that round was meant for us. But yeah, unfortunately, 2 points only with Jordan picking up 13. They will still stay in contention with these 5 playful points and 8 eliminations that they've gathered.
193 smokes and nades this game. I think about 100 coming out of Uzbekistan there towards the end. They've really tried to put up the biggest smoke wall ever seen. It wasn't enough. It was very hard to cross that path. I think they might have had an opening as Lebanon were pushing out so far to the west. Maybe there was an opening for them to breach the compound and try to go for something. But it wasn't meant to be. We're going to see a few more stats about this game in a second. And I think it's going to be a bit of a mix here. Because I feel like Jordan did a whole lot of the damage there. And the highest elims and the highest assists are going towards them for sure.
Yeah, Lebanon and Jordan, as well as Bahrain. Everyone's represented in these statistics. Bahrain obviously had a pretty tough entry to that southern side, with Kazakhstan kind of contesting them, then Mongolia coming in later on as well after they've been kind of shot at from everyone else. But yeah, I feel like for everyone except Lebanon and maybe Uzbekistan, it's been a really tough game. These kind of circles in the open field just tend to be really heavy. And while we take a look at the MVP, Ragnarok, he's been the MVP despite Lebanon having such a big advantage. I feel like that's the biggest takeaway from this.
Yeah. This is also one of the games we talked about Turkmenistan coming away with a win when they got really favorable circles. That was Lebanon this game, but Lebanon was much better at flexing out and getting the kills. But they still, just being in the middle meant that they only picked up average amount of eliminations. I'd say we've seen very many high kill wins. This was not one of them, and that is reflected here in the stats as well. We're gonna see a few more of this game, and I think it's gonna be a mixed bag. We're gonna have some player head-to-heads. We're gonna have some team head-to-heads for you guys, and you're gonna see the disparities are not as wide as they have been in the past sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. I think the difference is not as big as maybe some of these other games, as you said. 4 eliminations for Ragnarok, 3 eliminations for Hassan. We talked about Lebanon underperforming. They're finally showing us what they're made of, especially Hassan. I've talked about him and his teammate from Heroic. These guys do have the experience, but just nothing of the sort has been shown in the first game day of Group A. So, Jordan in the head-to-head statistics. Interestingly enough, same amount of elimination as Lebanon. Same thing kind of that reminds me of Tajikistan's win. Both of these teams with limited elimination potential, but at least Lebanon had the opportunity to take out all 4 of the Uzbekistan players in the end.
That's a good bunch of points that you're gathering just in those few seconds where they clean up the game, right? If they had a 4-kill win, it would have been a little bit disappointing, but they managed to get themselves 8 and they make another jump on the standings, which is what you guys are waiting for. It's what we are waiting for, and there they are. Lebanon is up to 7th by tripling their points within 2 games here. So crazy stuff from Lebanon right now. But the top is where it gets really interesting. Jordan actually passes Mongolia here, Alex. And Mongolia is now 8 points away from a qualifying spot.
That's massive. We've never seen Mongolia be outside of it, except for today. And I gotta say, deservingly so. Unfortunately, the current reigning PUBG Mobile Global Champions have not been convincing today. They've just not shown us any sort of opportunity or willingness to take things into their own hands and maybe take isolated fights a little bit earlier than when they're pressured to. It feels like they've been pressured into everything that happened so far instead of the other way around. So Mongolia needs to step it up. 39 LMs is just not good enough right now in comparison to, for example, the 64 that we have on Bahrain. These guys have been fragging the lobby. So as we said, Mongolia, if they want to make it happen, 2 more chances and it is Miramar. Luckily for them, at least historically, they've been pretty good on Miramar.
It might be the comeback that they need. But right now, they're on the back foot. 8 points, super doable. I think that's where I'm gonna start lifting the line a little bit. I think Uzbekistan is gonna be mighty hard. 76 to I think 90 that was, but 82 to 90 is completely doable. So Mongolia is still in the runnings, and yeah, we'll have to see what they can do on Miramar, like you said.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to take a look at Miramar in just a couple of minutes. But first of all, a very short break before we go into match 5 and 6. Once again, Miramar. Stay tuned.
2 more maps is all we're gonna get today. Is all we're gonna see is 2 more Miramars. We're making one more switch. We started this day on Sanhok with a coach 1v4ing a team. And we went over to the more expectable, the more reasonable Erangel. And now we're gonna close it out on Miramar. Felix, you've been talking a lot about Mongolia on Miramar. And well, if they don't bring it now, then it's gonna be all but over.
Yeah, it is. Just 2 days ago, Mongolia had a pretty good performance on Miramar, but it wasn't as convincing as it was on Sanhok and Erangel at the start of the day that we saw. Still though, I felt like there was more in it, so I'm hoping to see that now. After all, they will be playing at PMWC. They just came off of a pretty good performance in their PMSL, and also they are the reigning Pubgm Global Champions. So they have to repeat that? I don't think so. Everyone knows at this point. So I don't know what's happening. I think it's the most surprising part to me right after Lebanon's finally making a comeback. We've never seen Mongolia struggle as much as they have today. It's not 1 game, it's not 2 games, it's 3 games, and it's continuously the same kind of pattern. They are getting pressured into fights, and they're losing these fights. So not really a hold of control, and they're also not really having the same kind of timings that I feel like we've seen in the first day. So maybe what really happened is they're overcomplicating things. They're taking too much time with rotations, and maybe overthinking the rotation in and of itself. And if that stops, I feel like Mongolia can come back. But right now, I feel like their mental is down significantly.
It's a harsh comeback. It's a harsh situation to be in. You feel like the games are slipping out of your hands, right? But it's just, if they win that fight versus Kazakhstan, they have at least 3 to 4 more points in that game. Kazakhstan has 3 to 4 less, and then they're in the qualifying spots, right? It's that much. It's really just these tiny little things that are missing out for them. That it's just these tiny little edges that they need. And I feel like a winning fight, a winning team fight, could even push them into a spot where they're suddenly a contender again. But so far today, it's just they haven't been able to get it going. And like I said, it feels way easier for the other teams that have had a good day and that have been able to close the gap and run away with things. It feels way easier for them to keep it up than for Mongolia to break the downfall.
Yeah, absolutely. I also quickly want to touch on Jordan, because Jordan was the team that was probably the most convincing on Miramar. 2 second places. They did have the option to win both of them. I feel like at least one of them I feel like during the game at least they were heavily favored. During the last game I believe it was. So Jordan now still in contention. If they close this out and they have as much success as they did, I want to say yesterday, but 2 days ago on the first day of the Group A group stage, then honestly Jordan is going to do it. Like, there's not another team that we've seen be so convincing on Miramar. Then again, it's a really really low sample size, so who's to say that isn't going to change today completely. So we also got to say, today we've seen plenty of circles that just heavily favored that one team that were just in the middle. Like, we've seen Tajikistan with a win, we've seen Lebanon now with the win that they've pretty much just been gifted. You know, these teams that are pretty much in the center, have hard cover, and get the circle on top of it. And I also want to say we've seen, maybe even, I wouldn't say 2 times Lebanon, but at least 1 time Lebanon, as I said, and definitely one from Tajikistan. So who knows how the circles are going to shift on Miramar now. But if that happens again, and you know, one of the runner-up teams are going to get the circle, then maybe there's not even a chance, despite Mongolia playing better, for them to qualify at this point.
Yeah, and at that point, you have to be reasonable and say, well, they've had their chances and they've missed a lot of their chances, and they've dropped a lot of their chances. So if you don't get the opportunities in the last 2 games, then that's unfortunate and that's really rough. But then you've probably missed the opportunities in the first 10 games, and that's a bit of a problem that they'll have to face. But yeah, I think you make a good point about Jordan. Is they've kind of been under the radar. I feel like they've just sort of slipped in here or there, getting a few kills, few placements consistently, creeping their way up the scoreboard, and now suddenly they're in 3rd place, right? I wasn't expecting them at the start of the day, for sure not. I thought it was just going to be the two favorites running away with things. Hasn't been the case at all. Not only Uzbekistan, not only Kazakhstan, Jordans have put themselves in the conversation. And like you said, if they continue in Miramar, then suddenly we have the upset, and we have a team that we didn't expect at all making it to Riyadh.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad, to quickly touch on another subject, I'm so glad Kazakhstan is finally showing us that they can win games. I feel like that was the one thing that was missing them from group stage 1. And same thing goes for Kazakhstan and Mongolia, that kind of little dynamic. If Kazakhstan continues playing that way, there's just not going to be a way for Mongolia to come back, because Kazakhstan has been the most consistent team, I want to say, here in the second day of this group stage. So we'll have to wait and see how things go. I think this is going to give us a really good idea on who is taking second place. This game is going to decide a whole lot. Can Uzbekistan and Palestine come back? Can they get into reach for this second place that is currently at 90 points, which is Kazakhstan to be exact? So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Miramar, the first Miramar and one of the last Miramars as well of Group Stage A.
2 more chances, 2 more games, 2 more Miramars to go for all of our teams here. And there's one team that's sitting pretty, there's one team that's enjoying life, that is Bahrain. And then everybody else is sweating in the Miramar Desert right now. Kazakhstan early on down to the south, making a way towards Chumasera and the surrounding areas. And I have not been able to spot Mongolia. There they are. Montenegro is where Mongolia will reside. And maybe a bit of a congestion around the Impala area, but I would say I'd be surprised to see a hot drop. But with Uzbekistan and the way they've been playing the early games, maybe that's not a far stretch.
Yeah. Maybe not. Uzbekistan got away with the vehicles, by the looks of it. But not without damage being taken. Frega had to be very careful. That would be the most anticlimactic game now for them if they would just lose a player early on. And Lebanon, as we saw, wasn't reach actually take one of them. So good luck to Uzbekistan if they were to drop there again, because I think a second time Lebanon is not going to let that happen. As a result of that, Lebanon, we can tell, without any cars, they will have to run over to the next compound to loot. And that's going to make it a whole lot more complicated. But then again, they are pretty close to the circle, which is why they dropped there in the first place.
If I'm Lebanon, I'm thinking about running into Los Leones and just seeing if I can grab a free kill there. Maybe a team that doesn't expect me coming. Maybe get a few vehicles that way. Just create some diversions, create some craziness. Because like we said, right? They have nothing to lose. They go crazy or they go home. And with only 2 more games, maybe running around and looking for vehicles isn't the recipe for success. But who knows? They've been able to pull off great things in the last 2 games. And apart from catching Bahrain, right? Everything else is possible.
I think so too. I think Bahrain is the one team we realized and recognized this as soon as we saw them play after the first match today. We realized this team is not going to be caught up to. As hard as it sounds, this team is just in a league of itself at the moment. They know how to play this qualifier. I'm not saying that they will be in a league in and of itself outside of this, but in a 10-team, 9-team lobby, as of right now, and the way they play, they've just got it figured out. They know when to engage, when to disengage, they know when to play circle, when not to. And fighting-wise, they've been very, very resourceful. So good on Bahrain. Going to be very interesting to see them. Once again, we're not going to go ahead and reign them call them the champion just yet, but we all know there's almost no mathematical way for them to be caught up to. So they, I think, at this point already know they have to prepare for the journey to Riyadh and the Iesf World Esports Champions. Championship. Not, they're not champions just yet. Championship, obviously.
They have a chance. Palestine, on the other hand, not looking super hot at the moment. They've had some good moments. They've had some moments of brilliance here or there, but when it goes over 12 games, consistency is key, and they haven't really been able to show us what we need. Similarly, true for Tajikistan. Again, moments of greatness, some good games, but overall, under the line, just hasn't been enough.
Unfortunately, I feel like the last game was a good indication of why Turkmenistan is not in the contention for the top spots. They get into good positions. They played smartly. They're a talented roster. But when it comes down to the wire, they lose in situations that they would originally have the advantage at. And I think that's just due to the fact that very often they've met teams early on that just have so much more experience than them and are so much less scared. And one good example was Jordan in the last round. They were pushing them backs against the wall. They originally were a player down in comparison to that team, but yeah, just didn't work out anyways. They still got 1-by-1 picked apart, and Jordan was able to secure that round and still make 13 points off of it. Well, they did too. Let's take a quick look into Tajikistan, because these guys have shown us they can win rounds as well today. And it is, who would have thought, Lebanon on the other side. These guys also need to step up. They need 2 massive, massive, massive rounds, so maybe starting it off early is not a bad idea.
Exactly what we wanted them to do, right? Take a fight early, and they're taking it convincingly once again. Chasan finds the second, takes a 1v1 and wins it. And just like that, Tajikistan is wondering where their game just went. What just happened to them in the 10th or 11th round of the tournament. Bit of a spray coming out from Corey. And again, met by the UMP of Sakarya. Lebanon is looking good. They're looking feisty. And they're looking to take these fights. 3 eliminations before most of the other teams have really started to play the game is a nice way to start off your Miramars. And like you said, they need crazy games. It's not likely that we'll see them up towards the top, but this is exactly how they would have to start them. 2 vehicles gathered as well.
Yeah, perfect start for them. Absolute massive, massive start. I want to see how far they can go. It's 60 points now. Let's just theorize here for a second. Imagine they get a win with 10 frags. Not too far off with what they've shown us so far. That would be 20 points. They're in 4th place. There would still be 10 points off a qualification spot. Let's say Kazakhstan, Jordan, Mongolia get 10 points max each. They would need to get a dinner in the next round as well. So the only way for Lebanon to qualify is to get a dinner in this one and a dinner in the next one.
Yeah.
And to have Kazakhstan, Jordan, and Mongolia get like 10 more points max each.
And
like,
double-digit kills in both of these wins.
Yeah, that's how crazy even like a 30 points difference really is, or like a 10 points in a best of 12 qualification spot for only the top 2.
It's such a shame that they didn't show up at all yesterday or the day before.
Like even 30 points would have given them so much.
Exactly. Yeah, just getting your 5 points a game would have been completely reasonable and enough to absolutely have them in the conversation right now. But they were a little too slow, a little bit too hesitant, maybe. I'm not sure what the problems were on day one. But the problems on day one were so big that they are now in a spot where it's basically impossible for them.
Zone is going to close sometime soon. Almost no team is inside the circle yet, which is quite the surprising sight. East side does have Lebanon relatively close to, I believe that is Uzbekistan. I'm going to have to take a look and see that in detail when we get to the camera. And then also Mongolia, one of the few teams currently inside the safe zone. They are preparing for this next circle shift. You can tell already in the vehicles. It is a hard north shift. That is crazy. Not a single team at the moment anywhere close to circle center.
Crazy shift. Crazy shift to the northern side. Good for Bahrain, who've taken a lot of space once again. Confidence allows them to spread themselves very, very thin. Mongolia on the other side, they are sticking a little bit closer together. You can tell they're trying to minimize risks here a little bit more than some other teams around them. But yeah, crazy circle, and a circle that sort of rewards the teams that have taken their time, because even if you manage to get yourself into a good spot in circle 1, most of these spots are completely irrelevant by phase 2.
Palestine, same thing, almost same thing for them as it is for Lebanon. They need a win, and actually kind of another win. Let's be honest, either another win or like a second, third place with massive amounts of frags. So very unfortunately, it looked so sharp. They looked so good. They were in absolute reach start of this day, coming off of that win in the last Miramar game of day number 1. And then they just fell off. They couldn't show us the same fierceness, I feel like, that they have shown us throughout the first 6 games.
Interested to see what Jordan does. What they are able to pull off in this one. As they once again take a reasonably good position. And get themselves ready to scrap their way through the circles. Ragnarok with the DMR. Ready for some long range shots. They have the vehicles they need. They have the gear they need. Quite a bit of 3 gear on these players as well. A lot of 3 vests, a few 3 helmets. They're pretty much set up for success here. And they are a bit of the sleeper team. The team that completely slipped my radar here, Felix. But they've really scrapped their way into 3rd place. And into absolute contention here with Kazakhstan and Mongolia.
Yep. 60 points once again for Lebanon. Turkmenistan 27 points. We don't even need to theorize anything here, unfortunately. Even if they clean up the entire lobby twice and get the win, get the W, there ain't no way for them to qualify. So Turkmenistan is playing for experience at this current stage of the tournament. Very unfortunate for all the Turkmenistan fans we've seen, especially in the very first day in the chat. Shout out to you guys again. Shout out to any fan. We see a lot of Uzbekistani fans right now, and Kazakhstan as well. So once again, they need your support, especially Uzbekistan. It's such a cool thing to see. If I were an Uzbekistan fan right now, I'd be biting my nails because this could not get any closer. So really good for Uzbekistan to come back in the way they have.
Few more points. One good game. Suddenly they're in reach, but not winning that last game has kind of hurt them a little bit. It was a hard one to win, but if they had, they'd be in contention right now. They'd be in a good spot. So this way, they are still fighting for dear life. Nothing's impossible when you're so close to the top. We've seen big games coming out of all these teams, and it is possible. Play zone's moving in 30 seconds. We have a stage 3, a phase 3 circle upon us. We're going to have to wait and see where that takes us. Neos is on the southwestern side of this new zone, with Jordan extending their feelers out. They're looking who's in that compound. They're looking if they can take it. They're looking where to go.
Next phase is going to be starting up in just a couple of seconds. Palestine. Still in a pretty good spot. A relatively tough circle. Very few positions that can be played on foot. So grabbing real estate right in this very moment is going to be crucial. You can tell Lebanon is trying to fund an entry of water treatment, which is a pretty good spot right now. I want to say one of the best spots. Unless it goes deep south, they will have something to play off of for the rest of this match. Maybe get gas station to really make that cross safe. Could be a good option for them too. For everyone else, except maybe Turkmenistan, it is gonna mean trouble if this shifts anywhere else than to their edge.
Big position in the center there as well, yeah. But I'm seeing a fight on that northwestern edge. Mongolia is engaging versus Bahrain. Maybe one of the most scary teams to fight, but they catch one off for free. That's Ayo going down. And that is a big scalp to take for the Mongolian squad. Refueling their cars, getting ready for whatever the circle brings to them. But they now have a team in front of them that they have weakened, that they know is max 3 players alive. And that's something they can lean into. That's something they can abuse later on. £112 points. 112 points. Have we talked about what would need to happen for Bahrain to drop out? Kazakhstan would. Yeah, Kazakhstan would need to. Yeah, no, it's. I want to see if it's mathematically possible. Absolutely.
I think at this is it?
Mathematically, yes. Yeah.
No, but Jordan would need to pick up 32 more points. Well, no, not quite, but almost 30 points.
Yeah.
But also Kazakhstan will need to pick up more than 20 points. So Kazakhstan...
Yeah, it's never happening, but it's always mathematically possible.
Kazakhstan win one round, Jordan gets second with a good point, and then Jordan wins the next round, and Kazakhstan, well, doesn't theoretically need to do anything anymore.
Exactly.
But that would be the case.
That's a big kill, though. That's Jordan.
That's gonna make
Jordan
more
losing one. And that's
Ooh.
a third place team losing a member to the second place. Big scalp to take for Kazakhstan.
Lord.
That's a very high impact kill. And Jordan has not found their way around this circle well enough to get themselves in a position where they don't have to take any risks. So they do try to go for a scout, and they get punished instantly here. Bahrain is being breached. And I think there's Freezer going down in the kill feed as well. Jordan has decided that they maybe want this compound. I'm not sure if they're actually going in. Yes, they are. Damage is being traded. Ragnarok down to just 1 HP. But he's running it down and he's taken out.
What?
Jordan's doing it.
I thought that was such a good peek from Neos, but he actually got taken down by the one-shot headshot from Ragnarok. Wow, such good pre-fire, and it still doesn't work out. With 1 HP, he turns the situation around. How the hell did he make that one happen? And now it's just part. The good thing is, this doesn't really mean too much anymore for any Bahrain fan, because you guys are so heavily secured in terms of qualification. But for Jordan, on the other hand,
it means the world to Jordan.
Means a whole lot. These guys are so close to qualifying and taking that second spot and picking up another frag against one of the first place and absolute best placed teams in this lobby is going to give them a whole lot more confidence as well.
You love to see it if you're a Jordan fan, if you're a Jordan PUBG Mobile viewer. And I love to see it as well. They go for a risky scout. They're not sure where to end up. They're not sure what's free. They lose a member, but they don't hesitate. They don't say, well, we lost a member. Let's try and play this safe. Let's try and regroup. No, they send it for something that they want to have, and they win the fight convincingly. Bahrain, once again, spread themselves thin. They lost a member for it very early, and they do get punished here by a confident push from the Jordan squad. So hats off to them. Well played. And a well-deserved 3 elimination points.
Palestine, with that shift, is going to be relatively happy. I said how tough it's going to be for lots of these teams in case this shift does not go south. It did go more towards the southern side, so that's the one good news for Palestine, for Jordan, and even Uzbekistan, I want to say, especially also Kazakhstan. Otherwise, they will need to cross big distances across open field. So, at least for the time being, everyone is secured. No one really needs to move in deeper. These fights and skirmishes on the outside, on the outskirts of this new safe zone have already been dealt with as well. So, no one's really in current fighting. No one's really trying to take away space from anyone else. And this next circle shift, let me tell you, I think it's going to determine our winner for this next one. It's such a tough circle. Someone is going to get fed here. Unless it goes hard north, which is where I want to see this go, but I don't think it's going to. The teams in the hardcover spots are just going to be at such a big advantage.
Northwest. Mongolia take the compound, win the game. Boom. There's your prediction. Kazakhstan on the other side, they're fighting as this circle is about to pop, and the circle does center up. Turkmenistan in a beautiful spot here in the middle. Kazakhstan need to hold on. They need another win. They need another team fight going their way, and it's not happening right now. The first 2 knocks towards the other side. Palestine is looking good on this. Palestine is looking convincing. If they clean out Kazakhstan here, Jordan might be in for a treat.
It might be good drive-by, though, from Dream, who's been swapped around with a coach who's had a 1v4. That's somehow not the weirdest story of today. And Timon here with the 1v1, and he does it. Oh my lord, Palestine takes down Kazakhstan. What a big upset here on this eastern side. None of these teams really expected it to go that cleanly, but Palestine, look at them. They are not losing anyone. Look at this. Uzbekistan is now there to claim victory. They take down Dream. If they would only know there's one more player right in front of them, and he's not been flushed by anyone just yet. And look at this. One more return, though, and it is a 1-1 trade.
Oh, he lets him get the flush as well. That's so awkward. He's not there for his teammate to trade him out. Uzbekistan, they need to keep numbers up here. The play is beautiful. The kill grab is fantastic, especially when it's a team that's competing for similar area on the map. But losing Fragger there hurts. Losing Fragger there is not what they wanted to do. They were hoping for a few free points, and they have been punished in the process. That's bad news for Uzbekistan fans. That's bad news for Uzbekistan. But it's good news for Jordan here on that western side, Felix, because they're getting everybody around them just severely weakened before they have to move out of their compound.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Now we have Mongolia driving in. Lebanon is just on the other side. A couple of first shots are coming out. Hassan is the first one to greet them, but I don't think he's gathered a knock just yet. Mongolia is still 3-man strong. Nate comes in from Alex, and he takes down Hassan. He's got the shotgun in hand. 1v2, not a problem for him. And he takes down both of the players. Massive plays coming in from Alex, and they need this so very desperately. They need this more than any other team. They need the confidence back. They need the placements back. They need the points back. Alex, can he do more? Alex is just going wild. And he takes down every single one as IHC, aka Mongolia, the representatives of that beautiful PUBG Mobile Esports nations, are staying in the game and have found themselves another spot.
With that one single play from Alex, they're back in the game, and that must feel so good as well. That's exactly what they need. A bit of a step up, an individual one at that. Brings them back into the game. Instantly back into third as well. Instantly past Jordan. And remember, Kazakhstan, they're out of this. Kazakhstan are up for the grabs. Here, 3 points ahead. I think they've got themselves a few kill points. But the placement points will start trickling on in. And this is looking good now for Mongolia. This is exactly what they needed. And with a little bit of space to boot here around that valley, Felix.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of space, actually. They should not have a problem rotating in. East side still is Uzbekistan. Southern side is still Palestine. Nothing really has changed in terms of the competition. Jordan obviously coming into the southwestern side. And the one team that didn't have to move throughout all these fights is Turkmenistan. And they will once again be gifted with a circle. Where else is it supposed to shift? That's why I said 2 zones earlier. I think I have a feeling of where this is going to end and who's going to have the best chance at it. Who's going to have the best shot at this round. And to no surprise to anyone, it is Turkmenistan.
Not a team we're expecting to contend for today, but a team that might sponge up some points. Uzbekistan now, they got Timon cruising through their compound. They're saying hello. Thank you very much. We will grab this elimination. We'll put another point on the tally. And we'll hope to make the climb. 79 at the moment. They have to be careful though. Look at the minimap. Mongolia is already there. Demon's already peeking over. Demo, excuse me. Already peeking on over. Trying to make his mark. Trying to take another frag. Pick up another kill. Each one of these kills is so impactful right now. The leaderboard is so stacked. The game is still so open, Felix. Just picking up a single kill onto Uzbekistan here is a big bunch of good news for Mongolia.
I'm wondering whether or not Uzbekistan really has an actual chance of making an outside of this little dip, because the way Mongolia is above them and the way the nades are already raining in, I don't think there's any potential for them. Oh my god, such good nades do not result in a knock. That's so unfortunate. Tapok and Hotboy have found themselves quite the good spot. Maybe this last nade is just perfect. No, still no knock. That is crazy. I think it's been 6 nades now, and they only have 1 building to hide themselves in. Mongolia are really unfortunate now, and they've wasted the majority of their utility.
They're hoping for an opening. That's a good nade again. They're dealing the damage, but they might not even be aware of how much damage they've dealt, because there just hasn't been any knocks coming on back, and there hasn't been a signal for them to really go in onto this. Now Rogue down to half HP. Alex is holding down the fort. But they were hoping for an invite. They were hoping for an opening to clear this out. They haven't gotten one. Now they have to figure out what to do with this. And on the minimap you can see Jordan has flexed on out of their compound. They have pushed themselves behind the Uzbekistan squad, and they are now looking to see what they can do with it.
Yeah. One of Palestine, if Jordan can find anything in this circle. I'm not sure which ridgeline they want to drive to. Is there even a ridgeline they would not be open to Mongolia or Turkmenistan? I don't feel like there is. Apparently there is. Leif has found himself a ridgeline they can at least momentarily stay at. He's got the support of his teammates further towards the northwestern side. Maybe that is going to additionally help them in terms of survivability. But Alex also, that's got to be spoken about, has got them in their sights. And Alex so far in this round with 5 frags is the one man you do not want to cross.
Still got 2 nades as well. Still ready to let one rip if he does find a target right below him. Circle closing on in the next few seconds. It's going to tell them where to go. It's going to tell them what they will have to do. But you can see he's still looking. He's looking for an opening. He's looking for a player out of position that he can nade down. And there's another nade bouncing on in. Bounces right back out. And so far, it just hasn't been meant to be. But look at where this zone has shifted. It's gone a little bit north. It's gone away from the bottom two teams. It's gone away from Jordan and Uzbekistan. And that opens the game up wide for Mongolia. If they manage to stay alive here, I feel like they are the favorites to win a 4v4 versus Turkmenistan.
Might be. Can I just quickly touch on how cool it is that we have that airdrop graphic that also shows you where the location of the airdrop has been looted at? That's so cool. So I immediately knew it was looted near water treatment. That's so incredibly cool. And Ragnarok, the player that is closest to it, has probably looted it already. So let's take a look. Uzbekistan in this circle needs to move. Realistically, I don't see a chance for them to exit this without losing all of the players, but maybe you've got a different idea.
It's going to be tricky for anybody that's not Turkmenistan right now, but even Turkmenistan, once they have to leave the compound, not a free game for them anymore, not really. Just the easiest one to close on out. Mongolia, on the other hand, feels like they're in for a treat here. They're able to peek over this ridge whenever they want to. They're just making sure they don't get caught out of position, drive-by, anything of the sort. They're making sure their aggression is measured. And they're ringing it out here. Alex taken down, though. They've got to be careful now. Instantly consolidate this one. Make sure you don't lose a member here. Make sure the flush does not come through. So far, they've traded favorably. That's a good nade again. Good bunch of damage again. And that's a good spray into the smoke. They're ripping both teams to pieces here, Alex. One at a time, both at the same time. It doesn't matter. Just don't overstep. Just don't get knocked to your demo. You don't want to throw the game away.
No, you don't, but his teammate is there for the rescue. Rogue takes down 22. And as a result of that, Mongolia should be fine with just retreating for the time being. You can see everyone else is in deeper trouble than Mongolia is. And they've got the ridgeline now. That is a perfect ridgeline to potentially even contest this game out of the hands of Turkmenistan, as Jordan is still fighting for its life. I feel like the best case scenario for Jordan right now is that Uzbekistan goes out before they do. That one more placement, one more elimination point is probably, I feel like, the best thing that could happen. And look at this, Turkmenistan, meanwhile, has lost Klaus as well, while Chepi is being rezzed. So they're down to a 3-man as well. This could be the perfect opportunity for Mongolia to strike back. And so far, they've shown us that they want to and are capable to do so as well.
The global champions with 8 eliminations so far, 8 and counting. I am 100% certain they're going to out-survive Jordan here, and they're going to out-frag them as well. The question is, can they win the fight in the end? Can they take down the Turkmenistan players inside the compound, or do they let them come out onto the ridge? That's the questions that are open here. But we know they've done a big chunk of work. They've woken up, Alex. They've shown up. They've let us wait for 4 games. Now they're back. Now they're letting the shots ring out. That's Ragnarok gone. Can they get the confirm? It's looking likely. That's another elimination. That's 9. Soon to be 10. And it's going to be a double-digit game regardless here. Mongolia has woken the hell up.
Oh, yes, they have. Alex seems to be absolutely unstoppable. And IHC as a team itself seems to be so coordinated. Look at this. They've already realized, hey, the last players are probably going to be in this compound after Lathe has been taken down, so we need to take the space right this very second, while Turkmenistan is repositioning, while they don't necessarily expect it either, because they don't need to push this yet, but they are, because they realize they have the opportunity to do so. And I do believe Chepi has been spotted. Same goes for Legenda. They're already putting up some shots against them. And Alex with the M2, I feel like there's no way in hell that he is going to lose the next couple of fights. He's got everything he needs. Level 3 gear. He's got the confidence as well now with the 5 frags. Let's see if he can make it work.
They're looking so sharp. They know where the player is. They're hunting him down. Now they know there's one more hiding around the compound. They have a good idea where Chappie is as well. And Mongolia is looking poised to take this. DBS coming on through. There's one knock. There's a second.
Oh, my lord.
It's getting messy now.
Way.
They only have 3 players in this compound, Felix. If Zhel loses the 1v1, this is a disaster for Mongolia. The first hit does not come through, though. And it's over. And just like that, Mongolia is back, baby.
Okay. That was closer than I thought, ladies and gentlemen. But we do have another contender joining the race for the top 2 spots. Mongolia is back, and IHC wants to show us why they are the reigning PUBG Mobile Global Champions. They have had such a tough qualifier. I've talked about it, coming in from the PUBG Mobile Nations Cup of the Mongolian Esports Association, and making their way in here as absolute favorites. Now, they've awoken from the slumber they've been in through the last 3, maybe 4 games. And Kovo, you said it. You said Mongolia, and you said Kazakhstan, and you said Bahrain. But only 2 of these will be able to take the journey to Riyadh. What's your opinion now?
Ooh, I know they've woken up. I know we have a fight on our hands. Now, I'm thinking after that game, they're not stoppable. That is exactly what you want, right? That's all the momentum you could ever gather. Kazakhstan has been good. Yeah. Kazakhstan's been consistent. They've been scrappy. They were never really rolling today. They were never really getting crazy today. Mongolia just went crazy. Mongolia just closed the gap entirely. And, well, it's going to be hard. There's going to be... everything's going to be decided in the last game. But if I were a betting man, I'd say this has Mongolia written all over it.
I thought it wasn't going to come down to the last game, I'll be honest. Before the 6 matches today, I thought Mongolia and Bahrain are going to run away with it. And then Mongolia didn't show us anything for 3 games. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, Alex comes in, gets 1, gets 2, gets a 3rd one, and just cleans up everyone. I mean, even Lebanon was surprised, I think, at how sharp Alex handled that situation. Because, honestly, his teammates was knocked, and there was no one in close succession. If he would have gotten taken down, I think IHC maybe even potentially would have lost that fight then and there. Instead, they take home, what, 11, 12, maybe 13 eliminations and the chicken dinner. So, man, Mongolia do look strong. And someone in the chat said it as well. IHC is back.
Yeah.
Let's see if that continues in the last game of this group stage.
They are so back. Nice try from Chappie there in the end. Nice transition with the UMP. But look at that. That's a lot of eliminations. That's a lot of damage as well across the whole team. And you can tell... they haven't been sitting in a compound damage farming. They have been fighting their way through this lobby, fighting their way through that entire ridgeline around water treatment, and they have rewarded themselves with the win in the end.
Really, really good statistics from Alex, especially 1,200 damage. That is not something you see every day. Let's take a look at some of these match standings. In match number 11, we have Mongolia with 23 points, more than double the next team, Jordan and Palestine, with a really tough edge on that southern side. Still making it with 11 and 8 points each. That's pretty good, I gotta say. And then the big upset is Uzbekistan. They had chances for so much more, but unfortunately will end it with 7 points. Tough circle, though, I gotta say. But if they wouldn't have lost that one play, I'm not sure who it was anymore, against, I believe it was Kazakhstan, then man, they would have had such better options.
Yeah, I think it was Palestine there in the end. But yeah, good third party from them. Turns pretty sour. Makes that game really, really hard. And the other thing we have to talk about is Kazakhstan and Bahrain, right? 2 and 1 points. Some of the top teams here really falling short, and not being able to get anything going has opened the door wide for 3rd and 4th place. Mongolia and Jordan to come back into this and really take the reins back and take their own chances at closing out today with a qualification slot, because that's really all that matters here. That's really all that matters. It doesn't matter if you're 3rd or if you're 10th. It matters if you're in the top 2 or not.
Absolutely. 102 nades being thrown. That's actually really not that much. I was very surprised. We saw on the first day of the Group A consistently above 130 nades being used, or at least around it. So far today, it's been way less, and I'm not sure if it's a circle, just don't necessarily allow you to use it much, but I would argue it isn't, right? We've seen plenty of circles where lots of open space needs to be crossed from all the teams around the one team that's been fed the circle, and this time it was Turkmenistan, so in theory, more smokes should be used, more nades should be used, but that's just not been the case. Post-match statistics in all the categories also heavily favor Mongolia.
Heavily favor Mongolia, top 5 on all of these standings. Again, the most healing standing is sometimes a team that doesn't win the game, that doesn't outperform, but when you're fighting so much, like they have been this game, and then you might even top that stat. So well played by Mongolia, well-deserved win, and I think there's going to be no surprises with the match MVP. It should be Alex, and yes it is. 5 elims, 3 assists, surviving until the very end of that game. And that is exactly what they needed. I think his step up really opened the door. His 1v2 there on the ridgeline of water treatment really opened the game up for Mongolia. And then the other thing we saw is the early compound breach, right? Not waiting around, not waiting for the game to consolidate. Beautiful stuff from Mongolia this game.
Yeah, not surprising to me that Alex is the MVP also of this round. After his clutch against Lebanon, he kind of paved the way for Mongolia to come back in this tournament. 5 eliminations for Alex, just 2 for Ragnarok. But Ragnarok in general, I'm not surprised he's on here, has been the key player for Jordan. He's been such a massive fragger for them. He's always the first one to go in. He's making the majority of the key frags. Yes, he tends to die early as well, but that's also because he is the entry fragger. He takes the risk of dying, and most of the time he's coming out on top. So props to Jordan, especially Ragnarok.
Props to Jordan so far in this tournament. They've really made a name for themselves and really showed up in the standings much more than I expected them to. This game they can't contend. MGL Mongolia, the PUBG World Champions on that roster, get themselves 13 eliminations, 11 assists. That goes to show you how much team play there was, right? And 3,000 damage essentially. Not a number we've seen broken. But let's head on over to the overall standing. Let's see what that means for the scoreboard. And I'm saying Mongolia's in right now. They might even pass Bahrain if they keep playing like this. But the gap is 10 points to Jordan. And it's 13 points to Kazakhstan.
Yeah, look, we might say it's not that much, but it kind of is. It kind of is. Is it enough to say it's a best of one? Yes, but it's a best of one that's heavily in the favor of Mongolia. And not even to speak of Bahrain. Well, for Bahrain to drop out, in theory, it's still possible. Imagine Jordan wins, Bahrain goes out early, and Mongolia has a good game away. It doesn't even to me like a crazy game, but like 8-9 points are probably going to be enough depending on the tiebreak, which they will probably get with the chicken dinners they have. But just imagine that even now, with everyone performing except Bahrain in this match, it's still possible for Bahrain to drop out, even though it's very, very likely for Bahrain and Mongolia both to drop out, let alone Bahrain. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, it's exciting. 92 on Kazakhstan and 83 on Uzbekistan. I think they will have a chance. The only team that doesn't really have a chance anymore, I want to say, is Palestine. Mathematically, yes, but the chances for them to have a good game and everyone else not to are almost non-existent.
Yeah, I think top 4 is what we're really looking at. Jordan, Kazakhstan, Mongolia. And we'll have to wait and see what they are able to pull off. Massive comeback from Mongolia. They finally woken up. They've made this a 3-horse race now. Nice. Love to see that as a caster. We are going to one last break. It's the last one, guys. It's the last break before the last match of Group A. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 6 on Miramar. I promised you guys one last break, and here we are. Game number 12, game 6 of the day. We're going back to Miramar. And you said it before this started, Alex. You said, well, Mongolia, they're pretty damn good on Miramar. And I feel like we got a pretty solid taste of that. I think they kind of showed up a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, they showed up perfectly. I said it. I had a feeling that if there was going to be a map today where Mongolia is going to shine, it is Miramar. Isolated fights, and more importantly, a map we can, as a good team, more easily can take control over your area. And that's what Mongolia did perfectly in this game. And that's the first time also they did it perfectly for today. They pressured their fights on the opposing team. That was the first time that Lebanon, on the other hand, had to pick a fight that they didn't necessarily want. So Mongolia changing things up, changing the pace, and as a result of that, having a really good game.
We love to see it. They're making it tight. 10 points ahead now of Jordan. We'll have to wait and see if Jordan, Kazakhstan, maybe Uzbekistan, but I think that's already stretching far here. Can pull things back, but we keep saying that, and they keep surprising us, right? So nothing's far from possible, and it's good to see Mongolia back in the driver's seat. I'm excited to maybe hear from them later on what happened in the first 4 games of today, because that didn't feel like a world champion team, but that last Miramar certainly did. Yeah,
it certainly did. Let's not skip ahead of ourselves. Mongolia still needs to bring it across the finish line, and so does Bahrain. If Jordan has one good game, and they showed us time and time again, they really have shown us time and time again that they're capable of it. Same goes for Kazakhstan. If they have one good game, it could all very much be different on the overall leaderboard after this one. Be reminded to everyone out there, if you're cheering for your favorite team in this lobby, it is top 2 that will book a ticket towards the Iesf World Esports Championship in Riyadh. You can tell by the logo at the very top where it's happening. It is in Riyadh. It's been an amazing journey so far, and it's all going to be topped off by the official World Esports Championship. And once again, only 2 teams from Group A and 3 teams from Group B will be heading towards the World Esports Championship, which we will have finalized by the time tomorrow evening. So, also for everyone who's been waiting for Pakistan, we've seen lots of Pakistani fans in the chat. If you've been waiting for IA to play, you'll have to wait a little bit longer. That is tomorrow. 2 teams today, 3 teams tomorrow will book their tickets. Koval, one very last prediction now. I know I've asked you a million times. Do you still stick with Mongolia?
Yes.
Okay.
After that game, I'm not switching anything up. I'm glad I stuck to them. You know, they haven't really convinced me in the first 4 today, but I'm glad I stuck to my guts, and I think they will carry us through towards the end here. I think crazy things have to happen. We've seen a lot of crazy things happen. I think Jordan has been surprisingly consistent, surprisingly strong, especially today, really picking it up today compared to what they did yesterday.
Yeah.
Kazakhstan's been scrappy here and there, good performances, but just not on the same level as some of these other teams. So I'm putting my chips all the way on Mongolia here.
Wholeheartedly agreed. Just to make it more spicy, I'm saying Mongolia's not going to qualify, and I'm picking Kazakhstan. I think Kazakhstan is going to have a great game. But in all honesty, even though Kazakhstan, in my opinion, is going to have a good game now to finish things off, I feel like they're the team that needs to bring it almost the most out of everyone else who's in reach of these qualification spots. I still feel like Mongolia is not throwing this away. They're too experienced. They're too knowledgeable now. Also, on how to play a situation like this, right? A situation where everyone else around you on the leaderboard is gonna chase you. Also, if I were Bahrain and I know Mongolia is fighting and I have any chance of third-partying this, I'm kicking Mongolia out of this one. I didn't want to have the reigning Pubgm World Champions on land facing me at the end of all this qualifier stages. At the International World Esports Championship. So maybe that's something that maybe you have to think about as well. Third parties from everyone else.
There's a good reason to kick them out, right? They are one of the scariest teams to fight. They're one of the scariest teams to meet. They are one of the teams with a lot of LAN experience, and that matters too, right? That's not a team you want to be competing against. So 100%, if you see them fighting, you might want to take them out. That being said, Is it going to be enough? We never know, right? 10 points is a considerable gap, and it's 13 for the team below that. So we'll have to leave it up to the players to decide if they think it's worth it. I'm used to not seeing it as much as the casters would want, right? We always want the drama, we want the crazy things happening. The players often have different things in mind, but we'll wait and see what they have in store for us on this last Miramar.
What they have in store for us is what we're going to see right now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last match of Group A here at the Iesf World Esports Championship Regional Qualifiers for Asia and Oceania. So, one less time for Group A. But, we've said it before, and the action is not over yet. The second day of Group B will be broadcasted tomorrow at the official Iesf International Esports Federation channels. So make sure to follow and like every single thing you can. You're not only supporting the Iesf, but you're also supporting your favorite teams, because the Iesf is doing as best as they can to bring all the different nations from all around the world, over 130 different esports associations, to land to a single tournament that is going to decide which nations at which esports title are gonna be winning it. And I think that in itself deserves applause.
There's a few teams in that city, though. Remember, Mongolia was here last time. Remember, Mongolia was looting that last round, and now they've got two teams saying hello, not just one. It's Tajikistan on the one side, and we have 4 more players on the high ground. Mongolia are not ready for that at all, not ready for the situation. And Lebanon and Tajikistan are trying to punish as fast as they can. Look at that. Golden with a good nade around the corner. Shotgun to follow it up. And this is not looking doable for Rogue. Just like that. 2 players down. Mongolia, this is not what we wanted to happen.
That is nothing short of disastrous. Unbelievable. Unbelievable scenes. Mongolia is at the brink of being eliminated as the very first team. And I said experience is going to matter a lot. Well, by the looks of it, not enough, because Mongolia, in my opinion, should have expected this to some degree. The only thing that was not supposed to happen is Mongolia being taken out as the first team. Mongolia losing players early. If you're Mongolia, that's legitimately the very only thing you do not want to have happen. And exactly that happens. That also means for us as viewers, and that's why I'm smiling, it's going to get a whole lot more interesting.
It's a good Uzi spray. There's a long-range Uzi coming out from Zakaria. Takes back one of Tajikistan, and you could see it right there. That was a targeted attack. That was really just trying to bring the pain to the Mongolian squad, and they were not ready for it at all. We have 9 teams on this vast, huge Miramar map, and they have been hard dropped by 2 of them. Now, Lebanon looking to come away as the winners, but the clear losers of this one are not Tajikistan. The clear losers are Mongolia.
Yeah, this is... wow. I thought Mongolia was going to make absolutely sure they're not getting pressured into any fights in early game. Literally just drop anywhere else on the map. If you have to, split yourself up as 4 players. You were in charge. Everyone else needs to catch you. It's not the other way around. So I'm very confused by Mongolia deciding to contest this. There were, in my opinion, there was an option also to dodge this fight. There were multiple options. The very earliest option is you see them dropping on your city. Get the vehicles. Get the vehicles and get the hell out of there. But yeah, just not enough. 2 players will be taken out. 2 players not only from Mongolia, but as you said, Tajikistan as well. But
look at the mini-map.
One of which is way worse. One of which is way worse in terms of qualification.
Bahrain's here. Bahrain saying hello. We would like to get involved as well. 3 points, 3 kills and a hot drop. Love to see that. AO on the high ground. Shotguns in the building. SMGs in the building. Oh, what a nice little drive-by. The shotgun. Mason. He doesn't have a DBS, but he at least has a shotgun to work with. Knock and flush confirmed. And so far, they have the numbers advantage. Lebanon. But they've lost Chersan, which has really been one of the most impactful fraggers for them throughout this whole evening.
Really has, Mason. Still left standing with a shotgun. Oh, DBS runs in. Can't even get traded in time. You can tell the micro Uzi, he's just not got the confidence. His teammates, he's only got the micro Uzi in hands. He just doesn't want to push around the corner. Maybe he's got the chance for another one. Just 2 players left standing in front of him. Zakaria heroic player is there to take him down after all. And unfortunately, Lebanon, despite their great performance today, still not in reach, even with that fight, for any chance at a qualification.
Aye. SKS rings out, good bit of damage in. Bahrain trying to have some fun. As we're seeing a little bit of action in the kill feed. I'm just wondering where Mongolia went. I'm just wondering, where did the last two go? What are they doing? Where are they playing? What is their strategy for the rest of this game to make sure they at least get a few points? Maybe just hinder the teams behind them. Maybe that's enough, right? Maybe try and figure out, where's Kazakhstan playing? Where is Jordan playing? Can we do something against that? There's a lot of things running through your mind right now if you are Mongolia. We'll have to wait and see whatever comes, whatever events transpire.
Question is, what would you do if you were in that position? You only have 2 more players left alive, but before we get into that thought experience, we might have to take a look at the eastern side of things. Palestine and Uzbekistan are fighting each other, and Vazim is the first one to go down. Uzbekistan still has a very real chance at this, but so does Kazakhstan, and look at who's approaching. It is Kazakhstan in the distance.
Rough fight. Uzbekistan, they really tried to make it work here, but now 2 members knocked. Different team engaging. Kazakhstan, the vultures, they're coming on in. They're trying to benefit from this fight. They're trying to pick up the points that they see in front of them. Jordan from the other side. Everybody's exploding on these fights. Fast. Aggressively. Mumbai traded out. Another one going down. Just one left on the high ground is Timon. Trying to drive to some sort of safety, some sort of salvation, but where is he going to find it? I'm not sure. Kazakhstan have not gotten the points just yet. They've not gotten the confirms. They really need every single point here. And hopefully they can close some of them out.
Man, this is getting more aggressive than I thought, to be honest, from all of these teams at the very top. No one's really scared, and that's the craziest part. No one is scared of being taken out early. Not even Mongolia is scared of being taken out early. Kazakhstan continuously chasing the Uzbekistan players. It's only 1 left alive. Uzbekistan, as a result of that, unfortunately, will almost have no significant chance anymore of qualifying. But Kazakhstan, on the other hand, really does, as they will secure their first frag. Lebanon being shotted in the distance as their rotation comes in through the western side as well, with Bahrain and their big split already having secured them 2 points.
That's a knock towards Kazakhstan. That's a player from Palestine putting a little bit of pressure back, saying, hello, you can't bully us around. We are going to show you what we're made of, and that's the first knock. Now, 6, he needs to find this nice and quickly. He's got a bit of support from his team, but they want to finish this quick before they get third party. Timon is once again left to his own devices. 6 actually stays alive in this, which is big, meaning they at least stay 3 active. Much easier to consolidate that way. And there's Mongolia in the distance. Look at them. Playing the concretes. Hoping that they can pick apart someone from a distance. Every single point would be so beneficial. But it's looking like Kazakhstan is just starting their comeback run.
Yeah, it looks like it. 3 points already in their hands. And yeah, as I said, but it looks like the most surprising thing to me is how aggressive they are. How fearless they are. They know they need to make something happen, but they don't necessarily need to chase anyone, but they still do it. Like, a good game with Mongolia losing players early, which happened, would be enough. And that's the biggest thing for them. Mongolia losing player, that ultimately should have told them, hey, we all need to play a good game. We don't necessarily need to chase anymore, because we only really need to chase if Mongolia is doing points on top of what we do. But 10 points is the difference, or 10, maybe a little bit more than, maybe 12. And that's something that, as I said, with a good game is absolutely doable. So I'm really surprised to see Kazakhstan still chasing the enemies. You can tell Mongolia now has repositioned more towards a centralized kind of circle. And I think that's a good way to play this now with only 2 players left standing. But I see them rotating into what I think is Uzbekistan. The last play of Uzbekistan, maybe.
Yeah. There's a lot of traps you can walk into. There's a lot of snakes you can step on top. Hard to maneuver this one for Mongolia. And yeah, I mean, the reins are kind of in the hands of Kazakhstan now at this point. They have put up 3 eliminations so far. And they're looking like they want to continue where they left off. Bahrain just now starting to make their way on towards the circle. Far in that northwestern edge. And a very empty zone, right? It's just so different from what you're used to seeing. But I think that was a knock of the kill feed for Mongolia. And Sale, he's going to do his very, very best to confirm that he wants nothing more than that kill point. Every single point could solidify them right now, Felix. Every single point could make the difference. And you can see how instantly they converge on it. Instantly he's there. Demo, he was on a way to a different spot. Instantly comes back just to make sure we confirm that 1 point. Every single one of them matters.
Such a good pickup. Yeah, such a necessary one. That's going to make it even tougher for everyone else chasing them. You might not think 1 point is going to matter much, but you'll see. The end leaderboard, 100%, is going to have maybe like a 1, 2, 3 point difference from third to second. I am very sure of it.
You know what this does, though?
Oh, Mongolia is being pulled up on right now. Clever has found the first one. Jordan knows that Mongolia is over there. I think they've smelt this. They've realized this just based off of the kill feed, and that should seal the deal. Oh, my lord, what a pickup! Oh, my goodness, he does go down, but what a shot, what a return. Oh, my lord, Mongolia going out in style, ladies and gentlemen. And, yeah, they will be eliminated with just 1 point. So 11 points is the difference to, I believe it was Kazakhstan. And maybe a little bit more towards Jordan.
I think that's exactly it, Felix. I think they saw the kill feed. And they realized, alright, our target's right there. Take them out. Easy 2 points for Jordan. Closing that gap just a little bit. I think that was exactly what they needed, and that was exactly what they got. Now Clever, he's in dead bad waters, though. He's got to survive here somehow, puts out a bit of damage. If he doesn't survive behind that car, though, it's bad news bears for Jordan. His team's not there to help him. The car's taking so much damage. Can he win it? Clever. Oh my god, he stays through. Uzbekistan. That was... That was a little bit of a straw they were clasping at, but Jordan stays in it, and Jordan picks up the third elimination.
This couldn't get any crazier. This couldn't get any crazier than this. You can tell 98 points Jordan right now. Just a couple of more points needed. 95 on Kazakhstan. As these games... Oh, as this game, to be fair. It's only one left as this game started, so... It is absolutely possible for everyone in the top 3... top 4 to get scrambled around. Maybe except for Bahrain. The top teams have been weakened enough to make that almost impossible. If not impossible. But for everyone else, it could still very much happen that Kazakhstan takes second and maybe Mongolia third. And maybe Jordan even drops down. Because after all, Kazakhstan is the strongest team in this current instance. And yeah, this is the deciding fight. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled on the screen. You do not want to miss this. As Jordan has only 2 players in this compound, is getting breached by some angry Kazakhstan players.
1 nade to open things up. Could be the side. Miracle finds a bit of damage over the top. And that's Becca going down. Clever with a good off angle from the side. Opens things up for Jordan. Doesn't get the confirm just yet. Has to be careful. 6 from the other side. What a spray is that?
Oh my goodness, that must have been 150, maybe 2, maybe 300 meters. And Zixers takes him down, almost takes the second one. What is this guy made of? And only just 2 players left now for Jordan.
This is not it. This is not what they wanted. They were a few points ahead of Kazakhstan. Now they're getting put in the dirt. There's Dre that comes around the corner, Mesa. Close, but no, Cigar. It's just Miracle left. Felix, he's the last one holding on for Jordan.
Unbelievable. Honestly, just nothing short of unbelievable. And he's going to try to push this. DBS in hand, gets the first one. Oh, this is disastrous. Kazakhstan. This has just played perfectly into the hands of Mongolia. That one single frag might have just made all the difference between any of the teams qualifying. Because be remembered. Kazakhstan and Jordan were both in 3rd and 4th place right next to each other. And they're taking themselves out. Imagine Kazakhstan wipes this clean. But they don't.
Oh, this is big, though. This is big. This is another elimination. This is another placement point. We're up to 4 already. They're up to 102 points already. I think we've got Mongolia on 106. So there's still something they have to grab here. But if some of these fights continue, if some of these fights close each other out, Lebanon has found Bahrain again on the other side. This could be it for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, I was sitting here maybe calculating the difference right now with the updated standings in my head, but I think there's no point. We're gonna have to wait and see. For now, Lebanon has 2 more players, 2 more potential players for Kazakhstan to pick up. The biggest thing I'm wondering right now, would it be enough for Kazakhstan to take 2nd place without eliminating anyone else? But I think at this point, I don't think so. I think then they need to take a little bit more. I think maybe kills. 1 or 2 frags more might just be enough. So at the moment, for the time being, one thing is for certain: Mongolia is still in. Mongolia is still in. A little bit more is needed from Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan is going to get some placements here. There's some placement points still on that tally, but that's not going to be enough to pass Mongolia. I'm not even sure if Mongolia have placement points themselves, but we know for a fact that they had a kill point. So Kazakhstan needs more than this. How they will get that, how they'll get there, I'm not sure. Turkmenistan 3 up. Lebanon and Bahrain on that southern side of the circle right next to each other. And then the Kazakhstan duo, who's just playing their hearts out, hoping that they can make the dream work.
Talking about dreams. Big dream would be making it into this next phase.
Oh.
That is a good pickup. That is a really important pickup against Bahrain. I'm not even sure how that happened. But 6, once again, 540 damage already. Strikes and takes down one of the Bahrain players. That's one more elimination, I guess, secured.
So
and Bahrain is now only a 2-man? Do we even have a full 4-man squad anymore? Do we even have a 3-man squad? I don't think so.
Turkmenistan is the biggest squad right now, but that's a trade. That's Puncher down. That's just 1 up. It's just 6, and they know where he is as well. They know exactly where he's playing. And Bahrain doesn't have to hold back, Felix. They can do whatever the hell they want. They're qualified. They can bully teams around. And you can see that Pix knows this as well. Instantly repositions, creates some distance, gets himself a new spot, and tries to figure out what to do from here. There's still a few zones that we'll have to shift on in. But 6 does not want to have anything to do with it right now. You can see Frieza. He's unleashing. And there's Pre-Pot with the pull-up. Bahrain is not messing around, but this is a risky 1v1. There's a DBS in the hands, and he's coming around the corner just like that. Oh
my goodness. Oh my goodness. Is that could be the deciding kill on whether or not Kazakhstan qualifies or not. We'll have to wait and see on who goes out next. I think for the time being, it's not quite enough, but maybe 1 more placement point, maybe 1 more elimination point might be enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we may have just witnessed the biggest upset of the tournament, with Kazakhstan potentially qualifying and kicking out the current reigning PUBG Mobile Global Champions, Mongolia. And I have to wait and see to get confirmation.
It's getting so close. That's all I can say. It's getting so close. Turkmenistan fight Lebanon on the south. A team going out here, no matter which one it is, gives Kazakhstan another point, gives 6 another point. I'm not sure if he kept the tires on his buggy there. We can see that there was attempts to pop them. I'm not sure how much he can reposition. Frieza is getting aggressive on this. He's leaving the compound just to hunt that 1 kill down. He's got to be careful that he doesn't feed this one over just like his teammate did. But 6 is just trying to do everything he can here, Felix.
Yeah. And understandably so. Look how hard they're chasing him. I don't really understand this from Bahrain, because if I were Bahrain, I would much rather have Kazakhstan in my top 2 than Mongolia, just based off of experience and strength of the players, in my opinion. But they're really going for Kazakhstan. He really wants to take him down. He's chasing him to the compound. How's Bahrain focusing so much on Kazakhstan? There has to be a deeper sense to this. He peeks out. Oh, this is so important. 6 goes down. down, and that might have been the final decision on who qualifies, because Frizzer wins the 1v1. We're going to have to wait and see. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, nothing is confirmed just yet. He had 8 eliminations. His team, Kazakhstan, has still got 8 eliminations and a 4th place finish on top of what they already had. And Mongolia only had a single frag, to be reminded. So, man, it's going to come down to the wire.
Oh, yeah. I'm just not sure if Mongolia had the placement points necessary, but Six has just played his absolute heart out. He's made this so close, even taking down multiple Bahrain members there at the end. And then he doesn't win the 1v1. Imagine if he wins that. That's another 2 points. I think that's probably would have been enough. Oh, I'm not sure if they know. I don't think Kazakhstan knows. I don't think we know at this point. The game is going to play out. There's still a few Lebanese players. There's 3 from Turkmenistan. There's a solo in the building for the winning team of today, Bahrain. But everybody is just wondering if that was enough for Kazakhstan or not.
I think Frizzer is going to be the next one to go down, but yeah, it doesn't even matter. No, it doesn't. To give you guys an update, it really does not. Frizzer is just there to solidify his position as the #1 team, to solidify that Bahrain has to be feared as soon as they get to LAN. Shotgun in hand. Maybe he's going to get another 1v1 that he could potentially face. Yes, NATO is getting taken down. And the flash on NATO goes down through as well. Frizzer picks up the 4th frag in this round. He's just not to be stopped either.
Both teams hunting him down as well. Both teams lobbing the util in. He's dancing, he's dodging and weaving. He's trying to reposition now. Finds a good idea about where these Lebanese players are. He finds one. DBS versus DBS. He's pinned inside the window. He's got to be careful. He's toying with him and he finds him through the window. What is that?
That is absurd. That is completely absurd. And where's the rest of his team?
He's not done. He's coming back.
He's gone all the way around. Gringo is not even close. That's a P9 against the DBS. DBS, he's got 2 shots, 1 shot, 1 single shot. He hits it, but it is not enough. Chappie finally sets an end to the madness that we've just witnessed. And Bahrain, congratulations already. You guys have made it. You've booked your ticket for the Iesf World Esports Championship in 2024 in Riyadh, to be exact.
Well played, Bahrain. They've done it. They've done what they had to do. And they've even closed out Kazakhstan in the process. I'm not sure. Is it Mongolia? Is it Kazakhstan? I don't even know anymore. But
I don't know either.
Bahrain has punched in their tickets. And they've not left it up for debate. They've not left it up for mathematics. They've made it loud and clear that they're going to Riyadh. Turkmenistan, Lebanon, they're fighting it out for a little bit of fun, a little bit of honor towards the end. Lebanon, one of the teams as well that were punishing so hard towards Mongolia in the early stages here. Now, Gringo finds one. 30 HP. He's got the UMP in hand. This is winnable. 5 HP now. Is Chappie running him down? It's looking like it. Jumper's Ray comes out. Turkmenistan takes the last win of the day. But it is Bahrain who come away as the winners here.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable scenes, ladies and gentlemen. What have we just witnessed? Turkmenistan, out of all the teams, take home another chicken dinner. But that is not the storyline, unfortunately, for all Turkmenistan fans. The storyline is Bahrain chasing down Kazakhstan. The storyline is Mongolia losing 2 players early on and only getting a single elimination in this one, going out very, very early. So we will have to take a look at the overall standings, and if I am correctly informed, we will potentially have some winner interviews as well. So stay tuned. Nothing is over just yet.
Stick around for this. We're going to interview the qualifying teams that have just signed up for a World Esports Championship in Saudi Arabia a little bit later this year. Turkmenistan with a 2 elimination win. Possibly, Alex, possibly the lowest kill win we've seen in this tournament. Like I said, this is the storyline. Yeah. The hot drop, and Mongolia not being ready for it.
No, Alex, out of all the players, Alex as well, being taken out, and then to top it all off, Tajikistan chasing down the players too. Just not a chance. Just absolutely not a chance for any of these players to make anything happen. And yeah, you can tell how crazy this was also for Kazakhstan. And by the way they started, I said it during the game as well. I didn't expect Kazakhstan to be that aggressive. They know Mongolia has lost 2 players early on. Just play down your game as 4. Like play it consistent, play it as best as you can. But they were chasing people left, right, and center, and I feel like maybe to some degree that was also their problem. I felt like if they just had a little bit more survivability and didn't necessarily commit to the fight with Jordan, they would have a way bigger chance of winning this game and then qualifying. So, yeah, I'm a little bit confused. But also, it all came down to a single 1v1, so who am I to judge? Who am I to judge?
And maybe if they don't take out Jordan, then it's never enough, right? That's a team they have to worry about as well. That's a team that they have to take out, and there's 6. Getting himself the 3rd, getting his team the 8th kill. If he just wins that, if he just hits those DBS shots, I think it's over.
Unbelievable.
But in the end, it wasn't meant to be. Frieza put on a bit of a show for us. Let us know what he was made of. Showed us a few of his highlights. Just running around, absolutely dominating the competition. But man, rough times. I am not sure how the leaderboard looks. I have to make a correction. We've just been informed there is no interviews today. But stick around to make sure, because honestly, I have no idea. I think it's down to 1 or 2 points. I'm confident about that. But I don't know if Mongolia got placement points. That's the information that I'm missing. And, well, 2 kills for a win.
Yeah, the damage is definitely crazy. I think they have done less damage than they have received, which is kind of a crazy thing for a team that has done the chicken dinner. But
that's mental,
honestly,
actually,
it's for a lot of these players, it's the first time that these guys are appearing on a major stage. So congratulations for Turkmenistan to even make it this far, and also pick up a chicken dinner against in a lobby against not only the EMEA Championship winner of PMSL this season, but also the reigning PUBG Mobile Global Champion. So, I mean, how cool is that? Imagine you're playing PUBG Mobile, the best you've played is maybe like a regional qualifier, and suddenly you're playing against the best team in the world, 2023. Like, that in and of itself, in my opinion, is the craziest storyline. So, no matter what, this is massive experience for all these players, and they'll look back at this with a really good memory, I'm sure of it.
100%. This is a big bunch of experience that you're able to grab, and this is a nice opportunity for players to showcase themselves as well, right? And that's exactly what you want to be doing. Now, match standings. We can start doing the math from here.
Oh my goodness.
12 versus 2.
It's going to be a tiebreak, right?
I think it was 10 points. Tiebreaker.
Oh my god, I don't even want to look at this. We'll wait for the confirmation. I don't even...
Oh my
goodness, what? So it's a tiebreak, apparently. We'll have to wait and see for the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, but I think it might be the WWCD rule, and that would heavily favor Mongolia, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll have to wait and see. Turkmenistan, anyways, 12 points. Kazakhstan tying it with 8 eliminations and 4 placement points. So what we do know for certain already is one more frag for Kazakhstan. One single more frag. That fight against Jordan. If that player would have won that 1v1, or if 6 would have won that 1v1, oh my god, that is one tongue twister. Everything would have been fine for Kazakhstan. Everything would have been fine. Imagine not booking your ticket potentially because of 2 single 1v1s and not going to Riyadh to represent your nation. That would be crazy. Absurd.
There's also a moment there where Kazakhstan third party a fight on the Los Leones Hill, and a third party Uzbekistan versus Palestine, and there's 2 Palestinian players knocked, but Kazakhstan doesn't find them, doesn't flush them, doesn't confirm those kills. If they steal a single one of those kills, that's it. That's absolutely it.
Yeah, that's 100% it.
Oh boy, yeah, like you said, I think the winner chicken dinner rule should heavily favor Mongolia. Like you said, that's an absolute heartbreak, and
we'll have to. I don't want to spoil anything. I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, it looks like it. Take a quick look at the match summary. 80 smokes and nades being used, then 34 eliminations. Nothing really too surprising. I mean, it was a chaotic round, so you might as well just look at the second summary to get a little bit more information. Here at the Iesf World Esports Championship regional qualifier for the Asia and Oceania region. Good categories that are, to my surprise, not really dominated by Kazakhstan.
Dominated by one man, Frieza. I mean, he just showed up so big at the end there, right? He cleaned up the last 2 Kazakhstan members. He cleaned up one of Lebanon, one of Turkmenistan. He really put on a big show in that compound, and that's enough for him to get these to get all of these categories for himself. 6, he can't go unmentioned, but the MVP for this round is Frieza.
Good stuff from Frieza. I mean, we talked about him. He's one of the key players they will need on LAN as well. One of the key players that has been fragging time and time again. 5 items in this one as well, even though they did go out relatively early. But yeah, Bahrain. What more is there to say? These guys are at an absolute high in terms of performance. I think it's a career high. These guys have never been better than right now. So seeing them at the Iesf World Championship and them also coming off of winning PMSL EMEA and now winning the qualifier here, that's gotta feel so good. I know it's some time now until we actually get to Riyadh, but them already knowing, hey, we've played so well up until this point. We've already secured some stuff for the future. That's the good part. Like you're not going out of any of these tournaments empty-handed, and that's so very important as well.
First after day 1, first after day 2, undisputed champions of this qualifier. Top 2 was always hard to get. They were never in contention here. They were looking super solid throughout the whole day. And the player head-to-head is 6 versus Chappy. And Chappy doing the heavy lifting for his squad there for Turkmenistan. He's the only one really picking up any kills. And he was actually close to clutching out the game 5 of today as well. He was the one in the compound 1v3ing Mongolia and almost getting away with it. But it is in the end 6 that puts up a little bit more numbers here, especially in the damage compartment.
Yeah. Really good stuff. Set on over to the head-to-head statistics, and well, do I need to say anything about it? I think Kazakhstan has been fragging out on this level, quite in contrast to Turkmenistan, who, to be fair, didn't really have too many options in terms of fragging out on the northwestern side. I think at some point they just realized, hey guys, we can win this game. Let's just not throw it away, right? Let's take this little bit of a success story into our continuous development after this tournament, right? Let's keep on using that experience of also winning a game to get better for the next qualifiers that are coming up.
I am not sure what the motivations were for. Remember how hard Kazakhstan were getting hunted by Frieza, by Bahrain there? I'm not sure what their motivations were. I'm not sure if they were making sure that Kazakhstan does not qualify, if they were trying to make sure that Mongolia qualified, or if they were just having fun with the last game. But, guys, we're not going to make you wait any longer. We have the scoreboards are here from our lovely production crew. So let's have a look. And let's see if our gut feeling was right, Felix.
Unbelievable. Oh, wow, it was not correct. Mongolia, actually with 3 points difference, is going to take the second place. I thought it was 10 points difference before,
no,
so it must have been 12.
10 points between Jordan and Mongolia.
That makes a whole more sense. That makes a whole more sense. So we both must have misremembered. Either way, it is so very close. Look at Jordan, look at Kazakhstan, look at Mongolia. It's all in between 4 single points. And only 2 teams could make it. So congratulations to Bahrain, who will once again take home a qualification and a tournament win after coming off of PMSL EMEA and securing their space in the PMWC. The same goes for Mongolia. I think none of these teams is really too surprising. They were the heavy favorites, even more than everyone else. And look at this. They actually made use of that favorite role, and they got themselves the 2 tickets for Riyadh at the end of this year.
Beautiful stuff. So close for Kazakhstan and Jordan especially, right? So close. Bit of a heartbreak for both of these countries, but there was always going to be some really strong rosters who weren't going to make it in the end. It was always just going to be top 2, and it is actually Mongolia who stays in there in the end. If you had 12 chances, you couldn't make it in those 12. It wasn't meant to be, and yeah, we're going to see Mongolia as the second team at the World Esports Championship, Alex.
Unbelievable. I think it's very rare to have the 2 absolute favorites out of a relatively big favorite pool, right? You can take Kazakhstan and all these teams into the favorite pool as well, and then actually have these exact 2 teams also qualify, also be exactly in the top that everyone has been looking at, that you need to be as players as well. So massive congratulations. I think Bahrain has deserved it so much. I think, as I said, they're at an absolute career high. I think we've never seen them be better. No, last year. No, not even last year. No, not even close to last year. I shall take, but I had to think for a second. But no, not even close to last year. These guys are so very good, and I hope that's gonna last until we actually get to the Iesf World Championship, because I want to see them perform against all these different sorts of nations, against the reigning champions, and also against the host country of Saudi Arabia. So I think it's gonna get super interesting. Also, I think it's one of their first lands. They will have PMWC in between, but it will potentially be one of their first lands as a team.
Must feel good. Must feel good to beat essentially the existing PMGC champion, right? To make sure and so clearly as well, and while having so much fun in the games as well towards the end there. So that must feel really nice for them, and must really feel nice to put their country on the map when there's so many teams competing for these slots. And they are the first two teams punching their ticket, right? We've said it a few times now, but they are the first two teams actually confirming their slots through qualification. And everybody else is now, they can lean back and they can watch and they can see who else makes it, because they have just kicked the ball out of their court, you know? They've hit the home run.
Yeah.
And they can be pretty happy with themselves.
The next three teams that will book their ticket towards the Iesf World Esports Championship in Riyadh in November will be crowned tomorrow. The next three teams that will book their ticket will be shown tomorrow. It is Group B, with these 18 teams that we've seen yesterday fight it off again. We've seen massive comebacks, massive individual performances, and also Pakistan clearing out lobbies. So if you want to get even more exciting matches, 18 teams kind of tend to do that, unfortunately. Nothing against this lobby today. World champions, PMSL champions, and so on and so forth. But 18 teams is a whole different story. We've seen that yesterday. It's a whole different story to watch, to cast, and also you've got some amazing teams in there as well. Some lesser known teams, but also some really experienced teams. So make sure to tune in tomorrow to see who else, which three other teams in particular, are going towards the Iesf World Esports Championship.
There were probably a few people in chat who were concerned about what would happen in a 10-team lobby and how this could be any sort of exciting, but I'm sure the teams today have proved them wrong. I think Mongolia with the comeback. I think Kazakhstan with the almost clutch in the last game have shown that it doesn't really matter how many teams you have. If the level of play is good, if the players are showing up, then you have some damn good PUBG esports. And oof, today was rough. Today was crazy. Today was a lot of ups and downs. But in the end, it is really just the favorites walking away with it. And damn, we were a little bit surprised by the maths, but in the end, it is Bahrain and Mongolia who walk away with it.
Just imagine Kazakhstan would have a little bit more. If they would have just a little bit, I wouldn't even say luck, but if they just would have gotten a little bit more placements in the first day of this group stage, because they just didn't get into top 4 at all, and they still racked up plenty of points, then I think it would have been very possible for them, if not inevitable. So still big shout out to Uzbekistan, to Jordan, to Kazakhstan in particular. You guys absolutely nailed it. But the two teams, ladies and gentlemen, for one last time, will be Bahrain and Mongolia. They will make it to Riyadh and fight for over $100,000 US, $130,000 US, if I'm correct in detail. So crazy stuff, and a huge honor to both of these nations.
Absolutely. There's nothing better than representing your team. I think we've seen the Euros recently in football, right? You see what that does to players. I've had the pleasure of being part of the PNC and PUBG PC, right? There's nothing as cool as wearing your nation's jersey and meeting all the other countries and repping your flag high, right? So love to see that for them. We're going to have more for you tomorrow. We're going to have more PUBG for you tomorrow. More teams, more qualification slots, maybe more crazy games from Pakistan, as we will kick things off on Sanhok once again, and we have 6 more games to close our Group B for you guys. I know a lot of you have been in chat waiting for Pakistan and waiting for all these teams to show on up. Tomorrow is Group B, and it's going to be exciting, I can guarantee you.
Yeah, 3 more matches from Group B starting at 12 p.m. CEST, so make sure to convert that into your time zone if need be. Obviously, we'll start with Sanhok, 3 times Erangel, and finish it off with 2 times Miramar as we have today. I am so excited for these next 6 matches. 18 teams have proven to be very exciting, and before we head on over into this relatively big break of a couple of hours, obviously, until the game starts tomorrow, we will show you the leaderboard of how the current standings are at Asia Group B. So, unsurprisingly to anyone who has not watched it yesterday, we've had some pretty explosive games. If you haven't seen them, you should watch back, actually, because it's very rare that you see 18 teams, maybe even more than that, fight it off in a very competitive lobby.
If you're an Indonesia fan, you watch the first 3 matches. If you're a Pakistan fan, you watch the last 3. That's pretty much the summary of yesterday.
Yeah.
And that's something you can see on the leaderboard. Before the day started today, we have the same amount of points on Bahrain that we have in Pakistan in Group B. So similar situations coming into the leaderboard. But it is, I'd say it's very similar. We have Pakistan and Malaysia, with Nepal and Indonesia very close by, and that's sort of the pack of favorites. But today, we had a lot of teams contest these favorites, right? We had a lot of teams making us wonder, is Jordan gonna do it? Is somebody else gonna step up to the task? So we have a few favorites for tomorrow, but we really don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's a very similar kind of situation. Even though I would argue we have a bigger stretch now in Group B in terms of skill level, but still so many contenders. I mean, even Vietnam and Japan have kind of made a comeback. Japan, we haven't really seen them until the very end of things yesterday, and they've still got a chance. Vietnam, obviously, with that very experienced lineup, some of the players from DX, for example, Lamborghini is in there. So, yes, do be hyped for tomorrow. Once again, it is 12 p.m. CEST when it starts. Got confused there with the times today. And then we will have, we'll have 6 more matches, and we will see who else is going to Riyadh at the end of this year for the World Esports Championships by Iesf.
It's been exciting. It's been a blast. It's been the favorites coming on through despite the hot drop in the last game, despite all of the attempts of the closing nations. It's been the 2 favorites closing this out today. We're going to close out the show here, guys. Thanks for having us. Thanks for watching. Thanks for enjoying the games. Thanks for supporting your teams in chat. I still see Uzbekistan flags just flying up my second screen constantly, even though they didn't make it today. The boys have played their hearts out, and I'm glad you guys enjoyed. That's it from me. Any last words, Felix?
Tune in tomorrow, guys. You do, guys and girls, you do not want to miss it. It's 18 teams. It's 3 more tickets for the Iesf World Esports Championship, and maybe your favorite team is playing anyway. So do not forget to tune in at 12 p.m. CEST. Ladies and gentlemen, do have a nice evening. We'll see yourselves tomorrow.